Chapter 1651 Gushing Tears. The Swana sounded, as the companion beast that was charging at the beast suddenly seemed to be shackled. Its movements became abnormally slow. Furthermore, there seemed to be a downward force that gradually pulled the companion beast to the ground. As the bee played the Swana, it easily dodged the companion beast's attacks. Zhou Wen and company were already very far from the battlefield, but the sound of the Swana made their knees sink. Their bodies leaned forward as they had the urge to kneel. "What's wrong with your faces?" Jiu Yang suddenly shouted. Zhou Wen and Xiao didn't feel anything amiss, but when they looked at each other, they realized that tears had subconsciously fallen from the corner of their eyes, and were flowing down their cheeks. Zhou Wen wiped the tears from his face, but there were still tears seeping out of the corners of his eyes. Nurse. You too. Xiao glanced at Jiu Yang and said in a deep voice. Jiu Yang reached out to wipe his tears. Indeed, he realized that tears had already appeared on his face at some point in time. He couldn't help but reveal a look of horror. "It's the power of that music." Zhou Wen circulated the teacher domain with all his might, hoping to screen the sound coming from the distance, but he couldn't. The Swana sound seemed to ring in his head, causing more and more tears to flow. Jiu Yang and Xiao were in an even worse state. They were already covered in tears. What was even more terrifying was that they felt their knees sink deeper and deeper. Their bodies were on the brink of collapse, as though they would kneel at any moment. Boom! The companion beast on the battlefield fell onto the planet. Its knees were bent as its strength constantly erupted, as though it was resisting some invisible force. The companion beast's face was the same as Zhou Wen and company's. It was already covered in tears. Its huge eyes were constantly brimming with tears, as though it was experiencing extreme sorrow. "Damn it, we mustn't kneel or we might die." Seeing the companion beast struggling with all its might not to kneel, Xiao had a bad feeling. He tried his best to stop his knees from bending, but to no avail. His legs couldn't help but slowly bend. Zhou Wen and Jiu Yang were the same. As they cried, they tried their best to prop their bodies up, preventing themselves from kneeling. Their efforts were less than ideal. Zhou Wen tried a few methods, but none of them worked. When he saw that the companion beast couldn't escape the magical power of the music, he knew that ordinary powers were useless. If even the top calamity companion beast couldn't withstand the sound, it was even harder for them to withstand it. Seeing his knees approaching the ground, Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and summoned the hundreds of thousands of musical note sprites. Then, he used the golden harp to control them, and made them play the bubble music he had heard by the pool. Zhou Wen didn't know if it was of any use. He just treated it as a last-ditch effort. Perhaps the outcome of doing so would accelerate their kneeling, but at this point, there was no other way. All he could do was give it a try. After summoning the musical note sprites and golden harp, they were surprisingly unaffected by the magical sound, giving Zhou Wen some hope. Under the control of the golden harp, the musical note sprites began playing the bubble music. It was strange. It was clearly the same music, but the effects of the musical note sprites playing were different from the Swana. The sound waves produced by the hundreds of thousands of musical note sprites combined with the Swana's music immediately made Zhou Wen and company's tears gush out. Their knees suddenly sank, just shy of a foot from the ground. "Holy sh*t, Zhou Wen, what the f*ck are you doing?" Jiu Yang couldn't help but curse in fright. Zhou Wen hurriedly got the musical note sprites to stop playing. He had expected this possibility, but he never expected it to be the worst situation. "Zhou Wen, get your musical note sprites to continue playing that music," Xiao suddenly said. Zhou Wen was first taken aback before he immediately thought of something. Xiao also said, "Don't let their rhythm be the same as the Swana. Play it out of sync." Zhou Wen had already begun doing it. Although he didn't know if it would be effective or make them kneel faster, the outcome was the same if he didn't do anything. They would only kneel at a slower pace. Amidst the golden harp's music, a portion of the hundreds of thousands of musical note sprites produced rhythmic music. The tune was the same as the Swana's tune, but the beat was out of sync. The musical note sprites that filled the sky surrounded Zhou Wen and company as they danced like countless butterflies. The sound waves constantly echoed around them. Zhou Wen and company were so nervous that their foreheads were covered in sweat. Their tears were still flowing, and Zhou Wen was prepared to order the musical note sprites to stop playing at any moment. However, after the music sounded, their knees didn't suddenly sink. Instead, they sank at a much slower speed. Their tears also flowed less. "It's effective." Zhou Wen was overjoyed as he hurriedly ordered all the musical note sprites to perform together. The sound waves constantly echoed. As the beat was out of sync, it produced a very discordant feeling with the Swana's music. Although Zhou Wen and company could still hear the Swana's music and their tears were still flowing, the speed at which the tears flowed had slowed down significantly. The force that made their knees sink had weakened significantly, allowing them to barely withstand the pressure and not continue sinking. Zhou Wen was in a dilemma. The bubble music combined with the hundreds of thousands of musical note sprites was indeed effective. If he used this power to help the companion beast, he might be able to free it from the restrictions of the music. It might even give it the strength to fight. The problem was that the two companion beasts weren't anything good. One wanted their lives while blowing the trumpet, while the other wanted their lives even without the trumpet being played. No matter which Zhou helped, the final outcome might not be a good thing. After some hesitation, Zhou controlled the golden harp and tried his best to control the sound waves near them, preventing the musical note sprite's powers from affecting the companion beast. The companion beast would definitely kill them. The bee had only shown animosity towards the companion beast and hadn't targeted them. Zhou decided to place his bet on the bee. Making such a decision was actually equally risky. This was because the bee had the treasure like Suona. It was highly likely that it was the parasitic companion beast. It could parasitize others and appropriate their nutrients or even their lives. It was impossible for it to be a docile companion beast. After it killed another companion beast, it was very likely to kill Zhou and company. However, at this point in time, there had to be a choice. The rest was up to fate. Under the magical sound of the Suona, the companion beast's knees approached the ground. Even someone as powerful as it couldn't withstand the godlike music. Bang! One of the companion beast's knees knelt on the ground, producing fractures in the ground that spanned several kilometers. Chapter 1652 Dead. The companion beast continued persisting as it shot out treasure fall money repeatedly, but it couldn't eliminate the power it was affected by. The treasure fall money that flew out was easily dodged by the Suona blowing bee. Bang! With another loud bang, the companion beast's other leg knelt on the ground. Its hands pressed down on the shattered ground as it bared its teeth and struggled with all its might, but it was unable to get up no matter what. Its eyes were already distorted as tears poured down. A strange scene also happened. Black flames began to rise from the companion beast's white jade-like body. Every inch of its body seemed to emit a transparent black gas. The black gas was indiscernible, as though it was a death aura that came from the netherworld. It emitted an ominous aura. As the black gas rose, the extremely powerful companion beast's vitality rapidly drained. Even its essence energy rapidly weakened. The body that looked like it was carved from white jade was also aging and shriveling. In just a moment, the companion beast's body looked like it was about to turn from a youth to an old man. Its jade-like body was covered in wrinkles. The original white color gradually turned yellow, like the color of old newspapers that had been through the ravages of time. Zhou and company were alarmed when they saw this. They were secretly glad that they hadn't knelt down. Otherwise, they would already be dead. However, even if the musical note sprites could temporarily resist the bee's Suona, Zhou and company still couldn't escape. Once the companion beast died, it would probably be their turn. Although Zhou had already decided to place a bet on the bee, he wasn't confident when he saw the situation. He even had the intention of helping the companion bee stall for time by keeping it in check. However, Zhou ultimately gave up on this idea. The army of musical note sprites wasn't really able to resist the Suona. Even if he was willing to help the companion beast, he might not be able to provide much help. Instead, he might anger the bee. Perhaps the bee hadn't wanted their lives at first, but by giving a hand, he might end up making things worse. Furthermore, Zhou had other plans. If the bee really wanted them dead, Zhou would definitely end up kneeling. His life providence was unlikely to sit idle. After all, this wasn't him kneeling, but being forced to kneel. With Sai of the King's temper, how could it tolerate such a thing? As for whether the Sai of the King could withstand the Suona's music, that wasn't something Zhou knew. When the time came, he could only leave it to fate. From the looks of it, we are most likely going to die here today. Zhou glanced at Zhou and said, I don't have any pursuits or wishes in my life. My only regret is not being able to personally defeat you. Why are you still thinking about that at a time like this? It's best if you think about how to stay alive. Zhou was somewhat speechless. What kind of person was he? At this point in time, he was still thinking about such matters. It's precisely because it's difficult to tell if we'll live. We might die immediately. If I don't make things clear now, I won't die happy. Zhou said. Zhou thought to himself, who cares if you're happy when you're dead? I've never heard of anyone who would be happy dying. Xiao, do you have any ideas? Zhou ignored Zhou and turned to look at Xiao. Xiao frowned and pondered for a moment before saying with a serious expression, Just say whatever you want to say. It might be a form of release. Zhou was rendered even more speechless, but on second thought, he asked Zhou and Xiao. Since we're about to die, can you tell me if Ouyang Ting, who you captured, is still alive? Why did you capture him? Zhou gaze was mainly trained on Zhou. He felt that this fellow was rather reliable. At this moment, he might even tell the truth. As for Xiao, Zhou didn't dare believe his words even at the moment of death. Alive! Don't ask me anything else. I don't know, Jiu Yang said. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be delighted when he saw that Jiu Yang didn't seem to be lying. As long as he was still alive, there was still a chance of rescuing him in the future. Furthermore, from Jiu Yang's words, Xiao seemed to know more. Therefore, he cast his gaze at Xiao. Xiao said expressionlessly, "Even if I die, I'll take matters related to the Holy Land to the grave. Furthermore, we might not die. Do you have a solution?" Jiu Yang and Zhou Wen's eyes lit up. "It's very simple. As long as that bee doesn't want us dead, we naturally won't have to die," Xiao said indifferently. "There's no need for you to tell me that. I know it too." Zhou Wen was somewhat exasperated. All he could do was ask Jiu Yang. "Jiu Yang, where do you saints come from? Why are you so loyal to the Holy Land? Have you never thought that the Holy Land is enslaving your kind?" Jiu Yang shook his head and said, "The so-called sane kind are just unfamiliar lifeforms. What's the difference between them and other unknown creatures? What has their lives got to do with us?" Although Zhou Wen didn't agree with Jiu Yang's theory, from Jiu Yang's point of view, what he said made sense. Saints had been nurtured by the Holy Land since they were young. Their living environment was different from ordinary humans, so it was normal for them to not identify with humanity. Just as Zhou Wen was about to ask something, he suddenly heard a long roar. He saw the companion beast roaring at the sky. As for its body, it had already reached its limits. What flowed out of its eyes weren't tears, but blood from its body. Furthermore, the blood had already dried up. This was a companion beast. If it were an ordinary dimensional creature, it might have long died. After this long roar, the companion beast completely lost its resistance. It was yanked by the power of the music as its head slammed into the ground as though it was kowtowing. With this kowtow, its body instantly disintegrated. Most of its body transformed into black gas that rose up and condensed in the air in its companion beast shape. Then, it slowly rose into the sky and slowly dissipated. Something dropped from where the companion beast was. The strange crystal had many faces. A few of them had strange patterns engraved on them. Zhou Wen found the patterns rather familiar. On careful look, one of the patterns was Treasureful Money. Another symbol was the electromagnetic monster. A few of the faces had lines without a complete pattern. However, the concepts contained in the lines were vaguely similar to Zhou Wen's transcendent flying immortal and Zhao's trajectory art. Is this the companion beast's calamity grade essence? Zhou Wen stared at the crystal and thought. Chapter 1653 targeted. Zhou Wen wished he could immediately lunge forward and snatch the calamity essence. It was a heaven-level calamity essence, and not an ordinary one. However, Zhou Wen didn't dare move a step. He had no delusion in front of the bee. Keeping his life was already his greatest wish. The bee moved the swana away from its mouth and stopped playing. However, before Zhou Wen and company could heave a sigh of relief, the bee flapped its wings and flew towards them. The bee didn't fly quickly as it slowly landed. Zhou Wen and company didn't dare move. Only their eyes moved as they watched the bee. The bee held the swana and floated in the air as it slowly landed on the calamity essence. Xiao and Jiu Yang's tense nerves relaxed a little. Up to now, the bee didn't seem to have any intention of killing them. Xiao and Jiu Yang weren't afraid of calamity-grade creatures. Even against the freaky companion beasts from before, they had the ability to fight them to the death. However, the power of the swana had already exceeded the limits of a calamity-grade creature. They had nearly died from the shockwaves of the swana's music. There was no need discussing facing it head-on. The tiny bee wasn't enough to scare them, but the swana struck terror in them. Even Zhou Wen was no exception. Although Zhou Wen still had one last trick up his sleeve, even he didn't know how useful it was. Therefore, it was best not to have things develop to that point. The three of them watched as the bee flew to the calamity essence. It extended its claws and grabbed the calamity essence, lifting the strange crystal up. The bee clearly didn't have the companion beast's ability. It couldn't directly devour the calamity essence. It hugged the calamity essence and wanted to absorb the energy inside. That bee might not be the parasitic companion beast, but the companion beast born on this planet, Xiao suddenly said. Why? Zhou Wen and Jiu Yang were taken aback. They had always imagined that the bee was the companion beast that had parasitized this planet's companion beast. After all, it had such a divine artifact in its hand. It seemed to match being the parasitic companion beast. Xiao said. Didn't you realize that this planet didn't change after the companion beast died? Zhou Wen and Jiu Yang immediately realized the problem when they heard Xiao say that. Once a companion beast born from a planet was born, the planet would suffer a destructive blow and explode. It was very likely that half of it would explode like Venus. However, when the companion beast appeared, although it triggered some changes in the planet functioned normally even after its death. As for the changes and damage to the planet's surface, they were relatively inconsequential. In that case, that companion beast doesn't look like a companion beast born from this planet. It doesn't have any connection with this planet, Jiuyang said after some thought. If this bee is the companion beast born from this planet, why would the divine artifact snatched by the parasitic companion beast be in its hands? Zhou Wen said after some thought. Although he also felt that the companion beast didn't look like the companion beast born from this planet, he couldn't explain this problem. This isn't difficult to explain. After the companion beast parasitized the planet's interior, it wasn't able to completely control the companion beast produced by the planet itself. Instead, the divine artifact was snatched away. Or rather, it had a reason that required it to abandon the divine artifact. It happened to let the companion beast produced by the planet pick up the spoils. It's probably something like that. It's not easy to guess the exact situation. Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. The reason I said that the bee is the companion beast born from this planet is only partly the answer. Another important reason is that although the companion beast's abilities are strange, its strength isn't compatible with this planet. This bee is different. Its strength vaguely resonates with this planet. Its power resonates with this planet? Why didn't I discover it? Jiuyang said in puzzlement. This planet's surface is covered by glaciers. The companion beast produced should have some ice elemental powers, right? That bee doesn't seem to have any ice elemental powers, right? It's not an ice elemental power. Zhou Wen said after some thought. Xiao is right. That bee does have an intrinsic connection with this planet. Up to now, this connection has been ongoing. What's that? Jiuyang still didn't understand what connection Xiao and Zhou Wen were talking about. You are just too slow. Xiao explained helplessly. Didn't you realize that the restrictions on this planet haven't been removed? If that companion beast was really born from this planet, even if the planet didn't explode after it died, the restrictions should have been removed. I see. Jiuyang sometimes suffered from being slow. It was his nature, but once he was in a situation, things he thought about were more than a normal person's thoughts. If the bee is really the companion beast born from this planet and possesses the divine artifact snatched from the mythical battle, and now that it has killed the parasitic companion beast, wouldn't we be in greater danger? Jiuyang said. Xiao sighed and said, Indeed. Unless it's not interested in us at all, our situation is even more dangerous than being pursued by that companion beast. As the three of them spoke, the bee's claws hugged the calamity essence as it flapped its wings and flew towards them. Zhou Wen's heart immediately chilled. Xiao and Jiuyang didn't have it easy either. Although the bee didn't blow the trumpet, and there were no music restraints, they could move freely. The restrictions of the planet still existed. As long as they couldn't leave this planet, even if they instant transmitted to the other end of the planet, it wouldn't be of much use. Once the bee's swana sounded, they would still be required to kneel. Now, Zhou Wen could only rejoice that this thing hadn't appeared on Earth. Otherwise, with the swana sounding, 99% of humans around the world would have died. There weren't many people who could last until they knelt and kowtowed. Escaping was futile, so none of the trio moved. Their 6 eyes stared at the slowly approaching bee. Zhou Wen increasingly felt that something was amiss because the bee was flying straight at. Oh. Him. Indeed, the tiny bee flew in front of him without any intention of continuing its flight. It circled Zhou Wen a few times as though it was sizing him up. Zhou Wen's muscles tensed up as he prepared to fight to the death. However, the bee didn't attack Zhou Wen. After circling a few times, it flew off into the distance. After flying for a short distance, the bee suddenly stopped. It raised its swana and blew it, aiming it at Zhou Wen. Chapter 16 54 Different Tunes. Zhou Wen was immediately frightened out of his wits. As he retreated with all his might, he ordered the golden harp to gather the strength of hundreds of thousands of musical note sprites to fend off the bee's swana music. However, Zhou Wen knew very well that even the power of hundreds of thousands of musical note sprites and golden harp couldn't match the bee's swana. After all, it was a power that could easily kill heaven-level creatures. Zhou Wen already had the resolve to kneel. All he could do was place his hopes on the side of the king. However, Zhou Wen was taken aback when the swana sounded. This was because the music produced by the bee was somewhat different from the tune he had heard before. If the tune Zhou Wen had heard previously was the beckoning of death, one filled with grief, then the tune he was hearing now didn't feel sad at all. It even made him feel happy. The two extremes of music, one sad, one happy, were actually played from the same musical instrument. It was truly unbelievable. Furthermore, Zhou Wen didn't feel the urge to commit suicide because of the bee's musical instrument. Although the essence energy in his body stirred with the music, it wasn't the stirrings of an explosion. Instead, it was an indescribable impulse. His essence energy became abnormally active, but this activity didn't cause any damage to his body. The only difference was that Zhou Wen's body was similarly restrained in such music. Ignoring instant transmission, even moving was extremely difficult. Thankfully, Zhou Wen didn't feel the force pulling him to his knees. However, on second thought, he felt that something was amiss. If he knelt, he might be able to trigger the Sai of the king. Now that he didn't have to kneel, wouldn't that mean that he couldn't even activate the Sai of the king? He wouldn't even be able to use his final trump card. As Zhou Wen was thinking, he saw the bee blowing the swanna as it turned around and slowly flew in another direction. Xiao Jiuyang and Zhou Wen were delighted. If this bee didn't plan on taking their lives and just left, they could survive. However, to their surprise, when the bee turned around and flew away, their bodies followed the bee's flight uncontrollably. The golden harp orchestrated hundreds of thousands of musical note sprites in a symphony, but it didn't affect the tune that the bee played. After all, this was completely different from the tune from before. Zhou Wen had never heard this tune before, so it was too late to learn it now. What does it want? Zhou Wen was alarmed and puzzled, unsure if it was a blessing or a curse. If the bee really wanted them dead, it could just play the tune of death. There was no need to do this. However, if the bee didn't want to kill them, it could just release them. Why did it have to play such a strange tune? The trio was forced to follow the bee. Due to the restrictions of the music, they could only walk on the ground and not fly. This planet was covered with glacier faults and rubble ruins after the battle. As they walked forward, they couldn't change their direction. They would occasionally collide with ice and rocks, and even fall to the bottom of the cliff, leaving them in a sorry state. Thankfully, the three of them had strong physiques. They only looked pathetic, but they didn't suffer much damage. Where do you think this bee is taking us? Don't tell me it wants to take us to its nest and store us as food reserves? Jiuyang said with a strange expression. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and felt that Jiuyang's words didn't sound right, but on careful thought, they made sense. The bee wasn't the companion beast. It didn't have an extremely powerful devouring ability. It wasn't able to directly devour and digest the companion beast's calamity essence, much less devour the three of them. It seemed reasonable to take them back and use them as food reserves. That holy god of yours is so resourceful. Did he not leave any backup plans for you before you came? Zhou Wen asked. If we had any means, we would have used them long ago. Would we have waited until now? Xiao curled his lips and said. However, I think this bee might not have any ill intentions towards us. At the very least, it shouldn't have any ill intentions towards Jiuyang and me. Zhou Wen was even more depressed when he heard that. Xiao was right. The bee had been targeting Zhou Wen from the beginning. Xiao and Jiuyang had only been implicated. Zhou Wen, is there something special on you that attracted that bee? Xiao asked Zhou Wen. If there's really anything on me that it likes, do you think it won't directly snatch it? Zhou Wen said angrily. Xiao thought for a moment and felt that Zhou Wen was right. If the bee really fancied something on Zhou Wen, it could just kill him and snatch it. There was no need to go through so much trouble. If it hasn't taken a fancy to something, could it have taken a fancy to you? As Xiao involuntarily walked forward, he sized up Zhou Wen from the side, as though he wanted to figure out what about Zhou Wen attracted the bee. When Jiuyang heard Xiao, he said, as though he had come to a realization. If the bee is really a companion beast born from this planet, then the energy of this planet was originally provided to it. Now, at least half of it has been sucked away by that companion beast, preventing it from completely evolving. Now, has it chosen Zhou Wen and wants to use his body for parasitization? Zhou Wen's face immediately turned pale when he heard that. There was a slight possibility in Jiuyang's words. Imagining the scene of the bee drilling into his body and slowly gnawing away at his organs, Zhou Wen couldn't help but shiver. No way! In terms of physique and levels, you guys are much stronger than me. If it wants to parasitize someone, it should parasitize your bodies. It shouldn't be me, Zhou Wen said. That's not necessarily the case. Perhaps the bee likes a talented host like you, Xiao said. Talented my ass. I'm just an ordinary person, Zhou Wen hurriedly said. Ordinary? Jiuyang and Xiao looked at him sideways. They didn't think so. Zhou Wen's domain power clearly hadn't reached the heavens level of perfection. It wasn't even as complete as a hell level domain, but his domain power was actually able to fight a heaven level existence. Furthermore, he had multiple domains. What was even more terrifying was that there was no sign of the guardian or other creature's genes on him. It was as though he was a pure-blooded human who had advanced to the calamity grade. If such a person was still called an ordinary person, they really didn't know who else in this world was extraordinary. As the three of them spoke, the bee had already flown into a glacier rift. The three of them couldn't help but fall. Boom! 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 The three of them fell to the bottom of the rift and smashed open 3 ice craters. When they crawled out of the ice craters, they realized that the bee had stopped playing and was looking at an ice cavern. Zhou Wen traced the bee's gaze, and when he saw the scene inside the ice cave, his eyes widened as his mouth gaped open. He nearly cried out. Chapter 1655 Meeting Tsukuyami again. Chapter 1655 Meeting Tsukuyami again. Tsukuyami isn't dead. Joe was pleasantly surprised to see Tsukuyami sitting cross-legged in the ice cavern. Tsukuyami hadn't been able to move. Furthermore, she had been implicated in that earth-shaking battle. Joe originally imagined that she had most likely encountered misfortune. He never expected to see Tsukuyami again. Although her situation didn't look good, she was still alive. It was fine as long as she was alive. Tsukuyami sat cross-legged in the ice cavern and circulated her moonlight force as though she was healing her injuries. There were no visible injuries on her body. She had probably been disturbed during her evolution and suffered internal injuries. Why did the bee come to Tsukuyami? Could it be that it wants to finish us all off? Joe's mind raced as he couldn't care less as he loudly warned Tsukuyami. However, Joe's voice couldn't enter the ice cavern because the bee had started playing its swana again. The swana sound immediately drowned out Joe's voice. Ignoring Tsukuyami, who was far away in the ice cavern, even Xiao and Joyoung, who were nearby, couldn't hear what he was shouting. The moment the swana sounded, the trio's bodies were controlled again. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape its control. Even the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder and the teacher domain were useless. Truth Listener's evil warding didn't have any effect. Joe couldn't figure out what category the swana's power came under. Joe couldn't help but walk towards the bee, but he quickly realized that something was amiss. He walked towards the bee under the music's control, but Xiao and Joyoung didn't walk over. They remained standing where they were. Joe could even see Xiao and Joyoung trying their best to move their bodies, but they couldn't move at all. They stood firmly in place, as though they had been nailed there. It's over. Could it be as Joyoung said? This bee wants to parasitize me. Joe felt a chill run down his back. Countless thoughts ran through his mind. Just as he was thinking about how he could escape the bee's control, he saw Tsukuyami being forced out of the ice cavern. Tsukuyami clearly saw Joe as well. She opened her mouth as though she was saying something to him, but due to the influence of the swana, Joe couldn't hear what she was saying despite the close distance. She looked rather alarmed, a probable sign that she didn't know what had happened. Joe regretted not learning lip reading. If he knew lip reading, he would at least know what Tsukuyami was saying, so he wouldn't be gripped by such anxiety. The two of them walked towards the bee. As the distance closed, Joe could roughly hear Tsukuyami's words. What happened here? Tsukuyami asked in panic. It's a long story, Joe said with a bitter smile. Too many things had happened in between, making it impossible to give a quick summary. Ignore that for now. Let's see if there's any way to escape the swana's control. Joe could only hope that Tsukuyami had a way to escape the swana's music. Tsukuyami should have been at the hell level before. After absorbing the power of the moon essence basin, if nothing happened in the middle, she should be at the heaven level. Now, he didn't know what her situation was or if she had advanced perfectly. If she was already at the heaven level, she might have a solution. I've already tried, but none of them worked. That sound is too strange. I can't affect it with sound-type powers, nor can I affect it with spatial powers, Tsukuyami said with a shake of her head. As the two of them spoke, they had already walked to a point less than 50 meters from each other. Furthermore, they were still approaching. In between them was the swana playing bee. If even you are out of options, then we can only leave it up to fate. I hope that the bee doesn't want our lives, Joe said with a sigh. Joe could only accept it if the bee really wanted to parasitize him. He only hoped that the bee wouldn't suck him dry after parasitizing him. That way, he would have time to think of a solution. If there was really no other way, Joe would make a trip to Chess Mountain. He would rather sign some unfair treaties with the Darch than have his flesh sucked dry by the bee. However, the bee's actions left Joe somewhat puzzled. If the bee really wanted to parasitize him, it could only parasitize one person. Then why did it bring Joe and Tsukuyami over? Could it be that this fellow wants to choose a host like how an ancient emperor chooses concubines? Does he want to gather all the beautiful girls together and compare them? Joe thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out what the bee was up to. The two of them were already in close proximity to the bee. The distance between Joe and Tsukuyami was only a step or two before the two of them finally stopped and stood facing each other. The bee's music also stopped, but Joe realized that his body was still being controlled. He couldn't move freely. What happened here? Tsukuyami asked Joe with a heavy expression. Sigh, I also want to know what happened, Joe said with a sigh. Although he had watched the bee appear from the very beginning, he really didn't know what it was up to. Tsukuyami was about to say something when she heard an earth-shattering swana blare. The bee was just above the two of them. It was just too close to them. The swana sounded even clearer than before. It was as though it reached into their souls, causing their souls to tremble. Thankfully, although the sound was a little terrifying, it didn't seem to do anything substantial. Apart from being unable to move, nothing else happened. Just as Joe was guessing what the bee meant, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. Something had automatically flown out of the chaos bead. Zhou was immediately alarmed. After all, the chaos space in the chaos bead was equivalent to another spacetime. Unless Zhou would open the chaos bead himself, the things inside shouldn't be affected by the outside world. Now that something had flown out, it was clearly affected by the Swana. This left Zhou even more alarmed at its power. Zhou took a careful look and saw that the thing that had flown out of the chaos bead was a token. It was the Heavenly Happiness token that Emperor of Shang had given him. The Heavenly Happiness token was actually a palm-sized stone token. There was a red, joy, character on it. At that moment, the Heavenly Happiness token floated between Zhou and Tsukuyami. The originally ordinary stone token shimmered with a strange glow. Chapter 1656 Paying Respects to the Heavens and Earth. The sudden appearance of the Heavenly Happiness token made Zhou immediately realize something. When Emperor Shang gave him the Heavenly Happiness token, he didn't say anything. He even gave it very casually, as though it was nothing important. However, ever since Zhou obtained the Heavenly Happiness token, what happened around it made him vaguely understand that it was definitely important. Just the characteristic of allowing a calamity creature to stay on Earth was extremely terrifying. On Earth, other than humans, all creatures would be forced to leave Earth for the universe once they advanced to the calamity grade. If they stayed, they would definitely be suppressed by the rules, or they would seal themselves. Only by weakening their strength to below the calamity grade could they stay on Earth. The most direct example was the antelope. A strong fellow like the antelope was definitely at the calamity grade, and it wasn't an ordinary calamity grade. Its usual cultivation was always in a sealed state. Even if it was heavily injured, it didn't dare release its strength. With the standards of humans now, if calamity creatures could stay on Earth, how was it possible for humanity to survive? Earth would have long been ruled by the dimensional creatures. Now, the Heavenly Happiness token was dazzling. Streams of light circulated in euphoria. It was like a red lantern hanging above Zhou and Tsukuyami. Boo! 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 The bee continued using all its strength as it kept blowing the Swana. As the Swana music sounded, the light on the Heavenly Happiness token intensified. Zhou and Tsukuyami couldn't help but turn towards the Heavenly Happiness token. Xiao, why do I find this scene a little familiar? Jiuyang, who was standing by the side, frowned as he looked at the scene in front of him. Xiao said with a strange expression. If I'm not wrong, what they are doing now seems to be a tradition of ancient times. Jiuyang's eyes lit up when he heard Xiao. That's right. That's right. It's a kind of tradition. What's the name of that tradition again? As many traditional customs had already vanished in the Federation, much less Jiuyang, who was born in the Holy Land. He only occasionally read some historical information, so he didn't have a deep impression of it. He couldn't recall it immediately. Paying respects to the heavens and earth, Xiao said. That's right. It's a ceremony to pay respects to the heavens and earth done during weddings in the East District's ancient times. There's no mistake about it. I chanced upon it when reading. The music that used to be played seems very similar to the music played by the bee. How should I put it? It's festive. Jiuyang's expression turned odd. But this is too strange. A companion beast born on a distant planet actually knows the tradition that few humans know of. It even wants to force Zhou to pay respects to the heavens and earth with a dimensional creature. This is too bizarre. What does it want? Is this really about paying respects to the heavens and earth? I don't think it's wrong. Xiao looked at Zhou and Tsukuyami and thought. If I remember correctly, there are a total of 3 steps. First, paying respect to the heavens and the earth, then paying respect to the ancestors. Finally, both husband and wife will pay respect to each other. After that, they will be sent into the bridal chamber for consummation to be truly considered husband and wife, and as Jiuyang spoke, he heard the bee's Swana turn loud and profound. The entire Swana was raised by it as it blew into the void with all its strength, as though it was paying respects to something. With the Swana sounding, Zhou and Tsukuyami couldn't help but kneel towards the Heavenly Happiness token and slowly kowtow. Zhou and Tsukuyami had naturally heard Xiao and Jiuyang's conversation. Zhou didn't find it strange at all. The Heavenly Happiness token was something that dealt with marriage. For it to appear, Zhou refused to believe that it had nothing to do with marriage. Zhou didn't have any feelings for paying respect to the heavens and earth. Even if he really did so with Tsukuyami, the Heavenly Happiness token invoked nuptial didn't mean anything, ignoring the fact that both of them were forced. Even if they weren't, it wasn't difficult for modern people to get a divorce. What Zhou was worried about was why the bee was doing this. What benefits would his marriage with Tsukuyami bring to the bee? Wait, could it be? Zhou thought of a possibility and felt his scalp tingle. The Heavenly Happiness token's ability was very likely not just carrying out a rite. Otherwise, it would be useless for such a divine artifact to be created just for a nuptial. If the Heavenly Happiness token had a more specific use, It was very likely that this effect would allow Zhou Wen and Tsukuyumi to enter the bridal chamber. It was even possible that they could directly conceive. Recalling the guess that the bee wanted to parasitize him, Zhou Wen's back was already covered in cold sweat. He increasingly felt that the bee wanted to parasitize their descendants. Typically, humans and dimensional creatures definitely had incompatible reproductive organs, but something like the Heavenly Happiness Token was very odd. It might have a special effect to break through such restrictions. The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more terrified he became. He tried his best not to kneel, but his body involuntarily sank. He couldn't stop it at all. All he could do was delay it a little. On the other side, Tsukuyumi was also struggling with all her might, but it didn't have much of an effect. "No matter what it wants, I won't let something you don't like happen," Tsukuyumi suddenly said. Her tone was odd, as though it was filled with determination. Zhou Wen and Tsukuyumi knelt side by side. Upon hearing her voice, he could only use the corner of his eye to look at Tsukuyumi. He saw her expression turn apodictic, as a strange force was brewing in her. "You have a solution?" Zhou Wen was delighted. Since Tsukuyumi still had powers to use, they might be able to escape their present predicament. "Yes." Tsukuyumi nodded. "Then quickly use it. I can't hold on any longer. If you don't use it, I'll really kneel down." Zhou Wen was delighted when he heard that, as he hurriedly urged Tsukuyumi. "You don't have to worry. I've said it before. No one can force you to do something you don't like in front of me." As Tsukuyumi spoke, the force in her body intensified. Her entire body was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Zhou Wen suddenly felt that something was amiss. He realized that blood was beginning to seep out of Tsukuyumi's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The strength in her body was expanding, as though it was about to explode. "What are you trying to do?" Zhou Wen hurriedly asked. "The Heavenly Happiness Token can forcefully facilitate a marriage, but marriage is ultimately between two people. As long as one of them dies, the Heavenly Happiness Token will naturally be useless," Tsukuyumi said. "You are self-destructing. Stop!" Zhou Wen immediately shouted. Tsukuyumi's strength showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it swelled even more. It was as though moonlight was seeping out of Tsukuyumi's skin, making her body turn crystalline. Energy surged in her, as though she would immediately explode. "I've said it before. As long as I'm around, no one can force you to do something you don't like." Tsukuyumi's eyes were resolute, but she revealed a smile on her face and slowly said, "This is all I can do for you. Take care." Chapter 1657 Sai of the King reappears. Chapter 1657 Sai of the King reappears. Tsukuyumi's eyes were firm, resolute, and stubborn, but there was sorrow, sadness, relief, liberation, reluctance, pain, and other complicated emotions hidden deep in her eyes. Even a heartless person would probably melt when they saw Tsukuyumi's eyes. They would be moved by the sincere emotions and feel pity for her. Furthermore, Zhou Wen was only a little slow-witted. He wasn't truly heartless. "Tsukuyumi, stop! I've never said I'm unwilling. Stop quickly!" Zhou Wen's emotions went through upheavals, as he couldn't help but shout. However, Tsukuyumi didn't stop. She smiled bitterly and said, "There's no need for you to force yourself. I've said it before. No one can force you to do something you aren't willing to. Much less sympathy." Zhou Wen saw that Tsukuyumi was already on the brink of self-destruction, and didn't have the time to convince her. Therefore he roared, "Stop when I tell you to! Cut the crap! Don't I know what I want? If I want you to live, you should live. If I don't want you dead, you aren't allowed to die. From now on, you will do whatever I say." Tsukuyumi watched in a daze, as her eyes gradually softened. The energy fluctuations on her body finally stopped expanding, but they didn't dissipate. "Do you know what it will entail if we kneel down? It's not a simple ritual, but truly becoming husband and wife. Are you really willing?" Tsukuyumi looked at Zhou Wen and asked in disbelief. "Of course. If not, I wouldn't have let you live," Zhou Wen said with a sigh. Although it was good to keep Tsukuyumi alive, it was difficult to predict what the bee would do to them next. If it was really as he thought, the bee's target was the descendant embryo of him and Tsukuyumi, it would be troublesome. "All right, I'll listen to you. If you don't want me dead, I won't die." Tsukuyumi's cheeks flushed as she said lovingly. At this moment, the two of them couldn't hold on any longer. Zhou Wen's knees were about to touch the ground, and the distance he was from the ground was only the height of a piece of paper. Zhou Wen had already resigned himself to fate, and gave up resisting. He planned to take things one step at a time to see what the bee was up to. However, just as Zhou Wen gave up on resisting, and his knee was about to touch the ground, a force erupted from his body, causing his knee to bounce up from the ground as he stood straight. "Scram!" A voice sounded from Zhou Wen's body. It sounded like it came from his mouth, but Zhou Wen's mouth didn't move. Furthermore, that voice wasn't a man's voice, but a woman's. With the word, "Scram," The bee that was playing the Swanna seemed to be struck by lightning as it suddenly flew backward. The Swanna in its claws fell out. The dazzling heavenly happiness token lost all its luster and fell from the sky, returning to its original stone form. Before Zhou Wen could react, he saw a shadow flash from his body. Demonic Neonate had rushed out of his body and caught the Swanna in the air. She held it to her mouth and puffed up her cheeks before blowing at the bee. The loud Swanna music penetrated straight to the soul, causing everyone's heads to buzz. It was as though their souls were about to be blown out of their bodies. The bee was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. It became dizzy, and its body kept spinning in the air. It looked like it was losing consciousness. Perhaps it was because Zhou Wen was Demonic Neonate's master, or perhaps Demonic Neonate had deliberately not allowed the Swanna's sound to affect Zhou Wen. But regardless of the reason, Zhou Wen wasn't affected. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen used the Demon Dragon King armor and borrowed the power of 8 companion beasts. Then, he injected all his strength into the golden WRM scissors and snipped at the dizzy bee. Although the bee was very powerful, it was only at the heaven level. It hadn't reached the apocalypse grade and was affected by the Swanna's music. It was already powerless to fight the golden WRM scissors. Furthermore, the reason it was so strong was that the Swanna played a huge role. Without the Swanna, the bee was at most similar to the companion beast from before, or even inferior. Just as the bee's fate was about to be sealed, it suddenly flapped its wings with all its might and transformed into a stream of light to escape, hoping to put up a final struggle. Zhou Wen chased with the golden WRM scissors in hand. Now, he naturally couldn't let the bee off. However, to everyone's surprise, the bee's figure flashed and landed diagonally on Tsukuyomi. It hid behind her as though it was afraid and stole a glance at Demonic Neonate before stabbing its head into Tsukuyomi's neck, turning into a companion beast tattoo. Zhou Wen looked at Tsukuyomi in a daze, as Tsukuyomi's gentle and shy expression gradually turned embarrassed. As though realizing something, Tsukuyomi's expression instantly changed to pleasant surprise. "Zhou Wen, you're really amazing! This companion beast is afraid of you. It automatically contracted with me and became my companion beast. As expected of my husband." Zhou Wen looked at Tsukuyomi and didn't say. Patted Zhou Wen on the shoulder. "Zhou Wen, it's worth it to be deceived by a woman who's..." Xiao didn't say anything and only gestured at Tsukuyomi with a thumbs-up gesture. "We'll be leaving now." With that said, Xiao reached out and pulled Zhou Yang. The two of them immediately vanished into the void. Only Zhou Wen and Tsukuyomi were left on the dilapidated planet. Zhou Wen finally understood why a smart woman like Tsukuyomi would choose such a dangerous planet as her residence and choose to absorb the moon essence basin here. Previously, Zhou Wen hadn't thought too much about it. Now that he thought about it carefully, he immediately felt that there was definitely something fishy. Coupled with the fact that the bee had become Tsukuyomi's companion beast at the critical moment of life and death, he was certain that Tsukuyomi had long known about the planet and had even begun setting up the whole thing. It was definitely not a coincidence that she had chosen to stay here to absorb the moon essence basin. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. "Ahem, Zhou Wen, listen to my explanation." Tsukuyomi looked into Zhou Wen's eyes as her cheeks flushed red. "There's no need to explain. It's good that you're fine. I should return." Zhou Wen wasn't angry. Tsukuyomi didn't harm him. Even if they had finished the nuptials at the end, it wouldn't have been as dangerous as he imagined. Demonic Neonate held the Swanna and flew back to Zhou Wen's side. She transformed back into a tattoo, and even the Swanna vanished. Chapter 1658 Terrible News. I nearly succeeded. How infuriating. Tsukuyomi clenched her fists angrily when she saw Zhou Wen teleport away, but she didn't know how to vent her anger. She was extremely depressed. What's the power that repelled the parasitic bee and the life and death Swanna? I seem to hear a voice that doesn't belong to Zhou Wen. Could it be that there's a terrifying existence hidden in Zhou Wen's body? After calming down, Tsukuyomi's puzzlement intensified. Thoughts constantly flashed through her mind. Why is that terrifying existence hidden in Zhou Wen's body? What's her relationship with Zhou Wen? Will it harm Zhou Wen? No, I have to think of a way to figure it out. However, on second thought, she couldn't return to Earth now. Furthermore, because of that matter, Zhou Wen definitely didn't trust her. It would probably be difficult to resolve the problem if she went to Zhou Wen now. From the looks of it, I have to think of a solution. Tsukuyomi narrowed her eyes in thought as her mind raced. Zhou Wen wasn't as Tsukuyomi had imagined. He was already a little used to Tsukuyomi's style of doing things. Even if he was deceived, he wasn't surprised. He even felt that it was only right and proper. He wasn't angry at all. Of course, this didn't mean that Zhou Wen had become foolish from all the lies. It was only because Zhou Wen knew very well that no matter how Tsukuyomi lied to him, she wouldn't really harm him. After teleporting back to Earth, Zhou Wen returned to Guide City. As interstellar teleportation had a certain deviation, Zhou appeared near the ancient city. Just as he was about to return to the base, he suddenly sensed something. He turned his head and saw a white-robed man standing by the lake. A breeze blew gently from the lake, causing the white-haired, dragon-horned man's clothes to flutter, as though he would ride the wind at any moment. "Teacher!" Zhou body trembled. Although he only saw a figure, he recognized it at a glance. "Little one." The white-robed man turned around and smiled at Zhou. It was Wang Mingyuan. "Teacher, why are you here?" Zhou was delighted to see Wang Mingyuan again. With Wang Mingyuan's current status, he definitely wouldn't casually return to Earth, much less just come to drink tea and chat with him. Zhou stood there, momentarily unsure if he should run to Wang Mingyuan as he stood there in a daze. "You've grown up." Wang Mingyuan smiled and turned around again. With his back facing Zhou, he looked at the ancient city enveloped by the misty rain and said, "When you're young, there are many things you can avoid. You didn't have to make choices because someone was standing at a high vantage point to shield you from the elements. However, as you gradually grow up, the person who shielded you from the elements would no longer be as tall as you. There would be no way to protect you in a world with no multiple choice questions. That's when it's time for you to make a choice. Teacher, what do you want me to choose?" Zhou looked at Wang Mingyuan and ultimately didn't walk over. "Earth's seal is weakening. Before long, all the dimensional zones will break out," Wang Mingyuan said. "I know." Zhou nodded with a heavy expression. More and more dimensional zones had been breached in recent times. It probably wouldn't be long before they were completely breached. When all dimensional zones break out, it will be when Earth's companion beast appears. Wang Mingyuan's words immediately made Zhou tremble. "That fast?" Zhou was alarmed. According to the present situation, it would probably only be a year or two before the dimensional zones were completely breached. If Earth's companion beast were to appear, wouldn't Earth be doomed? "Perhaps it will be faster than you imagine." Wang Mingyuan smiled and said, "Furthermore, this isn't the worst." "What's worse than this?" Zhou felt that his young heart couldn't withstand such a blow. If Earth's destruction wasn't the worst situation, he really couldn't fathom what could be worse. When that happens, the entire universe's rules that suppress the dimension will be lifted. In fact, the suppression of the universe's rules on the dimension has already begun to weaken, Wang Mingyuan said slowly. Towards the end, the smile on his face completely vanished. "Are you sure?" Zhou asked in horror. He knew very well how terrifying such a situation would be. The reason why humans could survive, or rather, the entire universe where Earth was located, could maintain a relatively peaceful state, was all because of the universe's rules of suppression on the dimension. Without this nomological suppression, all creatures in the universe would face a huge disaster, much less humans. Wang Mingyuan didn't answer Zhou as he continued. "This is a disaster, but it's also an opportunity." "What opportunity?" Zhou didn't understand. If the dimension really launched a large-scale invasion, what chance would humanity have? No one has found Earth's companion beast yet, nor does anyone know which dimensional zone on Earth will determine the ownership of Earth's companion beast. Even if the top experts of the dimension descend, they wouldn't dare rashly invade Earth. They still need humans as their representatives to vie for Earth's companion beast. Is there a need? If the dimension's apocalypse grade powerhouses can really descend completely on Earth, they have the ability to clear all the dimensional zones. Why go through so much trouble? Zhou frowned. They also want to do so, but unfortunately, they wouldn't dare. Wouldn't dare? Yes, they wouldn't dare. Even apocalypse-grade powerhouses will be afraid. What are they afraid of? What on earth is making them afraid? Zhou was alarmed as he had a nagging feeling that this might be the crux of everything. I don't know what on earth makes them afraid either. However, the former strongest expert of the dimension rushed into Earth with supreme might and nearly cracked it. However, he ultimately failed to come out and vanished from the face of the Earth. Wang Mingyuan said, "Is it that ship with a woman's portrait?" Zhou immediately thought of the woman's portrait and the anchor. Wang Mingyuan nodded. Therefore, even if the suppression of the cosmic rules disappears, the dimension won't completely invade Earth for the time being. They need some representatives to figure out what's on Earth for them. After a pause, Wang Mingyuan continued, "There are many races in the dimension now, but there are a total of 7 truly powerful races. You shouldn't be too unfamiliar with them. The 6 holy temples represent the 6 powerful races of the dimension. However, the strongest in the dimension isn't these 6 races, but the immortals." Zhou did some calculations and realized that he wasn't a stranger to them at all. He had dealt with many people in the Holy Land and had a grudge with the immortals. With this in mind, he had offended all 7 of the strongest races in the dimension. In the future, when the dimension fully descended, he felt that his living environment would become abnormally harsh. Since the immortals are so strong, Why didn't they establish a holy temple in the Holy Land? Zhou Wen was somewhat puzzled by this. Previously, the strongest expert from the dimension who descended on Earth came from the Immortals. They were a race that all submitted to. Back then, even the union of the 6 holy races had to submit to the Immortals. Unfortunately, the Immortal who made all races submit vanished from Earth. Wang Mingyuan said slowly. Chapter 1659 Choosing My Own Path. Zhou Wen's hair stood on end when he heard that. Such a powerful existence had actually vanished from Earth. It was no wonder the terrifying existences in the dimension were so wary of Earth. After the Immortals suffered that heavy blow, the 6 holy races were able to rise up and become the rulers of the dimension. Even so, they needed the 6 races to join forces to suppress the heavily weakened Immortals. After so many years, even if the 6 holy races join forces, it will be difficult for them to completely suppress the present-day Immortals. The possibility of them ruling the world again is very high. Wang Mingyuan paused for a moment before continuing. The descent of the dimension is inevitable. The various races will seek out their representatives on Earth. The Immortals hope that you can become their representative. If you agree, the matter between Perfect Sword Immortal and Berserker Immortal will be written off. If I become the representative of the Immortals, wouldn't that be equivalent to helping the Immortals destroy Earth? Zhou Wen said after some thought. Wang Mingyuan smiled and said, Then you have to ask yourself. Zhou Wen looked at Wang Mingyuan in a daze, unsure what he meant. Without explaining, Wang Mingyuan threw an item at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen caught it, and saw that it was an ice crystal-like ring. You are already at the age where you can make your own choices. Think about it slowly. If you are willing to become the representative of the Immortals, crush that ring. Wang Mingyuan said, as his figure gradually turned ethereal, as though he was about to turn transparent. Teacher, if it were you, what would you choose? Zhou Wen asked. My path might not be suitable for you, Wang Mingyuan said, as he finally turned around. His transparent body floated in the air, as he looked gently at Zhou Wen and said, Some people choose to walk towards heaven, while others choose to walk towards hell. No matter where they go, they just have to follow their hearts. If you walk to hell one day, don't be afraid or hesitant. Stretch out your hand. There will definitely be a hand waiting for you at a spot within reach. With that last word, Wang Mingyuan's body completely vanished. Zhou Wen looked at the spot where Wang Mingyuan had vanished and didn't move for a long time. In an era where all the gods are about to descend to the mortal world, what's the difference between walking to heaven and walking to hell? After a long while, Zhou Wen sighed and put away the ring. When he returned to Guide City, he found the situation they're wanting. Li Xian, Qin Zhen, Feng Qiuyan, Ming Xiu, and company were busy fighting everywhere to ensure the safety of the base. Recently, more and more breakout creatures had rushed out of dimensional zones near Guide City. If not for the fact that Li Xian and company were top experts among humans, the base would have long been razed to the ground. Even with so many experts gathered in Guide City, ordinary citizens had recently suffered casualties. Although there weren't many, it was enough to make one wary. Old Zhou, you're finally back. We have to find the dimensional zone to build a city as soon as possible. There's no way to defend this crappy place, Li Xian said gloomily when he saw Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen saw that Li Xian wasn't in a good mood. His eyes were bloodshot. If even Li Xian, who had an almost immortal body, looked so exhausted, the others must be suffering even more. It's time to find a dimensional zone to build a city. Is Xia Xianyu still here? Zhou Wen knew that it would probably be difficult to find a suitable dimensional zone to build a city in a short period of time. If there was no other way, he could only cooperate with the Xia family. She's been here the entire time, and has helped us quite a bit. Recently, there have been too many breakout creatures appearing. We don't have enough manpower, and Xia Xianyu and the Xia family have contributed quite a bit, Li Xian said. Then I'll meet her. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Zhou Wen knew that Li Xian had tacitly agreed to cooperate with the Xia family. The Xia family was quite sincere. Breakout creatures had recently appeared with high frequencies. Many families that had come to observe had already evacuated Guide City. For Xia Xianyu to still lead people to help guard the base at this time showed the Xia family's sincerity. By the way, Sis Yuji is here. She has been of great help to us recently, Li Xian hurriedly added when he saw Zhou Wen preparing to leave. Why is she here? Who else from the Zhang family is here? Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback. Others might not know Zhang Yuji's background, but Zhou Wen knew very well that the entire Zhang family treated her like a treasure, afraid that anything would happen to her. Ignoring a dangerous place like Guide City, even in the Zhang family's dimensional zone, Zhang Yuji would have many people protecting her. The Zhang family had actually sent Zhang Yuji to Guide City, exceeding Zhou Wen's expectations. There's also Zhang Xiao and a White Crane team. From what Sis Yuji said, the Zhang family seems interested in investing in us. Li Xian's tone suddenly turned suggestive as he lowered his voice and said, "However, I don't know if the Zhang family is interested in us or if Sis Yuji is interested in someone." "What are you talking about?" Zhou Wen glared at him angrily. "With Sis Yuji's importance to the Zhang family, if it wasn't for the Zhang family's ulterior motives, how could they have let her come here? Even if Sis Yuji agreed, the Zhang family wouldn't have let her come. That might be exactly what they want. Speaking of which, you aren't young anymore. Although Sis Yuji is a little older than us, she's definitely not considered old. It's not bad to have a mature woman, so consider it," Li Xian said with a silly smile. "You still have time to think about this. From the looks of it, there's no rush to build a city," Zhou Wen said indifferently. "It's best if you quickly find a dimensional zone to build the city. If this continues, even if I can hold on, the others will collapse," Li Xian hurriedly said. "Where are Xia Xianyu and Sis Yuji now?" Zhou Wen asked after some thought. "They are all in the Fuyu estate. A group of dimensional creatures was cleared last night. They are probably resting now. Xia Xianyu and the Xia family live in Block 9, while Sis Yuji and Zhang Xiao live in Block 10. Li Xian gave Zhou Wen the detailed address. "Why did you arrange for them to be so close?" Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Li Xian said helplessly. "I didn't arrange it. They requested it themselves. The Xia family and the Zhang family have a good relationship. They said that they can take care of each other by living closer to each other." Zhou Wen didn't say anything else. After bidding Li Xian farewell, he headed for the Fuyu estate and quickly arrived at the district. After some hesitation, Zhou Wen walked towards Block 9, hoping to discuss the dimensional zone with Xia Xianyu. "Zhou Wen." Just as he was about to reach Block 9, he heard someone call his name. He turned his head and saw Zhang Yuji standing at the entrance of Block 10, waving at him. "Zhou Wen, you're here for me, right?" Just as Zhou Wen was about to turn around and walk over, he realized that Xia Xianyu had walked out of Block 9 and greeted him with a smile. Chapter 1660 A City for You. Zhou Wen looked at Xia Xianyu before looking at Zhang Yuji. After some thought, he said, "Time is tight. Let's have a chat together." Zhou Wen gathered the two of them over, but didn't enter the building. He sat down in the garden pavilion in the district. With the Xia and Zhang families guarding outside, he wasn't afraid of anyone disturbing them. "Miss Xia, you previously said that there is a suitable dimensional zone that can be used to build a city. I have intentions of cooperating, but I can only decide after seeing the exact situation of that dimensional zone. Don't worry, we can sign a contract first. As long as we use the dimensional zones you provide to build a city, I won't give you a single cent less," Zhou Wen said bluntly, having no intention of being gratuitous. He knew that time was of the essence. In the next year or two, the dimensional zones would completely break out. When that happened, without a dimensional zone as a refuge, hundreds of thousands of people would probably die. "With the Federation's current situation, what's the point of signing a contract?" Xia Xianyu smiled and continued. "Since I'm here, I naturally trust you. There's no need to sign a contract. I can take you there anytime." Just as Zhou Wen was about to say something, Zhang Yuji beat him to it. "Wait, little one, why didn't you ask me before if you're trying to find a dimensional zone to establish a city?" Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback. "Sis Yuji, what do you mean?" Zhang Yuji said. "In terms of geomancy, which family in the world can compare to our Zhang family? Let alone finding a place to build a city, even if you want to find a place to build a palace, I can help you find the best spot." Zhang Yuji's words sounded like bragging, but when Zhou Wen thought about it, it did seem to make sense. The Zhang family specialized in this, so although it was a problem for Zhou Wen and company, she could probably resolve it easily. When Xia Xianyu heard Zhang Yuji say that, she curled her lips and said, "I admit that your Zhang family's knowledge of geomancy is indeed unparalleled in the world. You guys are probably the best if you're trying to find a grave site, but it's not necessarily the case when it comes to finding the dimensional zone. Zhou Wen, you have to think carefully. Don't use the lives of hundreds of thousands of people to verify their knowledge." What Xia Xianyu said makes sense. Even if the art of geomancy can really deduce where there are dimensional zones, how can I deduce if that dimensional zone is suitable for building a city? Zhou Wen thought. Zhang Yuji wasn't angered when she heard that. She continued indifferently. "Little one, I'll take you there to take a look first. See if it's suitable for you." Drays. "Sis, what are the Zhang family's conditions?" Zhou Wen knew the principle of settling scores clearly even between brothers. Furthermore, Zhang Yuji didn't only represent herself, but she also had the Zhang family's interests behind her. "What do you mean by conditions?" "This is my greeting gift to you." Zhang Yuji smiled and said, "I'm me, and the Zhang family is the Zhang family. You helped me so much in the past, so what's wrong with giving you a home? Regardless of whether you will cooperate with the Zhang family in the future, it has nothing to do with this matter." Furthermore, I don't wish for you to cooperate with the Zhang family. Zhang Yuji's last sentence left Xia Xianyu and Zhou Wen stunned. The first half of the sentence was understandable. Be it Zhang Yuji's true thoughts or her desire to build a good relationship with Zhou Wen, those words made sense. However, her last sentence didn't make sense. As a member of the Zhang family, Zhang Yuji didn't wish for Zhou Wen to cooperate with the Zhang family. It was baffling. Zhou Wen originally wanted to ask why, but he held back. There were too many people here, so it wouldn't be nice to ask. He planned on asking her in private later. However, Xia Xianyu suddenly thought of something. She glanced at Zhang Yuji before saying meaningfully to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen, the dimensional zone I plan on introducing to you is Dichio. I can guarantee that our Xia family discovered that dimensional zone first. It's unlike some families, who rely on their intelligence to do despicable deeds. Clearly, Xia Xianyu suspected that the Zhang family had stolen information about the Xia family, and wanted to use the same dimensional zone to cooperate with Zhou Wen. She didn't believe a word Zhang Yuji said. After all, Guide City had many strange dimensional zones. How could it be so easy to find another dimensional zone suitable for establishing a city? The possibility of it being the same dimensional zone was extremely high. Regardless of whether the Zhang family had stolen the information from the Xia family, Xia Xianyu had said it first. If it was really the same dimensional zone, it wouldn't be nice for the Zhang family to continue vying for it. Zhou Wen wasn't unfamiliar with the name Dichio. Legend had it that Emperor Ku of the Three Sovereigns and 5 emperors was buried there. Everyone felt that there should be a dimensional zone there, but no one found it. Ignoring the question of whether it was suitable for establishing a city, it was already amazing for the Xia family to have found the Dichio dimensional zone. Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Yuji, wanting to know if the dimensional zone Zhang Yuji mentioned was Dichio. The corners of Zhang Yuji's mouth curled up slightly, as she said disdainfully. Some people like to project themselves on others when judging them. Our Zhang family naturally knows about a dimensional zone like the Digit dynasty, but it's a cemetery after all. Even the tomb of Emperor Ku can't change the fact that it's a haunted place. That's a place for the dead. Why would I get Little One to build a city in that place? Wouldn't that be building a city for the dead? Oh, then I would like to know where the dimensional zone your Zhang family chose is. Xia Xianyu said as she stared at Zhang Yuji. It's not Dichio anyway. As for where it has nothing to do with your Xia family, Zhang Yuji said as she pulled Zhou Wen's hand and got up. Let's go! I'll take you to see that dimensional zone now. As for Dichio, there's no point in going. Miss Xia, if we use Dichio City in the future, the Xia family will definitely have a share. Don't worry about that. Zhou Wen explained to Xia Xianyu before being pulled away by Zhang Yuji. After leaving the district and finding no one around, Zhou Wen asked Zhang Yuji. Sis, where is the dimensional zone you mentioned? You'll know when we get there. Zhang Yuji blinked, but she didn't tell Zhou Wen the answer. All she did was pull him forward. Zhang Xiao and the members of the White Crane team protected Zhang Yuji without speaking to Zhou Wen. Even Zhang Xiao, who had always had a problem with Zhou Wen, didn't say a word. As they traveled, Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss. The path Zhang Yuji had taken him on was the one near Guide City. He had been to all these places before, and he knew the dimensional zones here. There weren't any dimensional zones that were suitable for establishing a city. When Zhang Yuji stopped, Zhou Wen looked at the familiar ancient city and moat and asked with an odd expression. Don't tell me the dimensional zone you mentioned is here? That's right. It's Guide Ancient City. If you want to build a city, the city is already here. You can even save the money needed to build it. Aren't I good to you? Zhang Yuji said with a smile. Chapter 1661 Entering the Ancient City Again. Sis, are you joking? Zhou Wen's face darkened. Others might not know, but he knew very well how terrifying the existence inside the ancient city was. Even though Zhou Wen could already match heaven-level creatures, he still didn't dare rashly enter the ancient city. Before reaching the 3 conditions mentioned by the humanoid creature, Zhou Wen wasn't willing to take the risk to enter the ancient city again. Zhang Yuji said in all seriousness. Of course not. There are indeed terrifying existences in the ancient city. The various factions have actually been trying to probe the situation inside, but those who entered basically didn't come out alive. We don't know much about the situation inside, and my family was lucky to learn of the situation inside. Since you know this, you should know that the ancient city can't be used as a human city. Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Yuji in puzzlement, unsure why she had made such a suggestion. Others might not know, but have you forgotten what abilities I have? Zhang Yuji said to Zhou Wen. It's not good for you to use that ability, right? Zhou Wen knew what kind of ability Zhang Yuji had, but Zhang Yuji wasn't willing to use such an ability herself. Therefore, he had never thought of getting Zhang Yuji to use her ability to help him. It wouldn't be nice if I killed my friend, but as long as I don't harm my friend, there's naturally nothing wrong, Zhang Yuji said as she blinked. How do I build a city without killing that creature? Zhou Wen was puzzled. If he didn't kill it, how could he occupy the ancient city? As long as I'm here, the terrifying creatures in the city will always be my friends. My friends naturally won't harm my friends, so won't you be able to build a city? Zhang Yuji said with a smile. Well, you can't stay here forever, right? Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Yuji in a daze before saying, Why not? I came here to join you. I won't return to Mount Dragon Tiger again. Don't tell me you won't take me in. Zhang Yuji looked very serious without any intention of joking. Even if you are willing, the Zhang family won't let you stay here forever, right? Zhou Wen didn't believe that the Zhang family was willing to let Zhang Yuji stay outside. She was the Zhang family's supreme treasure. Why not? It was the family's decision. I'll stay here with you in the future. There's no need to return. I don't need to care about the Zhang family's matters anymore, Zhang Yuji said. Zhou Wen still had his concerns. Even if the Zhang family was willing to let Zhang Yuji stay, what if the Zhang family made her leave in the future? If Zhou Wen and company entered the ancient city, wouldn't everyone be doomed once Zhang Yuji left? Even if Zhang Yuji didn't leave, wouldn't Zhou Wen be controlled by the Zhang family if they used her as a threat? No matter how Zhou Wen thought about it, he felt that the ancient city couldn't be accepted. However, Zhang Yuji had already pulled him towards the ancient city's entrance. As they walked, she said, I know what you're worried about. If you are willing to take me in, I'll be a part of Guide City in the future. It's naturally impossible for me to ignore Guide City. Without your permission, I definitely won't leave the ancient city. Furthermore, even if I want to leave, I'm afraid there won't be a home to return to. What do you mean? Zhou Wen was alarmed, imagining that something had happened to the Zhang family. Chuanqiu wants me to tell you that after I enter Guide City, I can't treat myself as a member of the Zhang family. Zhang Yuji's expression darkened. Why? Zhou Wen didn't understand why the Zhang family was willing to release Zhang Yuji. To the Zhang family, Zhang Yuji was their most precious wealth. Yet, they were giving their most precious wealth to an outsider. He really couldn't figure out why the Zhang family was doing this. Chuanqiu said that the dimensional zones on Earth will soon undergo a large-scale breakout. It will happen in only a year or two. He doesn't know how long the Zhang family can defend the fort, so he got me to come here and leave a way out for them. If Mount Dragon Tiger can't be defended one day, with me here, the Zhang family can still have a place to stay. Zhang Yuji recounted Zhang Chuanqiu's words without hiding anything. What makes Zhang Chuanqiu think that I'll definitely be able to defend this place? The environment here isn't much better than Mount Dragon Tiger. Zhou Wen was taken aback when he heard that. Guide City had many myths and legends. There were countless immortals from all walks of life. Zhou Wen wasn't completely confident that he could defend it if all the dimensional zones were breached. However, the Zhang family had actually deduced that all the dimensional zones on Earth were about to break out. The timing was about as Wang Mingyuan had said. They were indeed capable. Chuanqiu said that if there's a final human city on Earth, it will definitely be yours. Zhang Yuji mimicked Zhang Chuanqiu's tone and said in all seriousness, I never expected Zhang Chuanqiu to think so highly of me. Zhou Wen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Stay here and wait for me. I'll go in with Zhou Wen. Zhang Yuji got Zhang Xiao and the White Crane team to stay outside the ancient city's entrance as she pulled Zhou Wen into the ancient city. The interior of the ancient city had already expanded to an extremely large scale. There were pavilions and buildings and large palaces. It looked like a huge ancient capital that was completely different from the original small city. Even someone like Zhou Wen, who had been born here, couldn't recognize this place. Furthermore, the situation inside was somewhat strange. There was no sound at all in the huge ancient city. It was so quiet that one could even hear a pin drop. There were many dimensional creatures in the moat outside the city, but there wasn't a single one in the city. The silence was deafening. Is your ability really effective against all dimensional creatures? Will high-level dimensional creatures be immune to your ability? Zhou Wen asked Zhang Yuji uneasily. This humanoid creature was no ordinary dimensional creature. If Zhang Yuji's ability was useless, wouldn't they be sending themselves to their deaths? I'm not sure if high-level dimensional creatures are immune to my ability. However, up to now, nothing like that has happened. Even calamity creatures are no exception. Zhang Yuji was very confident in her abilities. Clearly, she had never failed. Zhou Wen was about to say something when his eyes suddenly focused. He saw a figure slowly walking over from the ancient city's middle street. The figure had his head lowered. His long gray hair cascaded down, almost covering his entire face. His hands seemed to hang by his side subconsciously. When he walked, it was as though they had snapped and were swaying with his figure. He didn't seem to be walking fast and was staggering, but despite clearly walking from the end of the long street, he was almost in front of them in a few steps. Has he completely lost himself? Zhou stared at the humanoid creature. He couldn't sense the nearly human-like aura from before. Now, he looked like a pure dimensional creature no matter how he looked at it. Chapter 1662 A Bug-like Ability. Zhou subconsciously shielded Zhang Yuji behind him. At the same time, he put on the Dragon King armor and borrowed the power of 8 companion beasts, prepared to fight the humanoid creature at any time. Calm down. He won't be our enemy, Zhang Yuji said gently, as she pressed her hand on Zhou shoulder. With that said, Zhang Yuji walked out from behind Zhou without waiting for him to say a word. She took the initiative to walk towards the humanoid monster. Are you sure it's fine? Zhou was still somewhat worried. He had a nagging feeling that if the imperceptible ability failed, it would be equivalent to dying. Zhang Yuji didn't answer as she walked towards the humanoid monster. Her aura seemed to have changed. The humanoid monster had clearly lost its humanity, nor did it remember Zhou. Its eyes shimmered with a sanguine glow. Even the hair hanging down in front of it couldn't hide the ferocious glint in its eyes, as though it could devour anyone at any moment. The essence energy fluctuations from his body weren't weaker than the companion beast killed by the Swana. Zhou still felt that it was too dangerous. He secretly summoned Demonic Neonate and made her prepare to attack at any time. Although Demonic Neonate was only at the Terror grade, her combat strength wasn't inferior to the top heaven-level creatures, especially the Swana she had just snatched. To be able to kill a heaven-level creature by blowing the Swana was no ordinary feat. Come to my side! Faced with such a terrifying creature, Zhang Yuji spread out her arms, as though she was welcoming an old friend she hadn't seen in a long time. It made Zhou break out into a cold sweat. If Zhang Yuji got too close to the humanoid creature and something happened, Zhou might not be able to rescue her. Just as Zhou was hesitating about stopping Zhang Yuji, the humanoid creature had already walked in front of her. Zhang Yuji rushed over and hugged the humanoid creature. Zhou's scalp tingled as he nervously looked at the humanoid creature with a ferocious glint in its eyes. He almost couldn't help but attack. Thankfully, he held back in the end. The humanoid creature was hugged by Zhang Yuji and didn't attack her. The ferocious glint in his eyes was revealed when he looked at Zhou. It's fine. I'm here. Zhang Yuji placated the humanoid monster. The powerful and terrifying humanoid creature gradually turned gentle and stopped showing its ferocious appearance. Seeing the humanoid creature slowly relax and quieten down, Zhang Yuji released her grip on him and stroked his hair with one hand. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhou wouldn't have believed that there was such an unbelievable power in the world. Such a powerful and terrifying dimensional creature was like a child, as it rubbed its head and face against Zhang Yuji's palm. It's no wonder the Zhang family has always treated Zhang Yuji as a god, afraid that something would happen to her. Such an ability is like a bug in games. The Zhang family has used Zhang Yuji all these years, and killed countless high-level dimensional creatures. Their wealth must be much richer than I imagined, Zhou thought. Zhou was alarmed, but he never thought of using Zhang Yuji's powers to kill dimensional creatures. That would be too cruel for Zhang Yuji. Although he didn't know what Zhang Yuji's ability was, Zhou could tell that it wasn't just a skill. Zhang Yuji had also thrown in her true feelings and even unconditional trust, treating dimensional creatures as existences that could live and die together with her. Such commitment might be the foundation of Zhang Yuji's ability. Under Zhang Yuji's placation, the humanoid creature had become much more docile. However, when it looked at Zhou, it still revealed a ferocious look from time to time, looking feral. Don't approach him for the time being. I need to spend more time with him. After some time, he won't be as afraid of strangers as he is now, Zhang Yuji said to Zhou as she placated the humanoid creature. Zhou's heart stirred as he looked at the humanoid creature and said, Can you communicate with him? Can you ask him some questions? The last time the humanoid creature spoke to him, it was done in a vague manner. Zhou wanted to know what the 3 conditions the humanoid creature mentioned were. Sure, but it will take some time. I haven't completely gained his trust, Zhang Yuji said. You still haven't gained his complete trust even like that? Zhou saw that Zhang Yuji could already touch the humanoid monster's head. If she wanted to harm the humanoid creature, she could attack his vital spots at any time. It's not that simple. His willpower is very strong. I reckon it will take at least half a month to completely make him trust me. When the time comes, you can ask whatever you want, Zhang Yuji said. There's no rush. I'll look around the city to see if there are any other dimensional creatures. I also want to see if this place is really suitable for human habitation. Since Zhang Yuji was building her relationship with the humanoid creature, it was useless for Zhou to stay here, so he decided to tour the ancient city. The space inside the ancient city had expanded tremendously. There were palatial buildings everywhere. Yet, such a huge city didn't have any dimensional creatures. In the past, there were still skeleton soldiers and skeleton generals in the city, but now, there was nothing. It was an empty city. Even the interior of the buildings was empty. If nothing went wrong, this place was indeed very suitable for living. Even the houses were ready-made and in move-in condition. Zhou Wen roughly estimated that the buildings in the city were more than enough for 1 million people to live in. There were plenty of empty spaces in the city, so it wasn't a bad idea to use them as farms. The key was that there was a well in the ancient city. Zhou Wen tasted it and realized that the water in the well was sweet and refreshing. It could be drunk directly, and was different from the water in the moat. There was no need to worry about water sources. As long as the 4 city gates were closed from the inside, it would be difficult for the creatures outside to barge in. It was indeed a good place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Of course, this place wasn't completely without flaws. At present, there weren't any dimensional creatures in the city. If he wanted to hunt dimensional creatures, he had to go out and hunt the skeletons that crawled out of the moat. There weren't any edible dimensional creatures nearby, so it wasn't conducive for gathering meat. However, these problems weren't major problems. There were solutions. The most important thing now was to find a home for the hundreds of thousands of people to settle down. Ancient City was undoubtedly the most suitable place for the time being. I ended up establishing a city here. Zhou Wen came to the fire god platform and looked at the stone saber embedded in the stone furnace. He didn't know what to feel. After making all kinds of turns and detours, to his surprise, he still returned to the starting point. Overseer Luoyang's residence. And Tianzhua, who was reading some documents, suddenly looked up and said, "Since you're here, come in and have a cup of tea. Be it fighting or escaping, there's no rush." As expected of Overseer In. Before the door opened, a figure passed through it. The figure was a shadow. It was blurry, as though a person could be seen clearly. However, no matter how carefully one looked, one couldn't tell what he looked like. "How do I address you?" And Tianzhua poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of the figure. "You can call me Spirit Slave. I came to see you, Overseer, because I hope that you can become the representative of our spirit race in the human world," the figure said slowly. "Why should I be your representative?" And Tianzhua drank a mouthful of tea and placed the teacup on the table before asking Spirit Slave. "The Earth Seal will soon be lifted. The dimensional descent is a foregone conclusion. The various races of the dimension are searching for representatives in the human world and will provide them with large amounts of resources. Our spirit race will also provide you with resources," said Spirit Slave. "Then why should I choose your spirit race and not the other races?" And Tianzhua's expression didn't change as he continued asking. Chapter 1663 Representatives. The resources that the 6 holy races possess are indeed much more than our spirit race. What they can give you might also be what our spirit race can't give you. However, the 6 holy races have been plotting on Earth for many years, and have already spread the net for countless geniuses among humans. Even if they think highly of you, the resources they give you will only be a tiny fraction," said Spirit Slave. And Tianzhua sat in his chair and placed his hands on the table as he calmly looked at Spirit Slave and said, "A large race is a large race after all. Even if it's just a fraction, it might not be less than what you can offer. Furthermore, as the saying goes, when it comes to choosing shade, it's better to choose a big tree. If I choose your spirit race, it's equivalent to fighting alone. And by choosing them, not only can I obtain resources, but I can also have many helpers, right? You're right. However, the holy race might not think as highly of you as we do. It's impossible for them to have their race's sovereign to personally meet you, much less give you pointers. This is my race's sincerity. The leader of your race wants to meet me." And Tianzhua revealed a look of surprise. "Yes. Although my race hasn't reached the position of holy races, my race's leader is a powerful existence that can be ranked in the top 10 of the alien races." Spirit Slave's voice was filled with pride. "In that case, I'll meet your race's leader, who can be ranked in the top 10 of the alien races," said Tianzhua. This time, Spirit Slave was the one who was slightly taken aback. He never expected Tianzhua to agree so easily. He swallowed the words of persuasion he had prepared. "Why? Can't we meet now?" And Tianzhua said indifferently. "Of course. However, with Earth's openness, it's still a little troublesome to enter the dimension. I can only ask you to leave Earth with me before using some means to enter the dimension." Luoyang's Li family. "Li Maobai, you don't have to answer me immediately. You can consider it slowly." Li Maobai sat in front of the lamp that shone his shadow on the wall. The shadow was completely different from his actions. Furthermore, it could make sounds. "There's no need. Take me to your Lord of Evil Ghosts," Li Maobai said. "What a wise choice." The shadow cackled. In the next second, the lamp was switched off and the room turned pitch black. The ultimate family clan of the North District. "Lance, tell me your answer." A glorious figure floated in front of Lance. Under the immense pressure, The companions who were with Lance couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure as they knelt on one knee. Their faces were distorted, and their bodies were covered in sweat. There are so many saints in the Divine Emperor Holy Temple. Why do you still want me? Furthermore, the ones corresponding to your Divine Emperor Holy Temple should be the Cape family, right? Why aren't you choosing people from the Cape family? Why are you looking for me? Lance's entire body was trembling. His legs were about to break, but he still held on and didn't kneel. SOV. There can only be one sovereign in this world. If you come, you will be the only sovereign in my race's holy temple. The figure continued. However, everyone wants to become sovereign. If you become sovereign, you have to constantly accept challenges from everyone. If you lose, you will be reduced to nothing. If you remain undefeated, the people who want to become sovereign will constantly challenge you until you die or lose. Tell me your choice. It doesn't matter if I become sovereign or not. The key is that I like the feeling of constantly winning, Lance said in all seriousness. Jowen had already explored Guide Ancient City thoroughly in the past few days. Apart from the lack of dimensional creatures, everything else was suitable as a human city. The city was big enough. Not only was it huge, but there was also a large space inside the many buildings. The entire city's space was many times bigger than it appeared from the outside. Furthermore, there was plenty of water here. There were many stone wells distributed in the city, and the underground water in the wells was endless. It could be used for planting and breeding. As long as there was water, they could become self-sufficient with food. The only hidden danger was the stone saber on Fire God platform. If the stone saber was pulled out, it was unknown what changes the ancient city would undergo. As for the humanoid monster, it had already been completely tamed by Zhang Yuji. It followed Zhang Yuji every moment like her bodyguard. However, other than Zhang Yuji, he had a strong desire to attack other humans when he saw them. Luckily, with Zhang Yuji around, he wouldn't really attack humans. How is it? Have you decided? Do you want to build a city here? Zhang Yuji asked Jowen with a smile. Let's do it here, Jowen answered with a nod. He had already thought it through over the past few days, so there was no need for him to hesitate. Upon hearing Jowen's answer, Zhang Yuji sighed. From the looks of it, I jumped from one cage to another. This isn't a cage. This is home, Jowen said. Then I want to choose the best room for this home. Zhang Yuji laughed again. Jowen left the ancient city and returned to the base. Zhang Yuji and the Zhang family stayed in the ancient city. It wasn't that Zhang Yuji didn't wish to return with him, but she couldn't leave. She needed to continue nurturing her relationship with the humanoid monster, hoping to restrain him as much as possible to prevent any accidents from happening during the mass migration. Just as Zhang Yuji had said, if they really built a city, it would probably be difficult for her to leave in the future. Jowen returned to the base and found Li Xian in the meeting hall. Then, he realized that Feng Qiuyan, Ming Xiu, and Qin Jin were all there. Old Zhou, you came back at the right time. They encountered some trouble. Give them some suggestions, Li Xian said as he pointed at Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu. What happened? Zhou would imagine that something had happened to their family when he saw that they were fine. Feng Qiuyan's expression was solemn as he looked at Jowen and said, Coach, there are dimensional races that want the two of us to become their representatives on Earth. Which race found you? One of the 6 holy temples? Jowen wasn't surprised when he heard that. He had already learned from Wang Mingyuan that the seal on Earth was weakening. The terrifying existences in the dimension wouldn't dare risk entering Earth themselves. They would definitely find some humans to figure out what was on Earth on their behalf. Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu were the cream of the crop among humans, so it wasn't surprising that the races of the dimension would seek them out. No, they are all races I've never heard of. The one that came to me is some inter-race? The one that went to Little Yen Yen is some phaseless race. Ming Xiu paused before continuing. They said that they will send us into the dimension to cultivate for a period of time, and give us enough resources, and help us advance to the calamity grade. Coach, do you think we should go? Jowen looked at Ming Xiu before looking at Feng Qiuyan. He shook his head and sighed. The answer is already in your hearts. Why bother asking? If Coach needs me to stay, I'll stay, Feng Qiuyan said. I need you, but not now. Jowen patted Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu's shoulders. Just respect your conscience. However, you still have to be careful. The fellows from the dimension aren't good people. You can take advantage of them, but be careful not to be exploited. The base's situation is in a terrible state now. If we leave, will the base be capable of defending? Ming Xiu asked worriedly. Don't worry. I've already chosen a city. There's no need to build it. We can move over immediately, Jowen said with a smile. There was no such thing as an airtight secret in the world. The news of the various dimensional races choosing representatives among humans quickly spread in the Federation. Chapter 1664 Mo. It was unknown if it was news released by the Dimension itself, but the entire Federation soon learned that the various races of the Dimension had chosen their representatives among humans. They could obtain the resources of the dimensional races and enter a high-level world like the Dimension to cultivate. They could obtain the pointers of dimensional experts, and he didn't even have to sell their lives to the Dimension like saints. All they needed to do was sign a contract and help the dimensional races find something on Earth to terminate the contract. Even if the contract wasn't terminated, other than searching for such a thing, the representative could also reject the other requests of the Dimension and not work for them. Almost everyone was tempted by such conditions. It was more like a partnership. Without really selling one's life to the Dimension, one could obtain all sorts of benefits. Where else could one find such a good deal? Everyone felt that this was a good thing, but the people who really received the invitation were watching. Very few people directly accepted the invitation. Things were too good to be true, so it inevitably made people suspicious, afraid that dimensional powerhouses would tamper with the contract. Although Feng Qiuyan and Ming Shou had already decided to head to the Dimension for cultivation, they didn't immediately head there. They still decided to wait for the people from Guide City to be evacuated into the ancient city before heading to the Dimension after everything had stabilized. This process went very smoothly. There were many buildings in the ancient city to begin with, so all they needed to do was draw up plans for the distribution. In this aspect, Li Xian had found experts from the Li family, and the Zhang family was a top expert in this area. After discussion, they quickly came up with a plan. Hundreds of thousands of people methodically migrated into the ancient city. The migration wasn't difficult. The difficult part was how to form a self-sufficient supply chain in the ancient city and provide livelihoods to the residents. It was impossible for Zhou Wen to provide for them for no reason. Excessive kindness could backfire, and kindness wasn't something that could be easily given. Hundreds of thousands of people needed to pay a price for something. Otherwise, if they relied on Zhou Wen's providence, chaos would definitely ensue in the future. The quality of the hundreds of thousands of people were varied, and their combat abilities were basically very low. Zhou Wen didn't expect them to really fight. Those who could fight were given the chance to hunt dimensional creatures to exchange for supplies. Those who didn't have combat abilities were employed in farming, livestock raising, business, education, and administrative work. These complicated plans and work were basically handled by Li Xian and the Zhang family, with the Xia family involving themselves a little. Zhou Wen wasn't willing to put his mind on this. Apart from grinding dungeons daily, Zhou Wen focused more on how to advance his various essence energy arts to a domain. I have to advance to the true calamity grade as soon as possible. After some thought, Zhou Wen decided to make another trip to Luoyang. Firstly, he had to bring Yer back. Secondly, he had to make a trip to Small Buddha Temple in real life to see if he could find the opportunity for small perfection of Wisdom Sutra to advance to the calamity grade. The cube has lit up again. Another person is challenging the Star Palace dimensional zone. It's actually a human. Furthermore, it looks a little familiar. Isn't that a famous loser from the family clan of gods? The inept Mo? Why is he challenging the Cube Star Palace? Does he have a death wish? That's not right. How did he enter? Don't 4 people have to be together to open the cube? Would the family clan of gods sacrifice 3 lives to send Mo up? What's the point? It was no wonder people were surprised. Mo was quite famous in the West District, and even the entire Federation. Of course, it was infamy. Born in a family like the family clan of gods, not only was Mo's talent and aptitude surprisingly poor, but he only condensed a life providence at the age of 20 to become a legendary. More exasperating was his life providence. It was extremely useless. It was called harming others without benefiting oneself. The useless god of unkilling life providence that the Dugu family produced only meant that one couldn't kill. Mo was even more extreme. If Mo were to harm others, not only would others be fine, but he would end up injured. The simplest example was when Mo slashed at someone's neck with a saber. The person would end up fine, but Mo would have his own head chopped off. Of course, Mo had never really tried chopping off the heads of others. When he went to hunt dimensional creatures, he suffered a backlash. One could imagine how despairing it was for Mo, who had finally condensed a life providence after 20 years of hard work, and was excited to hunt dimensional creatures. Since then, Mo had become a joke of the family clan of gods. Although no one dared to say anything about Mo in front of the family clan of gods, in private, Mo's reputation had already spread throughout the Federation. He was famous for being a loser. Now, Mo had actually ascended the cube and entered Dubhe Palace. It was no wonder those who knew him were surprised. Everyone stared at the screen in a daze. Most people felt that Mo's actions were no different from suicide. Perhaps there was no need for the calamity grade Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf to do anything. Just the high temperature in the Star Palace was enough to kill Mo. Mo stood in the Star Palace with a mocking smile. In the high temperature, a strange light rose from his body. Countless light beams intertwined, forming a black guardian armor around him. So he contracted a guardian. However, even if he has a guardian, what's the point when he has such a useless life providence? Ignoring the fact that his guardian might not be able to defeat Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf, even if he can, would he dare kill Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf? Wouldn't killing Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf be equivalent to killing himself? What's the family clan of gods thinking? Isn't getting Mo up there killing him? I think the family clan of gods also feels that it's too embarrassing with this loser around. Therefore, they deliberately sent him to his death? As everyone discussed, Mo had already walked towards the Star Palace's door. Without any hesitation, he pushed the door open and walked in. As they watched Mo approach step by step, Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf finally reacted. His fist bloomed like a purple sun as a terrifying glow enveloped the entire Star Palace. Seeing the Star Palace devoured by the light, everyone thought that Mo was doomed. However, in the next second, everyone widened their eyes. Boom! The light exploded as Mo continued walking slowly amidst the light. As for the Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf that attacked Mo, its body suddenly exploded, turning into light dust that filled the sky before disappearing. How can this be? Everyone's mouths gaped open for a long time. As for Mo, he had already passed through the teleportation nexus and arrived at Merak Star Palace. He pushed open the Star Palace door again and faced the huge mountain like Star-Lord Titan Gate. Star-Lord Titan Gate roared angrily as his fist struck at Mo with supreme divine power. However, Mo continued advancing slowly. He didn't even look up at Star-Lord Titan Gate as though he didn't take his fist seriously. Boom! Star-Lord Titan Gate's huge fist smashed down as though it could reduce Mo's tiny body to dust with one strike. However, in the next second, while Mo stood there unharmed, Star-Lord Titan Gate's body exploded like a watermelon from head to toe. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched this shocking scene in a daze. Chapter 1665-5 First Place Changes. The average person felt that the scene in front of them was extremely shocking. Mo had killed 2 Star-Lords without even moving his hand. He was unimaginably powerful. Furthermore, Mo had been infamous in the past. It made it even more unbelievable now. As for some of the top humans, they roughly guessed that Mo might have the ability to reflect damage. It shouldn't be as simple as a reflection, Li Xian said after some thought. The ability to reflect damage typically consumes energy during the reflection process. Therefore, the reflected power won't exceed the user's strength. As for Mo, his situation is clearly different. The reflected power is even stronger than the 2 Star-Lords. Xia Xianyu, who was also watching the battle, nodded and said, "Perhaps the reflection isn't the power involved, but the damage itself." "That's very likely." Li Xian felt that what Xia Xianyu said made sense. Zhou was also watching the battle. He felt that Mo's strength was somewhat similar to Star-Lord Cherished Kismet's. He thought to himself, I wonder if Mo will continue the challenge. I wonder who's stronger between Mo and Star-Lord Cherished Kismet. As Zhou was pondering over it, Mo had already walked into the teleportation star. The cube screen changed and became the scene of Fecta Star Palace. This is interesting. Both of them need to reflect the powers of the other. How will they fight? Zhou was intrigued. Back when Zhou fought Star-Lord Cherished Kismet, he had used the power of Human Sovereign to kill him. Otherwise, any force that struck him would ricochet. If Mo and Star-Lord Cherished Kismet didn't fight and waited to reflect each other's damage, it seemed like victory would never be decided. Mo pushed open the door of Fecta Star Palace and walked toward Star-Lord Cherished Kismet. His stance was no different from before, as though he didn't take Star-Lord Cherished Kismet seriously. Back then, Egg Sovereign. No! Deceit King only managed to reach Fecta Star Palace with his companion beasts. He still hasn't killed Star-Lord Cherished Kismet. If Mo succeeds, won't he reach first place on the rankings? Even if he can't kill Star-Lord Cherished Kismet, he has already reached the highest point that humans can reach. How did Mo suddenly become so strong? Even if he contracted a guardian, it's impossible for him to become so strong all of a sudden, right? That's right. Furthermore, Mo's life providence is odd. It should be impossible for him to kill his opponent. How did he easily kill 2 Star-Lords? The spectators discussed spiritedly, as they guessed why Mo had become so strong. Furthermore, they also wanted to know how Mo could create a miracle and kill Star-Lord Cherished Kismet to obtain first place on the cube's rankings. Mo walked toward Star-Lord Cherished Kismet step by step. Everyone's gazes followed his figure. Star-Lord Cherished Kismet sat there without any intention of getting up. If they don't attack, it will be a hopeless situation. Just as Zhou was thinking, he saw Mo attack first and punch Star-Lord Cherished Kismet. Zhou was slightly taken aback. This outcome was somewhat unexpected. Although he didn't know what kind of power Mo's guardian had, if his life providence hadn't changed and he took the initiative to kill, the wound would still appear on him. Could it be that even Mo's life providence has been changed? Zhou thought. Mo's punch didn't look strong, nor did it carry any mysterious glow. It was an ordinary straight punch that struck Star-Lord Cherished Kismet. Star-Lord Cherished Kismet showed no intention of dodging. The simple and direct punch struck him. After Mo's punch landed, Star-Lord Cherished Kismet remained unharmed. His body didn't even shake, but Mo had already retracted his fist. Mo's guardian is indeed the type that reflects damage. It's just that the damage reflection is powerful. If he's the one attacking his opponent, his strength will be much weaker. Many experts, who had already guessed Mo's powers, revealed an expression that it was as expected. However, in the next second, everyone widened their eyes. The seemingly unharmed Star-Lord Cherished Kismet's body suddenly turned to dust as the wind scattered it. Silence. Dead silence. No one expected such an outcome. Everyone, including Zhou, looked at the cube's screen in surprise. The Mo in the dust that filled the sky was like a devil enveloped in fog, making one find him extremely terrifying. Even the experts of the various families were shocked. They originally imagined that Mo's guardian could only reflect damage, but they never expected him to instantly kill a Calamity-grade Star-Lord with a single punch. He was unimaginably powerful. Mo didn't stop as he walked straight towards the teleportation nexus. As people guessed inwardly, looking forward to seeing how many star palaces Mo could clear, they realized that the scene had switched back to the cube's ranking. Clearly, Mo didn't continue challenging. Everyone looked at the cube's ranking. If nothing went wrong, Mo's name should have appeared there. Indeed, the first place had changed, but the first place wasn't named Mo. Fallen Race's representative. Many people silently recited the name that was ranked first. Instantly, everyone was enlightened. They were momentarily surprised, but they felt that it was only right. It's no wonder a trash like Mo would suddenly become so strong. He has become the representative of a dimensional race. A piece of trash can become so strong after becoming a representative. What if I become a representative? What kind of race is the Fallen Race? I've never heard of it before. It's definitely not one of the 6 holy races. Even a nameless race can nurture such a powerful representative. If one becomes the representatives of the 6 holy races, how many benefits will they obtain? How powerful will they be? Instantly, everyone was pondering over something. From the looks of it, many human geniuses will become representatives of the dimension after today, Li Xian said with a twitch of his lips. It was indeed as Li Xian had said. After today's battle, everyone was talking about Mo and about representatives. It was as though everyone was extremely interested in becoming a dimensional representative overnight. Even ordinary people who weren't qualified to become representatives were secretly looking forward to the dimension, seeking them out, and turning them into experts like Mo. After all, even a person like Mo, who was known as trash, could become so strong. They felt that they weren't inferior to Mo no matter what. If Mo could do it, why couldn't they? Some humans who had received invitations from the dimensional races were embarrassed to let others know that they had received an invitation, but now, many people took the initiative to announce the invitations they received. It was as though receiving a representative invitation had become a very honorable matter. Chapter 1666 A New Era. Zhou didn't pay special attention to the so-called representatives. Earth was already close to a full-scale breakout. There wasn't much time left for him, so he didn't have the time to pay attention to such trivial matters. In an ancient building in ancient sovereign city, Zhou held the mysterious phone as his eyes widened. His eyes were about to pop out, as beads of sweat constantly seeped out of his forehead and dripped down his cheeks. Demonic Neonate, Banana Fairy, and the other companion beasts looked at Zhou curiously, as though they were watching a rare animal. It wasn't their fault for being curious. Zhou had maintained this pose for 17 to 18 hours. Apart from his fingers occasionally moving, he was like a wooden statue. In-game, Zhou controlled the blood-colored avatar to enter Small Buddha Temple's game dungeon again. In the past 10 hours, he had repeated this action countless times. The small perfection of Wisdom Sutra came from Small Buddha Temple, so Zhou originally wanted to see if he could condense a domain in Small Buddha Temple to advance to the Calamity grade. Under Zhou's control, the game screen quickly turned black every time the blood-colored avatar entered the temple. Zhou never expected that the game dungeon, Small Buddha Temple, he had downloaded a long time ago would be so terrifying. The three-faced Buddha who had once taken out 3 companion eggs for him to choose was even more terrifying than any Calamity-grade creature Zhou had previously encountered. Instant kill, an instant kill that left no room for negotiation. As long as Zhou didn't use the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra from the beginning, and used other essence energy arts to enter the temple, the blood-colored avatar would immediately die the moment the three-faced Buddha opened his 6 eyes. Even if he used the Chaos Egg that had already reached the Calamity Grade, it could only last for an instant before the Calamity Grade Chaos Egg exploded. Zhou Wen was almost certain that the three-faced Buddha was at least at the top of the Calamity Grade, the Heaven level. However, this was only a guess. Zhou Wen believed that the three-faced Buddha might be at the even more terrifying Apocalypse Grade. In front of the three-faced Buddha, the stronger Zhou Wen was, the stronger the three-faced Buddha became. He didn't even have the chance to pull out the Immortal Culling Sword. However, even if he pulled it out and slashed out, it would probably be useless. Zhou Wen nearly tried all the methods he could, but he was still instantly killed. Faced with such a terrifying three-faced Buddha, Zhou Wen had already given up on the thought of using this place to advance the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra to the Calamity Grade. The reason he kept throwing himself to his death was that he realized that every time the Chaos Egg exploded, it would grow at an astonishing speed. In less than a day, it was about to touch the threshold of the Hell level under the continuous ravages of the three-faced Buddha. In the past month, Zhou Wen hadn't left his room much. Guide Ancient City was also silently undergoing changes. However, this change was like the spring sun melting snow. It was done silently, making it stand out from the tumultuous changes in the outside world. More and more alien representatives appeared on Earth. Almost every alien representative displayed their strength on the cube's screen through the Big Dipper dimensional zone. After Mo's attempt, one alien representative after another attempted the Big Dipper dimensional zones and appeared on the cube's rankings. The cube's first place constantly changed. The top 10 rankings often changed, and the competition was abnormally intense. Many new experts were known by everyone. The rankings of the experts who had entered the rankings in the past were gradually pushed to the back. The strength of the veteran experts was gradually questioned. The top 10 spots on the rankings were nearly all occupied by the representatives of the various races. Now, everyone was discussing the strength of the representatives. Occasionally, when they mentioned the veteran experts, they were mostly discussing how far humans could go without the help of the alien races. Although there were some people who firmly believed that powerhouses like Human Sovereign could fight the representatives of the alien races even if they didn't become representatives, most of the time, many people were more willing to dream of being chosen by an alien race one day and becoming their representative. They would become powerful in a short period of time and become famous on the cube's rankings. However, there was no free lunch. Most of the people who could become representatives of the alien races were genius experts, who stood at the apex of the human pyramid to begin with. Even the originally unknown representatives were chosen because their potential hadn't been developed before becoming representatives. Zhou Wen wasn't anxious when he saw the representatives appear on the rankings, but someone else was. Han Shinsakura, have you gone mad? Inside the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace, an old man pointed at Han Shinsakura. His fingers were trembling terribly as his face flushed red. The muscles on his face trembled. Clearly, he was extremely agitated. Han Shinsakura was no longer the tender youth who had followed Sagasakai to Luoyang to cultivate. His face no longer had the innocence and impetuousness of a youth. The mature man's unique steady temperament and firm eyes, as well as his angular facial features, made him look like a lone island. He didn't stir even when the waves crashed into him. I'm not mad, Han Shinsakura said calmly, as he sat cross-legged on the mat, with his swords placed flat on his lap. Not mad? Then you must be out of your mind. Wake up! Your choice determines the lives and future of more than 10,000 disciples of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace. Instead of going to the 6 families, you actually want to go to Guide Ancient City? Do you know what's going on outside? It's the era of representatives. Even the Zhang family and the Dugu family, who have always been determined to fight the alien races, have already accepted the existence of representatives. They are trying their best to make their members representatives. What does Guide Ancient City have? I can tell you with certainty that there's no representative there. You ignored the 6 families' generous offers and insisted on going to Guide Ancient City. If that's not madness, what is? The elder became angrier as he spoke, eager to slap Han Shinsakura awake. Zhou Wen's there, Han Shinsakura said calmly, without any change in expression. Zhou Wen. No matter how strong Zhou Wen is, he's not a representative. What future can he have? Ignoring Zhou Wen's Guide Ancient City, even the Luoyang family he relies on hasn't produced a representative yet. Sooner or later, they will be annexed by others. When that happens, we won't even have the right to negotiate with the 6 families. We might even end up as cannon fodder. You are joking with the lives of more than 10,000 disciples of my Nidan Flying Immortal Palace. I definitely disagree, and the various elders definitely disagree. When the elder said that, the few elders standing beside him nodded silently, expressing their support for the elder's opinion. As the anomalies in the dimensional zones overseas became more and more serious, it was difficult for ordinary cultivators to survive at sea. The Nidan Flying Immortal Palace had reached the point of having no choice but to consider returning to the continent. Otherwise, it would probably lead to a calamity in the near future. However, on the question of where to go after returning to the continent, the current palace master of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace, Han Shinsakura, and the Elder Consortium had a sharp disagreement. The 6 families had previously come into contact with the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace and expressed their willingness to take them in. They also offered rather good conditions. The few elders were inclined to make a choice among the 6 families, but the present palace lord, Han Shinsakura, insisted on heading to Guide Ancient City. Chapter 1667 Why not? It's my decision to head to Guide Ancient City. It's also an order. It's not a discussion, Han Shinsakura said calmly. His tone was extremely calm, but it was as though he ignited gasoline. It wasn't just the elder who had argued with Han Shinsakura. The other elders also revealed looks of indignation. All of them opened their mouths. Some cursed angrily, while others tried to persuade him nicely. There were even some who criticized Han Shinsakura in their capacities as his elders. Their words implied that they didn't want Han Shinsakura to be stubborn. Otherwise, he would definitely harm more than 10,000 disciples of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace. It was even possible that he would destroy the foundation Sagasakai had painstakingly built. Seeing the elder saying all kinds of words, Han Shinsakura was about to say something when he suddenly saw a white-robed female swordsman walk in. He closed his mouth and looked at the female swordsman. "Elders, would you mind listening to me?" the female swordsman asked the elders. "Shiraishi Satomi, you came just in time. Quick, come and persuade your senior brother. He wants to destroy the foundation that the sword sage has painstakingly built." When the elders saw the female swordsman, their eyes immediately lit up. They invited her to join their camp to make a collective bid to persuade Han Shinsakura otherwise. Sagasakai had many disciples, but the only ones who could obtain his true teachings were Han Shinsakura and Shiraishi Satomi. Although Han Shinsakura had inherited the position of Palace Lord, Shiraishi Satomi's status in the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace was still very high. Her relationship with Han Shinsakura was relatively good, so Han Shinsakura would likely consider her words seriously. "Elders, the Palace Lord's decision is right. We should head to Guide Ancient City, and not the 6 families." Shiraishi Satomi's words left the elders dumbfounded. "Shiraishi Satomi, why are you going crazy with the Palace Lord?" The elders looked at Shiraishi Satomi in puzzlement. "I'm not crazy, much less the Palace Lord. Guide Ancient City is our best choice, not the 6 families," Shiraishi Satomi said firmly. "Why?" The elders were even more puzzled. They really couldn't think of any reason to choose the tiny Guide Ancient City under the Yin family instead of the 6 families. "Because Jowen's there." When she said that, Shiraishi Satomi's eyes seemed to twinkle. The elders were stunned. This was the second time they had heard this today. Han Shinsakura had first given this answer, and now, Shiraishi Satomi had given the same answer. It was unbelievable that the 2 cornerstones of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace had given such an answer. Jowen is indeed someone remarkable. There are also rumors in the outside world that he's Deceit King. Ignoring the fact that he might not be Deceit King, even if he really is, the fact that he hasn't been chosen by the Dimension only proves that his potential is limited. It's not worth us betting the foundation of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace on him. An elder persuaded. "Third elder is right. Besides, what kind of place is Guide Ancient City? There are strange dimensional zones everywhere, and the environment is not much better than at sea. It's even more terrifying. In the future, the dimensional zones will break out on a large scale, and the situation might be even worse than at sea. Wouldn't joining them be jumping out of the frying pan into the fire? Definitely not. Even if we are considering going to Guide Ancient City, we should directly contact Luoyang's and family. Isn't going to Guide Ancient City lowering our status? Guide Ancient City is definitely not a good place." The elders began persuading Shiraishi Satomi again. No matter how good Shiraishi Satomi and Han Shinsakura's relationship with Jowen was, they didn't believe that it was a place worth staking the foundation of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace. "What if Jowen is human sovereign?" Shiraishi Satomi suddenly said. The elders who kept talking immediately fell silent as they stared at Shiraishi Satomi, as though they had frozen. They even forgot to close their mouths. "What did you just say?" An elder felt that he had definitely heard wrongly, and asked Shiraishi Satomi. "If Jowen is human sovereign, is he worth entrusting?" Shiraishi Satomi asked. "Shiraishi Satomi, don't spout nonsense just to convince us. Back when human sovereign killed Dtion, Jowen wasn't even 20 years old. He was just a kid. How could he be human sovereign?" That's right. Jowen is definitely not human sovereign. Don't think that you can fool us and get us to agree to go to Guide Ancient City. Even if Jowen is really human sovereign, he hasn't been chosen by the Dimension. It's unknown if he can still fight representatives. Furthermore, he will be outnumbered. Shiraishi Satomi was taken aback. She originally imagined that as long as she informed the elders that Zhou Wen was human sovereign, she would definitely gain their support. She never expected such an outcome. Shiraishi Satomi was momentarily at a loss for words, as she looked at Han Shinsakura with a bitter smile. Han Shinsakura had long expected such an outcome, so he hadn't revealed the secret of Zhou Wen being human sovereign. Firstly, it was useless, and secondly, it could easily cause Zhou Wen trouble. Seeing Shiraishi Satomi's pleading gaze, Han Shinsakura slowly said, "Elders, do you know why the sword Dao my master created is called the Nidan Flying Immortal Ryu? Why is our place called the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace?" The sword sage said that he received pointers from an expert, so he was able to create the Nidan Flying Immortal Ryu. As for why it's called the Nidan Flying Immortal Ryu, he didn't say anything. An elder said after some thought. The Nidan Flying Immortal Palace didn't discriminate. Most of the disciples were actually recruited from other factions. There weren't many disciples personally taught by Seigasakai. In recent years, due to the harsh living conditions overseas, many small factions had joined the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace to obtain Seigasakai's protection. Most of these elders used to be rulers of a region, not fellow disciples of Seigasakai. You are right. Master created the Nidan Flying Immortal Ryu thanks to the pointers of an expert. Back then, I was only a teenager. I followed Master to the mainland to cultivate, and met a peerless expert in Luoyang's peony garden. Han Shinsakura said, I know about this. Before the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace was established, Lord Sword Sage traveled to the mainland. Back then, Lord Sword Sage had already reached a Sword Dao bottleneck and was just short of creating the Nidan Flying Immortal Ryu. Because he encountered that expert and was defeated by him, he gained some insight. After returning, he created the Nidan Flying Immortal Ryu. Palace Master, you should be referring to that time, right? A jaundiced elder recalled. Han Shinsakura nodded slightly. That's right. Do you know who the person I met with Master was? Naturally, he's a highly respected senior expert, said the jaundiced elder. What if I say that the person we met was only a youth who was about the same age as me and was only 15 or 16 years old? Han Shinsakura swept his gaze across everyone's faces and enunciated each word clearly. Impossible! The elders shouted in unison. They naturally refused to believe that such a thing would happen. A 15-year-old youth had defeated Seigasakai, who was nearly a sword sage back then. This was simply a fantasy. Why not? A voice sounded from outside. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard it. They looked outside and saw Seigasakai slowly walking over. Chapter 1668 Not Enough to Eat. Lord Sword Sage. Master. The group of elders, Han Shinsakura, Shiraishi Satomi, and company stood up and bowed. Although Seigasakai had already handed over the position of Palace Master of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace to Han Shinsakura, just the word Seigasakai alone held extremely high prestige in the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace and even the entire sea. Lord Sword Sage, you have to interfere in this matter. We can't watch Palace Lord take the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace down a path of no return because of his selfishness. The elders hurriedly explained to Seigasakai, who had just returned, Han Shinsakura's determination to take the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace to guide Ancient City. Seigasakai waved his hand and stopped the elders from continuing. Then he said, Sakura is the Palace Lord of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace. He has the right to make any decision. But the elders were anxious. They wanted to argue, but they were stopped by Seigasakai. Seigasakai looked at the elders and said indifferently, Furthermore, I also think that Sakura's decision is very correct. It's far more correct to join Guide Ancient City than the 6 families. The elders didn't expect Seigasakai to say that. They were stunned and lost for words. Seigasakai continued, Just as Sakura said, when we traveled in Luoyang, I was filled with ambition. I thought that my sword Dao was enough to challenge Sunset College's Lung Zongjing, but not long after I arrived in Luoyang, I met Zhou Wen. Back then, Zhou Wen was only 15 or 16 years old, but I lost to him. The reason the sword Dao I created is called the Nidan Flying Immortal Ryu is due to the insights I gained from Zhou Wen's transcendent flying immortal. It can be said that Zhou Wen is my master. If these elders had doubted Han Shinsakura's words, they no longer had any doubts after hearing it from Seigasakai's mouth. All of them were at a loss for words. Zhou Wen's talent is unparalleled despite being a pure human. He's definitely not someone who relies on external forces to raise his strength in a short period of time. He will definitely shock the world one day. Furthermore, there are many people who have pledged allegiance to the 6 families. If we go now, we will only be one of them. Guide Ancient City is at a time when people are needed. It's a good opportunity to go now. Everything that Sakura has in mind is what our Nidan Flying Immortal Palace has in mind too. There is no selfishness in this. Don't be suspicious. Sagasakai swept his gaze across the faces of the elders. They couldn't help but lower their heads. We shall abide by the palace lord's orders. The elders turned around and bowed at Han Shinsakura. Han Shinsakura's expression remained unchanged without any ripples in his eyes. He didn't take the matter to heart. His gaze was distant, as though his focus was no longer in front of him. Zhou, I'm coming. My sword will surprise you. Don't disappoint me. Achoo! Zhou, who was gaming on his phone, sneezed. After rubbing his nose, he continued focusing on the game. In the game, the blood-colored avatar's entire body was enveloped by the chaos egg that resembled crystal or jade. As for the golden light that shot out from the three-faced Buddha's eyes in the temple hall, it enveloped the chaos egg. The golden light seeped into the chaos egg and dyed it golden. The chaos egg had already reached the peak of the hell level, and was about to break through to the heaven level. A human realm chaos egg could convert the enemy's strength into essence energy crystals when suffering a beating. Furthermore, essence energy crystals could be stacked to a maximum of 10,000 essence crystals. The chaos egg stacking ability increased significantly at the hell level. The highest he could stack reached 100 million. With the chaos egg's ability to accommodate essence energy, it could only last for about 10 seconds under the three-faced Buddha's golden light. Furthermore, no matter how the chaos egg was destroyed, it couldn't grow like before. Zhou clearly felt that the chaos egg was just short of breaking through to the heaven level, but for some reason, it was always lacking something. It was ultimately difficult for it to truly enter the heaven level. What's missing? Seeing the game screen go black again with nothing for him and the chaos egg to speak for, he couldn't help but frown in thought. As Zhou already knew very well that it was impossible for him to help the chaos egg advance to the heaven level with just mechanical suicidal cultivation. He had to figure out the key to advancing. I'm hungry. As Zhou was pondering over it, demonic Niane walked to Zhou side with the demonic sword in her arms. She looked up into Zhou eyes and spoke with a serious expression. Hungry? Zhou was first taken aback before he sized up demonic Niane in surprise. Many companion beasts became hungry. If they were starved for too long, they might even dissipate. The most typical representative was Tyrant Behemoth. If there was no food for a long period of time, Tyrant Behemoth might starve to death. It was only because Zhou had the resources from the in-game dungeons, and an essence energy art like the Chaos Egg, that he could raise so many high-level companion beasts. If it were an ordinary person, most of them would starve to death even if they were given a pile of divine pets. However, demonic Niane was different. She was very picky. There was little food that she fancied. Even high-level essence crystals were beneath her. Even a calamity-grade companion egg was nothing to her. It could be said that demonic Niane was the one who ate the least among Zhou's top companion beasts. Every time she ate, she would eat something strange. She usually didn't eat, nor had he heard her mention her hunger. Now, demonic Niane had taken the initiative to say that she was hungry. This gave Zhou a fright because he didn't know if he had anything she wanted to eat. After carefully sizing her up, demonic Niane still looked the same. She was like an adorable and cold magical sword girl. She wasn't much different from usual, but Zhou carefully observed her for a while, and realized that there was indeed something different about her. Demonic Niane's irises usually looked black, but in fact, they weren't black. They were an extremely deep purple color, so deep that one would mistake them for black. However, demonic Niane's irises had lightened in color, turning into a grayish-purple color. The grayish-purple color gave off a degenerate and lonely feeling, as though one would be sucked in if one looked at it for too long. Niane, what do you want to eat? Zhou took out his high-level companion eggs, essence energy crystals, and some essences he had gathered and placed them on the bed for demonic Niane to choose. Demonic Niane's gaze swept across the items, but she only shook her head slightly. Zhou took out many more items, but they were also rejected by demonic Niane. Could it be that I can only use Niane's reserves? Zhou rummaged through his belongings and didn't find anything that demonic Niane wanted to eat. He couldn't help but think of Grim Demon. When demonic Niane saw Zhou's eyes fixated on her demonic sword, she immediately understood what he was thinking. She shook her head and said, Not enough. Fortunately, unless the demonic sword was unsheathed, Grim Demon couldn't sense the situation outside. Otherwise, he would probably fight Zhou to the death. Chapter 1669 The Strange Ancient Well. My dear lady, you aren't eating this or that. If you are so picky, you will starve to death sooner or later. Zhou was depressed, but he didn't verbalize it as he racked his brains. Niane, do you have anything you want to eat? Zhou squatted in front of demonic Niane and asked as he stroked her head. Demonic Niane thought for a moment before turning to leave. Zhou hurriedly followed. He hadn't gone out for days, so he found the sunlight a little blinding when he walked out of the room. Zhou lived in a courtyard house in the northwest corner of the ancient city. Such courtyard houses were everywhere in Guide Ancient City and weren't very eye-catching. In fact, there were many bigger courtyard houses. As the owner of the ancient city, Zhou could have chosen a better place. The reason he didn't do so was that this inconspicuous courtyard house actually had something strange. Every building in the ancient city was almost an independent space. Zhou had already explored most of the buildings, but he had yet to find a way to enter a few places. For example, he had yet to find a way to enter the town god's temple, a bell tower, and some strange courtyards. Although he could enter this small courtyard, there were some bizarre things that Zhou still couldn't figure out. On the one hand, he was staying here to explore the secret of the yard, but on the other hand, he was afraid that something would happen here. If anything really happened, he could suppress it in time. The yard wasn't big, and the buildings themselves weren't too special. However, there was a well in the yard. On special days, one could hear the churning sound of spring water coming from it. It sounded normal for there to be such sounds in a well. It wasn't strange at all for wells with fresh water and underground springs. In fact, even if a dimensional creature in the well made a sound, it wouldn't be strange. The strange thing was that there was no water in the well. It was a well without water, but one would often hear water splashing in the middle of the night. This was somewhat strange. Zhou had once sent companion beasts to explore, but he didn't discover anything. The ancient well wasn't deep to begin with, so Zhou could see the bottom at a glance. The bottom was covered in aged soil without any humidity, much less water. Every time there was the sound of water, Zhou would look down from the well, but the outcome was the same. He could only see the mud at the bottom of the well, with no signs of water. However, the sound of water flowing like a fountain clearly reached his ears. It wasn't just Zhou. Everyone could hear it as long as they entered the yard. Zhou had once dug the bottom of the well, but no matter how deep he dug, he didn't discover anything. Furthermore, the soil he dug out would vanish after some time. The hole that was dug out would return to its original state, as though it had never been moved. How could Zhou be at ease with such a strange ancient well in such a residence? He could only stay here himself. If anything happened, he could deal with it in time. However, for such a long period of time, although the ancient well often produced water sounds in the middle of the night, there were no other abnormalities. Therefore, Zhou hadn't deliberately studied the ancient well recently. After demonic Neonate came out of the room, she came to the side of the ancient well and jumped onto the edge. She craned her neck and looked into the ancient well. After watching for a while, demonic Neonate looked up at Zhou. She pointed the demonic sword into the ancient well with one hand and said, "Down there! There's nothing under this ancient well. I dug more than 1,000 meters deep, but I didn't see anything," Zhou said as he came to the ancient well and looked inside. He knew that demonic Neonate wouldn't do so for no reason. Just like before, he could see the bottom of the well at a glance. There was nothing below. Demonic Neonate lowered her head and looked into the well. After a while, she suddenly said, "The thing is down there." "Where is it?" Zhou focused his gaze, and even summoned Dr. Darkness to fuse with him. He used his eyes of penetration to look down, but he still didn't see anything. Demonic Neonate frowned and thought, as though she didn't know how to explain. After a moment of silence, she suddenly reached out and plucked the Swanna at her waist. Typical companion beasts didn't use weapons. Even if some companion beasts did, they were companion weapons that they came with. However, demonic Neonate was different. The tools on her body were basically snatched from others. The demonic sword, the heaven shrouding bell, and the Swanna were all snatched from someone. However, other than the demonic sword, demonic Neonate seldom used the heaven shrouding bell and the Swanna. Demonic Neonate placed the Swanna in front of her mouth. Her cheeks swelled up as she tried to blow the Swanna. "Don't!" Zhou jumped in fright as he hurriedly reached out to hug demonic Neonate. His other hand covered her mouth, preventing her from blowing out. The Swanna sounded like funeral music. Zhou could withstand the power of the Swanna, but ordinary people in Guide Ancient City probably couldn't. It wouldn't be good if the entire city cried. Zhou covered demonic Neonate's mouth, preventing her from releasing her breath. Her cheeks swelled as her eyes widened. He reached out to pull away the hand that covered his mouth. Demonic Neonate exhaled and stared at Zhou. "Without blowing, the thing below won't come out. What's down there?" Zhou really couldn't tell what was down there. He was really curious as he stared into demonic Neonate's eyes and asked. "Food," demonic Neonate answered with certainty. "What kind of food?" Zhou nearly vomited blood as he continued asking patiently. "Don't know. It's food," demonic Neonate answered very quickly. Zhou was depressed, but he knew that he couldn't get any answers from her. He pointed at the Swanna demonic Neonate was holding and said, "You can blow this thing, But is there any way to prevent its sound from affecting the others in the city? Demonic Neonate tilted her head and thought for a while before nodding. Yes. Zhou heaved a sigh of relief and released Demonic Neonate. Go ahead. I happen to want to know what's inside this ancient well. Demonic Neonate placed the Swanna by her lips again and puffed up her cheeks to blow. The loud music was earth-shattering. It penetrated deep into one's soul, as though it wanted to rob a person of their soul. Plop! Zhou legs went limp as he knelt on the ground. His tears in his eyes were like pearls, as they fell one after another. Holy sh*t, didn't you say that it won't affect the others? Zhou words turned into sobbing as he struggled to stand up, but he couldn't. There's no one else here! Demonic Neonate's voice sounded in Zhou's mind as she continued playing the Swanna. The demonic, desolate voice constantly entered Zhou's ears, causing his tears to constantly fall. He had never cried so much ever since he grew up. Zhou was about to say something when he heard the sound of flowing water from the ancient well. The sound of water in the ancient well usually sounded at night. This was the first time it had appeared in broad daylight. Chapter 1670 The Object in the Well. Demonic Neonate puffed up her cheeks and blew the Swanna with all her might. Her face flushed red as beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. The sound of water in the ancient well kept sounding like an inferno. However, other than that, nothing else happened. Zhou cried terribly by the side. His tears flowed like a stream non-stop. His eyes were bloodshot as he cried until tears of blood nearly came out. What a scam. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have stayed in this yard. I was still too careless. Zhou felt depressed. If he had known this would happen, he would have at least made some preparations. Zhou originally relied on the sigh of the king to prevent himself from kneeling. It had a natural restraining effect on the Swanna's sound, but to his surprise, there was no reaction from the sigh of the king. It caught him off guard. It was too late to resist after he was hit. He pressed his hands on the ground and tried his best to prevent his head from touching the ground. Zhou cried as blood seeped out of the corners of his eyes. However, the ancient well continued making loud noises without anything substantial happening. Nothing came out. Neonate, why don't we try again another day? Zhou cried as he shouted at Demonic Neonate. He really couldn't hold on any longer, and his forehead was about to touch the ground. At that moment, the ancient well suddenly lit up. It was as though the mouth of the well had turned into a huge searchlight. Light spewed out from the well and rose several meters high before scattering like a fountain. Zhou hurriedly held his breath and focused as he circulated all his strength to resist the sound. At the same time, he used Truth Listener's ability to observe the anomalous ancient well. The water in the ancient well surged out in waves. Soon, Zhou realized that something was slowly floating out of the rising fountain like light. That's a skeleton. Zhou was alarmed to discover a skull floating out of the light before a skeleton in tattered clothes appeared. Soon, a complete skeleton floated above the fountain like light. The skeleton maintained a lotus position. Its body was covered in tattered clothes, and its muscles had long rotted. However, a head of white hair still grew on the skull. Logically speaking, hair grew on the scalp. The skeleton's scalp was long gone. Even if the hair didn't decay, it should have fallen off. However, the white hair on the skull was silver white, and didn't show any signs of withering or falling off. Apart from that, there was a necklace around the skeleton's neck that was very eye-catching. It was a necklace made of black metal. The pendant was partially shaped like a devil's eye, and in the middle was a purple circular crystal. Although Zhou was using Truth Listener to listen to the scene, for some reason, he felt as though the devil's eye was staring at him and sizing him up. Apart from that, the skeleton's left hand was still clenched tightly. Through the gaps in the fingers, one could see something being held, but most of it was blocked by the skeletal hand. It was impossible to tell what it was. All he could see was a small white object through the gaps. Just as Zhou was sizing it up, the Swanna suddenly stopped. Demonic Neonate's figure flashed as she arrived in front of the skeleton. The sheathed demonic sword in her hand stabbed at the devil's eye necklace around the skeleton's neck. The tip of the sword pointed straight at the purple pupil crystal. Clang! The demonic sword collided with the pendant, producing a crisp sound. The purple crystal emitted a black hole like purple light that forcefully blocked the demonic sword, preventing it from advancing any further. Demonic Neonate was already exhausted from playing the Swanna. At that moment, she unleashed all her strength as her body trembled slightly from overexertion. She gritted her teeth tightly as her fair, chubby face turned purplish red. Zhou was really afraid that she would use too much strength and crush her teeth. She wouldn't be as cute without her teeth. Zhou didn't know why he was still thinking so much at this point in time. Help me! Only when Demonic Neonate squeezed out the words from between her teeth did he react. He immediately leaped up from the ground and summoned the immortal culling sword. He held the hilt and condensed the power of immortal slaying. He suddenly pulled the immortal culling sword out of its scabbard and slashed at the necklace around the skeleton's neck. With the power of the immortal culling sword combined with Zhou Wen's present strength, even a powerful calamity-grade creature couldn't ignore this strike. However, for some reason, Zhou Wen felt that this strike was likely to return empty-handed. In an instant, it arrived in front of the skeleton. Just as the immortal culling sword was about to hit the necklace suddenly snapped with a crack and slid down the skeleton's neck. Zhou Wen was immediately taken aback as he forcefully stopped the immortal culling sword in his hand from slashing down. An indescribable palpitation surged in his heart subconsciously. It was as though something ominous would happen if he continued the strike. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had some control over the immortal culling sword. If it were like before, he wouldn't be able to restrain it even if he wanted to. The blade finally stopped a few nanometers from the skeleton's neck. As the necklace slowly slid down, the light in the ancient well dimmed. Zhou Wen could clearly see that the necklace hadn't really snapped. Instead, the necklace's clasp had opened by itself, allowing it to slide down. After the necklace left the skeleton's neck, the purple light on the devil's eye converged. The demonic sword shattered the devil's eye-shaped pendant, and the purple crystal which represented the pupil dropped. Demonic Neonate pouted and sucked the purple crystal into her mouth before swallowing it. The entire process was done in one go. Zhou Wen didn't even have the time to size up the purple crystal. The necklace that demonic Neonate had sliced off dropped to the ground. The light in the ancient well completely converged as the skeleton fell. Its long silver hair rapidly withered and dissipated. The entire skeleton's body rapidly disintegrated, turning into ashes that scattered in all directions. The dust that fell had already vanished without a trace before it even touched the ground. Pa! Something fell to the ground. It was the white object that the skeleton had been holding. It was a squarish metal object that was slightly bigger than a matchbox. On one side of the metal object, there was a white line that was connected to it like a tail. Zhou Wen didn't know if it was an illusion, but he had a nagging feeling that the skeleton had released its grip when it dissipated, causing the metal object to fall. Zhou Wen looked at the white object and his eyes gradually widened, as though he had made an unbelievable discovery. Chapter 1671 Charging. Demonic Neonate had just swallowed the purple crystal when her grayish-purple irises darkened. In a moment, they turned dark purple. Before Zhou Wen could carefully size her up, she automatically transformed into a dark beam of light that returned to him. Zhou Wen sensed that demonic Neonate's consciousness was gradually blurring. Zhou Wen had experienced this many times. It was a sign that she was about to evolve. He reached out to pick up the white object on the ground and held it in his hand to stroke it. Zhou Wen had definitely never seen it before, but its outer shell was almost identical to Zhou Wen's mysterious phone. Be it the color or texture, there was no difference. Zhou Wen took out the mysterious phone and wanted to compare them to see if the two materials were identical. To his surprise, just as the mysterious phone touched the white object's string seemed to be like a magnet and stuck to the end of the mysterious phone. The mysterious phone's screen automatically lit up, revealing a battery charging animation. Zhou Wen was momentarily rendered speechless in surprise as he looked in the direction of the ancient well. His expression changed as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Ever since he obtained the mysterious phone, he hadn't charged it at all. The mysterious phone didn't need to be charged either. There wasn't even a charging port. However, this thing was actually charging. The battery icon on the screen showed that the battery was only at 1%. Zhou Wen didn't know whether there was a difference between having the mysterious phone charged or not. This wasn't the problem he was most concerned about. Zhou Wen's father had explained the origins of the phone very clearly. It was dug out by Zhou Wen's grandfather from an ancient well in Guide Ancient City, but Zhou Wen's father wasn't too sure which ancient well it came from. From the looks of it, the object was clearly something that came with a phone. It was most likely a portable charger. Could it be that the mysterious phone was dug out from this ancient well? Countless thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind as he looked at the charging phone. His expression became even more complicated. He thought of a possibility. If the mysterious phone was really dug out from this ancient well, could the skeleton be his grandfather's remains? Zhou Wen had seen the strength of the necklace with his own eyes. With demonic Neonate's strength, it was difficult for her to injure it at all. Zhou Wen could roughly guess that his strike probably couldn't injure the necklace, but when he approached it, the necklace automatically opened. When the skeleton dissipated, it seemed to have released its grip, allowing the portable charger to fall. He also felt his heart palpitate just as he was about to slash down. These abnormal developments made Zhou Wen wonder if the skeleton had done it on purpose. If the skeleton was really Zhou Wen's grandfather's remains, all of this could be explained. However, Zhou Wen recalled that his grandfather hadn't gone missing, nor had he been buried. He had been cremated when he passed away. The young Zhou Wen had even participated in the funeral, so it was unlikely that he had left his remains behind. What's going on? Zhou Wen couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. The skeleton had already dissipated, so it was impossible to find any clues. Looking at the charging phone, Zhou Wen had no choice but to wait. He wanted to see what changes would result after the phone was charged. Perhaps there would be clues when the time came. Could it be more than a coincidence that the mysterious phone was dug out from the ancient city? Seeing that the phone's battery had jumped from 1% to 2%, Zhou Wen picked up the phone and attempted to use it. He realized that he couldn't use the phone at all as it remained on the charging screen.
"Old Zhou, what are you doing?"
Li Xian shouted as he pushed open the door and walked in. Many things had happened in Guide Ancient City recently. Zhou Wen was the kind of boss who left everything to others. Most of the work was coordinated by Li Xian.
"When did you arrive?"
Zhou Wen asked Li Xian.
"Not long ago." "Why?"
Li Xian looked at Zhou Wen in puzzlement.
"Did you hear anything or see anything?"
Zhou Wen asked again.
"Are you talking about your yard? Did a spy barge in?" "I didn't hear or see anything."
Li Xian immediately sized up the yard warily, but he didn't discover anything.
"No, didn't you see the light rushing out of the ancient well?"
Zhou Wen recounted the skeleton's appearance, but he didn't mention the portable charger. It wasn't easy to explain.
"According to what you said, I should have been able to see it from afar. However, I didn't see anything just now. Guide Ancient City is indeed a little odd. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for us to occupy this place. I hope nothing bad will happen."
Li Xian paused before continuing.
"There's something I need to discuss with you. The Nitten Flying Immortal Palace from overseas has contacted us and wants to migrate to Guide Ancient City. What do you think?"
Zhou Wen thought for a moment before recalling Seigasakai. After some thought, he said,
"Although the Nitten Flying Immortal Palace established by Seigasakai is an overseas faction, it hasn't had much of a conflict with the mainland. It has always been neutral. Furthermore, in this era, be it overseas or the mainland, they are all a part of humanity. We are also in need of manpower now. If there aren't any unresolvable grudges between us, there's no harm in taking them in. That's what I thought too. However, there's still some tiny trouble,"
Li Xian said with a smile.
"What trouble?"
Zhou Wen asked with a frown.
The Nitten Flying Immortal Palace had already wanted to move inland some time ago. The 6 families and some major factions were very interested in them and had contacted them. Furthermore, they offered pretty good conditions. Those conditions even tempted me when I heard them, but for some reason, they rejected them all and took the initiative to contact us. They wanted to move to our place, but the conditions they raised were far inferior to the conditions the 6 families gave them."
Li Xian paused to give Zhou Wen some time to digest.
"Are you suspecting their motives?"
Zhou Wen asked.
"A little, but that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the family clan of gods seems to be determined to rope in the Nitten Flying Immortal Palace. Not only did they actively contact them again and offer better conditions, but they also used their connections to tactfully express their wish for us to reject the Nitten Flying Immortal Palace."
Li Xian recounted the entire matter.
"Who did they find?"
Zhou Wen said after some thought.
"Someone from your family."
Li Xian didn't say it directly.
"The Yin family?"
Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback.
"Yes, but Brother Shun contacted me. He said that there's no need to worry too much. If there's a need, we can directly take in the people from the Nitten Flying Immortal Palace,"
Li Xian added. When Zhou Wen heard that, he roughly understood that the family clan of gods had definitely exerted pressure on the Yin family. Chapter 1672 Everything beneath the sky is divine soil.
"Old Zhou, what do you think we should do?"
Li Xian was a fearless person. He wasn't asking if he should take in the people from the Nitten Flying Immortal Palace, but asking Zhou Wen how he could bring them back to Guide Ancient City. According to Li Xian's intentions, they had to take these people in regardless of whether the Yin family could withstand the pressure. The problem was that since the family clan of gods was so insistent, they definitely had ulterior motives. They wouldn't easily let Han Shinsakura and Seigasakai safely bring the group of people to Guide Ancient City.
"I'll pick them up,"
Zhou Wen said after some thought.
"All right. Since you have nothing better to do, it's good to take a walk,"
Li Xian said with a smile. He wanted to pick them up himself, but this was early in Guide Ancient City's development. There were too many things that he needed to do, and Zhou Wen was a boss who left everything to him. Li Xian really couldn't leave.
"Pay more attention to the city when I'm not around,"
Zhou Wen said as he packed.
"It's not like I haven't done so while you were around,"
Li Xian said with a twitch of his lips. Zhou Wen thought that it made sense. He hadn't been taxed with the city's matters. Li Xian did all the work.
"Then this is what we'll tell them. I'll reply to Han Shinsakura. He's still waiting."
As Li Xian spoke, he walked out without chatting with Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen packed his things and looked at his phone that was charging. He realized that it had already charged to 3%. He estimated that it would take more than a day to fully charge it. Before receiving Zhou Wen's reply,
The Nidan Flying Immortal Palace overseas had already begun mobilizing people for the migration. It was definitely not a trivial matter for more than 10,000 people to migrate inland. There were too many things that needed to be taken care of. Dozens of ships were pulled inland by whale-like companion beasts. From the looks of it, our luck isn't bad. We didn't encounter any especially terrifying marine dimensional creatures. Shiraishi Satomi couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when she saw the coastline from afar. There were many breakout dimensional zones at sea, and terrifying dimensional creatures would appear from time to time. Even the safe routes they had taken in the past couldn't guarantee absolute safety now. Being able to reach inland without any harrowing surprises was a good sign. Sometimes, the terrifying ones aren't those dimensional creatures, Han Shinsakura said calmly as he stood at the bow. Palace Lord, don't worry. We have already planned the route inland and have made arrangements along the way. There won't be too many problems, the jaundiced elder said. Just as Shiraishi Satomi was about to ask something, her gaze suddenly focused. She saw a person standing on the dock by the beach. He's here indeed. Han Shinsakura also saw the person. He seemed to have expected it and wasn't surprised. Mo from the family clan of gods. Why is he here? The jaundiced elder's expression changed as the other elders were alarmed. It was impossible for Mo to come to the beach for no reason. Now Mo was famous. He was one of the best humans. Even in an era with many representatives, his ranking on the cube had never dropped out of the top 3. The most terrifying thing was that up to now, no one had been able to find Mo's weakness. Mo was very strong and could easily kill calamity creatures. What was even more terrifying was that no one could injure him. Injuring Mo was equivalent to injuring themselves. Mo would be fine, while his opponent would die. Everyone, please stay! The black-robed Mo stood by the beach. His face was angular like a beautiful chiseled marble statue. Dozens of ships stopped in front of the dock. The huge whale-like companion beast floated above the sea as it stared angrily at the tiny human figure. Mo, why are you blocking our path? The jaundiced elder asked Mo. I've never thought of blocking your path. Instead, I'm here to guide everyone, Mo said calmly. I wonder what path you will point us in, the jaundiced elder asked with a frown. A path of survival, Mo said indifferently. Everything below the heavens is divine soil. Only the citizens of the gods can live on it. If they aren't divine citizens, how can there be a path of survival? Isn't the family clan of gods too authoritative? If we don't enter the family clan of gods, are you not allowing us to step onto the ground? The jaundiced elder's expression turned ugly. No. Mo shook his head and said, regardless of whether it's the sea or the ground, it is all divine soil. If one doesn't obtain the favor of God, there will be no place for one to have a foothold in this world regardless of how big the world is. One can only sink. The disciples of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace heard it clearly, as their expressions changed drastically. Mo had made it clear that if they didn't join the family clan of gods, they would probably be buried in the sea today. If anyone else said such words, they would only treat it as a joke. However, they had already seen how terrifying Mo was on the cube's livestream. He had the ability to say such words. Is this the only way? Han Shinsakura finally said, as he stared at Mo with a burning gaze. This is the only way, Mo answered with certainty. Han Shinsakura didn't say anything else. He silently pulled out 2 samurai swords, one long and one short. His aura constantly converged as he stared at Mo like an abyss. The disciples of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace on the dozens of ships also summoned their companion beasts. They drew their weapons and pointed them at Moa. The huge companion beasts in the sea roared in unison, stirring up stormy waves as though they wanted to devour Moa. Mo stood there motionless as though he hadn't seen the shocking killing intent. He was like a god that looked down on all life. Seeing Mo's lofty stance, Han Shinsakura laughed. He looked at Mo and said indifferently, Mo, your strength is indeed very strong and magical, but if you don't touch me, your strength won't be of any use. With that said, Han Shinsakura gave the order to steer the ship towards the dock. They were not to attack Mo. Hundreds of giant whale-like companion beasts roared and swam towards the dock. Mo wasn't surprised or delighted as he looked at the behemoths and ships that were rushing over. He slowly raised his right palm towards the sea. When he was facing the sea, his fingers suddenly clenched tightly. Bang! Bang! Explosions sounded incessantly. The hundreds of giant whale-like beasts seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, as their bodies deformed from the pressure and instantly exploded. None of the behemoths that pulled the boat survived. Blood instantly dyed the entire sea surface. The seawater turned blood red and churned with the waves like an azure sea of blood. The waves that carried the blood struck the ships, splattering onto the bodies of the disciples of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace. Everyone seemed to have fallen into a demonic realm as they lost their ability to think due to the scene in front of them. They stood there in a daze, their faces filled with horror. Everyone looked at Mo as though they were looking at a devil from hell. They couldn't help but tremble. The timid disciples of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace involuntarily retreated. Chapter 1673. This, and nothing more. Han Shinsakura stared at Mo, and couldn't help but feel his heart turn cold. Although he was determined to fight to the death, he couldn't draw his sword to fight. If it were an ordinary opponent, even if their strength was far above his, Han Shinsakura would still have the courage to fight. However, Mo was different. Only he could kill others, while others couldn't kill him. Even if Han Shinsakura could slice through celestial bodies, he couldn't slash at Mo. Otherwise, he would only injure himself. Han Shinsakura was instantly thrown into a dilemma. Must you do this? Seigasakai walked out of the cabin and stared at Mo. When Mo saw Seigasakai, he cracked a smile and looked at him. I heard that you have the title of Sword Sage overseas. The Nidan Flying Immortal Ryu is known as the #1 sword art overseas. It's just flattery, Seigasakai said with a frown. Probably. Mo nodded. These words immediately infuriated the disciples of the Nidan Flying Immortal Ryu. Perhaps Seigasakai wasn't the strongest human on earth, but his sword Dao realm made him like a saint in the hearts of the disciples. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Mo, I'll fight you, Han Shinsakura said with a sullen expression. You aren't qualified. Mo didn't even look at Han Shinsakura and said to Seigasakai, since you are known as the overseas sword sage, I believe you might have some true talent. I'll give you a chance. I'll only fight you with my sword techniques and suppress my strength to the same level as yours. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes without being defeated, I'll let you have your freedom. If you lose, the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace will have to come under my family clan of gods. Do you dare to agree? Seigasakai knew very well that it was impossible for things to end peacefully today. If he agreed, there was still a chance. If he didn't agree, the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace would probably not be able to escape the calamity of destruction. Furthermore, Seigasakai was very confident in his sword Dao. Ignoring the difference in level, he didn't believe that he was inferior to Mo in terms of sword Dao realm. He didn't believe that he couldn't even withstand 3 strikes. Can your words represent the family clan of gods? Seigasakai asked Mo. If I allow you to leave, no one in the family clan of gods will dare touch you. Of course, the premise is that you, the sword sage, can withstand 3 of my strikes without being defeated, said Mo indifferently. His goal was to bring the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace back to the family clan of gods, not to kill. The killing of the companion beasts that pull the ships was only to intimidate everyone. All right, 3 strikes to decide the victor. Seigasakai's mind was calm. He wasn't moved by Mo's words. At the same time, he didn't really want to remain undefeated after 3 strikes. Instead, he wanted to win. If a sword expert didn't have the intention to win and only had the mentality of surviving 3 strikes without being defeated, he would have already been defeated. Seigasakai summoned 2 companion beasts, samurai swords, one long and one short. The blades' material looked the same, and they presented a demonic purple color. There seemed to be a faint sanguine glow amidst the purple. My weapons are called Ghost Cry and God Howl. They are both growth-type companion beasts. They have already grown to the Calamity grade and are higher than my level. When I fight you with this sword, you don't have to hold back. Just use your Calamity grade strength, Seigasakai said. They are just external objects. With a casual wave of Mo's hand, seawater surged into his palm like a fountain. Under the effects of the cold air in his palm, it condensed into a rapier. He casually shook the ice sword and said, Since you are at the Terror grade, I'll suppress my strength to the Terror grade. Receive 3 strikes from me, and you can go wherever you want. Most of the disciples of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace wore looks of indignation. Mo's actions were an insult to the sword sage, Seigasakai. Some people secretly rejoiced and felt that Seigasakai's chances of winning were higher, but they were also worried that Mo wouldn't keep his promise. Please! Seigasakai's mind was calm like an ancient well. He didn't show any emotions because of Mo's words. He stood in the sea like a mountain with his sword calmly. You do have the demeanor of a sword sage. Mo nodded slightly, as his eyes turned serious. He thrust the ice sword at Seigasakai. It was completely different from the aura used to crush hundreds of companion beasts with one hand. His thrust was ordinary and simple. It could even be said to be ridiculously ordinary. There were no sword beams or sword aura. The thrust was also very slow, so slow that it felt like he was fooling around. Mo was still standing on the dock, hundreds of meters away from Seigasakai on the sea. When he stabbed out, he didn't move and continued standing on the dock. However, for some reason, the slowly stabbing sword tip seemed to be approaching Seigasakai. It wasn't just Seigasakai. All the spectators felt as though the sword was stabbing at their hearts. Those with weak willpower turned pale from shock and involuntarily retreated. However, No matter how they retreated, they couldn't shake off the feeling that the tip of the sword was about to stab their hearts. It was as though their hearts would be pierced the next second. When Han Shinsakura and Shiraishi Satomi saw this strike, their expressions turned abnormally solemn. They knew that it was very difficult to master swift sword strikes. The faster the sword was, the easier it was to kill. However, as long as one continued practicing, the sword would always become faster. It was just a matter of how fast it became. However, if one wanted to master a slow sword strike, it wasn't something that could be learned through practice. One had to have extremely high talent in the way of the sword and have an opportunity to gain an epiphany. Only then could one slow down their swift sword. Mo's slow strike was clearly not as simple as being slow. Its realm was so high that even Han Shinsakura was alarmed. The sword slowly stabbed over. It looked easy to crack, but when he really tried to crack it, he realized that it was impossible. This was because he was too slow. No matter how one dealt with him, one would expose their intentions to the other party. The situation that was originally a stalemate would suddenly result in the other party being in a passive position. However, if he didn't resolve the slow sword, the sword would slowly stab at him like how hot water cooked a frog. Once it entered the opponent's killing range, it would be impossible to crack. Neither staying still nor moving worked. Seigasakai immediately fell into a dilemma. Was worried for Seigasakai, but Seigasakai remained calm and composed. Without any hesitation, he slashed at Mo with his weapon, Ghost Cry. His strike wasn't slow at all. On the contrary, it was as fast as a fleeting glimpse. It slashed in front of Mo in an instant. Amazing! Han Shinsakura couldn't help but exclaim. This was the most authentic Nidan flying Immortal Ryu. He used the longer weapon to slash at the enemy, and had the shorter one protect the body. The movement was like the spinning of yin and yang. It was the best way to resolve a slow sword, but it was only something Seigasakai was capable of in his realm. The terrifying beam produced by Ghost Cry had already slashed in front of Mo. If Mo continued stabbing forward, his sword would be blocked by the short blade, God Howl. If he retracted his sword and dodged, he would immediately fall into a disadvantage. Ignoring the 3 strikes, even if he struck out with 300 or 3,000 strikes, it would probably be impossible for him to defeat Seigasakai. Mo didn't retreat, or even have the intention of retracting his sword. He used the ice sword condensed from seawater to meet Seigasakai's calamity grade blade, Ghost Cry. Is he going to break the contract? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. How could an ice sword condensed from seawater resist a calamity grade companion beast weapon, unless Mo used his calamity grade strength? However, even when the blades clashed, Mo didn't use his calamity grade power. The ice sword shattered without a doubt. Everyone was overjoyed, but in the next moment, everyone's faces turned ashen. They stood rooted to the ground, unable to believe what they had seen. When the blades collided, Mo's ice sword was shattered. However, his sword was condensed from seawater to begin with. The shattered ice sword melted into water. As Mo's sword stance continued forward, it condensed into a sword and pointed at Seigasakai's chest. Everything has its own characteristics. The way to interpret motion and endure strength depends on one's heart. Yet, you haven't even figured out this point. It looks like the Nidan flying Immortal Ryu is this and nothing more, said Mo indifferently. Chapter 16 74 3 Strikes. You lost. Bring the disciples of the Nidan flying Immortal Palace along and return to the family clan of gods with me. Mo released his palm, and the ice sword in his hand transformed into water that flowed into the sea. The disciples of the Nidan flying Immortal Palace turned ashen. Despite Seigasakai's abilities, Mo had actually suppressed his strength to the same level as him. Furthermore, despite Seigasakai using the calamity grade Ghost Cry and God Howling blades, he couldn't even withstand a single strike. This made them suspect Seigasakai's sword Dao. Seigasakai was speechless. He had lost so thoroughly that there was nothing else to say. Mo turned around and was about to leave when he saw a youth standing not far behind him. The youth stood there silently sizing him up with a look of interest. This made Mo frown. The youth was less than 100 meters away from him. He hadn't sensed the other party's arrival at all despite this distance. Just this alone surprised him. Mr. Zhou! When Seigasakai saw Zhou, he said guiltily, I'm sorry I lost. I can only follow the agreement and head to the family clan of gods. Mr. Qi, there's no need to take it to heart. Zhou smiled and said to Mo, the family clan of gods is such a huge conglomerate. I don't think they will snatch my guests from me. Mo looked at Zhou and said, that depends on whether you have the ability to take the guests. You say that the Nidan flying Immortal Ryu is this and nothing more. I wonder if you dare make a pact of 3 strikes with me. Zhou said calmly. You indeed live up to your name as Deceit King. You are truly a deceptive person. Mo mocked. The fact that Zhou was Deceit King was no longer a secret among the 6 families. Before becoming the representative, Mo had seen Zhou's battle through the cube, so he naturally didn't dare underestimate him. He dared to make a pact of 3 strikes with Sagasakai, but he didn't dare do the same for Zhou Wen. It wasn't that Mo believed that Zhou Wen was stronger than him. It was only because Deceit King had displayed his powerful spatial abilities. Even if Zhou Wen only dodged, he wasn't confident of defeating him in 3 strikes. Furthermore, the reason that Mo could defeat Sagasakai in 1 strike wasn't that his Sword Dao realm was really much stronger than Sagasakai's. Before coming, Mo had studied the Nitten Flying Immortal Ryu's Sword Dao, and gathered a large amount of information on Sagasakai. It could be said that he knew Sagasakai like the back of his hand. That was why he could defeat the enemy with 1 strike. It was his style to plan before taking action. The family clan of gods had plenty of information on Zhou Wen, but they couldn't completely understand Zhou Wen through such information. At the very least, Mo believed that what the information revealed wasn't everything about Zhou Wen. You misunderstood me. I'm not asking you to defeat me in 3 strikes. Zhou Wen shook his head. Then do you mean that you want me to receive your 3 strikes? Mo's expression turned cold, as he couldn't help but feel angry. Ever since he became a representative, he had never suffered such derision. Although Zhou Wen was famous as Deceit King, that was only in the past. Mo didn't believe that Zhou Wen had the right to say such things to the present him. Of course not. Zhou Wen shook his head again. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, Mo's expression softened. He looked at Zhou Wen and said, Then what do you mean by pact of 3 strikes? Zhou Wen didn't answer him, as he waved at Han Shinsakura. Come over and help me. Han Shinsakura was taken aback when he heard that. He didn't know what Zhou Wen was up to, but he still walked over the waves and headed to Zhou Wen's side. Master, why did Zhou Wen get Han Shinsakura to go over? Shiraishi Satomi asked Sagasakai in puzzlement. How can we see through a figure like him? However, Mr. Zhou definitely has his reasons. Just keep watching, Sagasakai said. Sir, what are your orders? Han Shinsakura came in front of Zhou Wen and bowed. I remember that you are Mr. Sei's disciple. You should have obtained the true teachings of Mr. Sei's Nitten Flying Immortal Ryu, right? Zhou Wen asked Han Shinsakura. Mo didn't know what Zhou Wen was up to as he watched without a word. I wouldn't dare call it true teachings. I've been working hard to follow in Master's footsteps. Han Shinsakura answered. Sakura's Sword Dao is about to reach my realm, Sagasakai said. It's enough. Zhou Wen nodded in satisfaction. Zhou Wen, what are you up to? Mo asked with a frown. You just said that the Nitten Flying Immortal Ryu is this and nothing more. Then I'll impart 3 strikes of the Nitten Flying Immortal Ryu on Mr. Sei's behalf. It's the same rule as before. If you can withstand 3 strikes from him without being defeated, you can take them anywhere you want. When Zhou Wen said that, everyone was stunned speechless. Everyone had already seen Mo's strength. Even Sagasakai couldn't withstand a single strike. Although Han Shinsakura was a genius and his cultivation in the way of the sword was close to Sagasakai's, it was unbelievable that he could defeat Mo after learning 3 sword strikes. This time, it wasn't just Mo's expression. Even his eyes turned cold, as he stared intently at Zhou Wen and said, You will pay the price for your arrogance. All you need to do is answer whether you'll take the bet. Zhou Wen said indifferently. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. However, after that, I'll fight you. I originally didn't want to be your enemy, but you're forcing me, Mo said coldly. Get through his 3 strikes without being defeated first. As Zhou Wen spoke, he waved his hand at Han Shinsakura. Lend me your blade. I'll teach you 3 strikes on behalf of Mr. Sei. Although Han Shinsakura was somewhat puzzled, he still handed the blade to Zhou Wen with both hands. Zhou Wen took the samurai sword and casually brandished it twice, as though he was familiarizing himself with the blade's center of gravity. Master, isn't Zhou Wen being too arrogant? Shiraishi Satomi said with an odd expression. Although she knew that Zhou Wen was human sovereign, it wasn't easy to defeat Mo even with the strength human sovereign had displayed in the past. To be able to defeat Mo by teaching Han Shinsakura 3 strikes on the spot was unbelievable. In fact, it wasn't just Shiraishi Satomi. The elders also felt that Zhou Wen was a little condescending. Even if he was human sovereign, he couldn't underestimate an expert at Mo's level. Even if Zhou Wen really had such a powerful sword Dao, it was impossible for Han Shinsakura to immediately master his profound sword Dao. No matter how talented a swordsman was, it was impossible for him to master a profound sword technique in such a short period of time. What was even more unacceptable was that Zhou Wen had actually begun imparting the Han Shinsakura's sword art in front of Mo, without any intention of concealment. Can we rely on this person? It wasn't just the elders. Even the ordinary disciples felt that Zhou Wen's actions were a little too childish. To teach 3 strikes in front of the opponent, and to use those same 3 strikes to defeat him, was he treating the opponent as an idiot? Chapter 1675 Education. Zhou Wen was naturally not an unreliable person. He wasn't making such a condition to insult Mo. In fact, He had already arrived when Seigasakai fought Moa. Back then, Seigasakai had already agreed to Mo's challenge. It was too late for him to stop it. Therefore, when Seigasakai fought Mo, Zhou activated the teacher domain to observe the extent of Mo's abilities. The teacher domain was a calamity zone derived from the Tao Sutra. The game's introduction was the domain of education. Its actual use could block the different nomological powers. At the same time, it could study how the other party's power worked. It could even produce an essence energy art by studying the other party's nomological power. Zhou originally only wanted to study Mo's powers, hoping to figure out what kind of power the reflective power was. However, when Zhou used the teacher domain to observe it, he made an unexpected discovery. This discovery didn't stem from Mo, but because of Seigasakai. This was because Seigasakai's Nitten Flying Immortal Ryu was inspired by Zhou's transcendent Flying Immortal and Immortal Slaying. It could be said to share the same lineage as Zhou's Sword Dao. When Seigasakai used the Nitten Flying Immortal Ryu as Sword Dao, Zhou discovered some other abilities in the teacher domain. In the teacher domain, not only could Zhou clearly sense all the pros and cons of Seigasakai's Nitten Flying Immortal Ryu, but the teacher domain had even automatically modified the flaws of the Nitten Flying Immortal Ryu, giving Zhou new insights into the teacher domain's abilities. He could clearly sense that as long as he was willing, he could use the teacher domain to make up for the flaws of Seigasakai's Nitten Flying Immortal Ryu. He could even directly raise Seigasakai's Sword Dao realm. So that's how it is. The so-called domain of education is indeed not as simple as imitating and learning. Zhou came to a realization. Having Seigasakai use the Nitten Flying Immortal Ryu to fight Mo in the teacher domain was almost equivalent to Zhou when fighting Mo himself. Now, Zhou had already made a judgment on Mo's Sword Dao realm. At the same time, he wanted to test the teacher domain's new ability, so he had raised such a condition. Zhou even vaguely felt that he had found a path of advancement for the teacher domain. Han Shinsakura looked at Zhou and couldn't help but feel nervous. The Sword Dao Zhou had imparted was probably extremely profound. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to defeat Moa. He didn't doubt Zhou's Sword Dao standards, but he was afraid that he couldn't master the sword techniques Zhou imparted to him in such a short period of time.
There's no need to be nervous. Just taking it easy while learning it will be enough,
Zhou said with a smile. These words sounded arrogant in the ears of others, but that was the truth. This was because he wanted to use the teacher domain to directly raise Han Shinsakura's Sword Dao realm, and not really let him learn the 3 strikes.
I'll do my best,
Han Shinsakura said seriously.
Then watch carefully.
Zhou didn't say another word. After activating the teacher domain, he began brandishing the saber in his hand. Everyone was drawn to his actions. They wanted to see what peerless sword technique he was teaching to allow Han Shinsakura to defeat Mo in such a short period of time. Even Mo couldn't help but focus on Zhou's sword technique. He also wanted to know how good Zhou's Sword Dao was. Mo didn't believe that he would lose to Han Shinsakura. He was already preparing to defeat Zhou after defeating him. However, Zhou's next 3 strikes made everyone widen their eyes. It wasn't because the sword technique Zhou taught was profound and powerful, but because the sword technique Zhou taught was too simple. It was so simple that all the disciples of the Nitten Flying Immortal Palace could understand it. Even the young mortal stage disciples understood the sword technique Zhou had taught. In fact, it was very difficult for them not to understand it even if they wanted to. This was because the sword technique Zhou had displayed was the most basic sword technique of the Nitten Flying Immortal Ryu. Even a young child of the Nitten Flying Immortal Palace had practiced it countless times, and was extremely familiar with it.
Master, what's going on?
Shiraishi Satomi began to doubt her eyes. She suspected that Zhou had taught something so profound that she couldn't understand it. Seigasakai was equally puzzled. He also suspected that Zhou's ordinary 3 strikes contained some profundity, but he really couldn't tell what was different between them and the Nitten Flying Immortal Ryu basic sword stances he had created. Mo knitted his brows tightly. He had focused on studying the Nitten Flying Immortal Ryu, so he naturally knew the basic sword moves like the back of his hand. However, he couldn't tell how Zhou could defeat him with these 3 strikes. Disregarding how Han Shinsakura could defeat him with 3 strikes, even if Zhou were to use them himself, Mo didn't believe that they would be of any use. The others couldn't sense anything, but Han Shinsakura felt something completely different. Under the effects of the teacher domain, the ordinary 3 strikes struck Han Shinsakura's brain like 3 bolts of lightning, enlightening him. His mind exploded with many unprecedented sword experiences. So the Nitten Flying Immortal Ryu I mastered has so many flaws. So this is the profundity of the Nitten Flying Immortal Ryu. I never expected there to be such a realm. The 3 simple strikes in the eyes of others caused Han Shinsakura to produce the effect of 3 epiphanies. His cultivation in the Sword Dao had already approached Seigasakai, but he suddenly had 3 epiphanies. His realm in the sword Dao instantly rose to an unbelievable realm. How rare was an epiphany? A swordsman who had an epiphany once in his life could become a sword master of a generation. For example, Sagasakai had one epiphany because of Jowen. This resulted in him establishing the Nidan Flying Immortal Ryu and gaining the reputation of the sword sage. Overseas. Now, Han Shinsakura had experienced 3 consecutive enlightenments. It was an unbelievably fortuitous encounter. In a moment, his sword Dao realm had reached a status that even Sagasakai found difficult to reach. At that moment, he was pleasantly surprised. He almost couldn't believe that he had gained such insights. He looked at Jowen as though he was looking at a god. If he wasn't a god, how could he use 3 simple strikes to give him such insight? Jowen looked at Han Shinsakura and was also pleasantly surprised. With Han Shinsakura's epiphany and improvement, his teacher domain began to improve, evolving from the human realm to the hell level. Jowen originally imagined that by using the teacher domain to educate Han Shinsakura's comprehension of the Nidan Flying Immortal Ryu should have reached the limits of his comprehension. However, that wasn't the case. After Han Shinsakura experienced 3 epiphanies, the Nidan Flying Immortal Ryu's sword Dao he had comprehended had exceeded the limits of the teacher domain. The master guides one into the way. Cultivation depends on the individual. The education of the teacher domain is no longer limited to one's bottleneck. The enlightenment of the educated will be reflected in the teacher domain if they exceed the teacher domain. Jowen had already completely understood the teacher domain's abilities. Chapter 1676 Same plot. His sword technique is nothing much. Unless he uses powers above the terror grade, these 3 strikes should be enough for you to defeat him. Jowen threw the blade back to Han Shinsakura. You don't have to use words to taunt me. Since I've said that I would only use powers on the same level as him, I definitely won't go back on my word. If I use powers above the terror grade, it will naturally be considered a loss, said Mo coldly. He didn't believe that Han Shinsakura could defeat him with these 3 strikes. Jowen declined to comment, but Han Shinsakura suddenly bowed at him as a form of thanks. He said solemnly, I'll remember your kindness in imparting the Dao. Go. Jowen nodded slightly. Only then did Han Shinsakura stand up and walk towards Mo with his blade in hand. The disciples of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace wore odd expressions. They really couldn't tell how the 3 strikes that Jowen had taught were worth Han Shinsakura's bow. Shiraishi Satomi also wore a puzzled expression as she looked at Sagasakai and asked, Master, are Jowen's 3 strikes really that magical? She knew how proud Han Shinsakura was. To be able to make him bow so respectfully meant that he almost treated Jowen as a master. It also indirectly meant that the 3 strikes were definitely extraordinary. However, Shiraishi Satomi couldn't tell how the 3 strikes were different from the basic sword moves she had learned in the past. How can a figure like Mr. Zhou spout nonsense? Sagasakai couldn't tell what was so profound about the 3 swords, but he could sense that Han Shinsakura's aura had changed. This change didn't seem obvious. If Han Shinsakura hadn't been taught by Sagasakai, it would have been difficult for him to notice this change. Please be careful of my blade. Han Shinsakura stopped opposite Mo. He held the blade Jowen had borrowed, and didn't summon the second short blade he often used. The disciples of the Nidan Flying Immortal Ryu used dual blades, so Han Shinsakura was naturally best at dual blades. He only used 1 instead of 2, not because Jowen had only used 1 saber for the 3 strikes he had taught, but because Han Shinsakura wanted to avenge Sagasakai's humiliation. Since Mo had defeated him with a water sword, he had to use a single blade to defeat Mo. Mo looked at Han Shinsakura as a strange glint flashed in his eyes. After all, he was a calamity grade expert. He could sense the changes in Han Shinsakura's aura, but he still couldn't figure out what Han Shinsakura had learned from the 3 strikes. He could only watch helplessly as Jowen taught the 3 strikes. He really couldn't figure out what tricks the 3 strikes could produce. Mo casually grabbed and condensed seawater into a sword again. He looked at Han Shinsakura and said indifferently, Don't waste any more time. Attack! Although he knew that Han Shinsakura had grown, Mo didn't believe that he could grow to the point of defeating him. Even if Jowen had taught him a godlike sword technique, it was impossible for him to raise Han Shinsakura to a level that could match him in such a short period of time. Furthermore, the 3 strikes Jowen taught were only the basic sword techniques of the Nidan Flying Immortal Ryu. In a true battle between experts, confidence was also an important part. If one wasn't confident, it would be very difficult to win unless one's strength was truly overwhelming. How could Mo make such a mistake? Han Shinsakura didn't say anything else. He held the blade in one hand and slashed at Mo. This strike wasn't one of the 3 strikes Jowen had taught him. Instead, it was the strike Sagasakai had slashed at Mo. It was almost identical without any difference. Indeed, the 3 strikes Jowen taught are useless. He's using Sagasakai's sword Dao. Those 3 strikes are just a ruse. However, Aren't you underestimating me? How can such a trick succeed in front of me? Furthermore, I've just cracked the sword stance he's using. A thought flashed through Mo's mind, but he didn't hesitate to thrust his sword out again. The battle between the two was almost a replay of the battle between Sagasakai and Moa. The only difference was that Han Shinsakura only had one blade in his hand, and didn't have the ability to protect himself. Shiraishi Satomi was at a loss for words. Sagasakai had already tried using the same strike, so this strike was bound to fail. Yet, Han Shinsakura had actually replicated his attempt. It wasn't just her. None of the disciples of the Nidan FLYMG Immortal Palace understood. The elders even wondered if Han Shinsakura's brain was damaged. Only Sagasakai seemed to understand something. He shook his head slightly, and said with a smile, "This child sure is thoughtful." The ice sword that advanced at an extremely slow speed collided with the blade that slashed over crazily again. The ice sword was shattered again. Everything was identical to the last time, as though a movie had been replayed. Although Mo was confident, he was still somewhat afraid. Therefore, he held back and prepared to deal with any development that cropped up. However, nothing happened. Han Shinsakura's blade shattered his ice sword. The ice sword fragments transformed into water that flowed past Han Shinsakura's blade and condensed into a water sword that pointed at his chest. I won. Mo naturally found it unbelievable that everything would go so smoothly, but seeing that the water sword was about to stab Han Shinsakura's chest, he had to believe it. Suddenly, Mo's heart palpitated as though he sensed dire danger. His eyes focused, and he immediately realized that Han Shinsakura's blade had already slashed at his waist at some point in time. His sword and Han Shinsakura's blade could hit each other almost at the same time, but he only held a water sword, while Han Shinsakura held a terror-grade companion beast blade. If they were to hit each other, the outcome would be different. Unless Mo used powers that exceeded the terror grade, he would definitely be the one suffering. When that happened, he would naturally lose. I thought it was some brilliant sword technique, but it turns out that you just want to use this method to defeat me. Aren't you too naive? Mo's calamity-grade thinking ability and reaction were naturally not something Han Shinsakura could compare with. At that instant, countless thoughts flashed through Mo's mind. Almost at the same time, his body naturally moved. His figure moved slightly, as he maintained the water sword's thrust and speed. This way, Han Shinsakura's blade would brush past him, and his water sword would hit Han Shinsakura. In fact, this reaction had exceeded the limits of the terror grade. However, this wasn't a substantial calamity grade power, so it couldn't be said that the Mo violated the rules. However, after Mo did all of this, his pupils suddenly constricted as he revealed a look of disbelief, as though he had seen a ghost. He originally imagined that Han Shinsakura had used all his strength to slash out, but that wasn't the case at all. Han Shinsakura's reaction speed was far inferior to his, so it was impossible for him to keep up with his changes and adapt. However, Han Shinsakura seemed to have anticipated the change in moves. The blade's angle changed midway, almost at the same moment as Mo. It happened to restrain Mo's new move. Mo never expected such a situation to happen. It was as though his opponent was prescient. If he hadn't moved and continued the stab, Han Shinsakura would have already lost. However, due to his movement, Han Shinsakura happened to be able to restrain him. At such a close distance, unless he used the speed of a calamity grade to move again, he wouldn't be able to do anything. In that instant of hesitation, the water sword in Mo's hand was shattered by the blade in Han Shinsakura's hand. The tip of the blade stopped in front of Mo's chest. Instantly, there was only the sound of the sea waves. Everyone seemed to be petrified as they watched Han Shinsakura point his blade at Mo's chest. Am I F*** King dreaming? On the ship, someone shouted in a fugue. Chapter 1677 Easy Advancement. Chapter 1677 Easy Advancement. Am I still living in a dream? The disciples of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace widened their eyes in disbelief. With just one strike, Han Shinsakura had actually defeated the unparalleled Mo in sword technique. It was unbelievable. However, what surprised them the most wasn't that Han Shinsakura had defeated Mo with one strike, but that Zhou had only taught him 3 simple strikes, allowing Han Shinsakura's sword Dao to advance so rapidly. Han Shinsakura's sword technique was originally weaker than Sagasekai's. Even Sagasekai had been defeated by Mo with one strike, but now, Han Shinsakura had turned the tables. This was an unimaginable difference. All the disciples of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace looked at Zhou as though they were looking at a god or an immortal pill. It was as though they could immediately ascend to immortality if they swallowed him. The people who knew Han Shinsakura found it even more unbelievable. Take Shiraishi Satomi for example. She often practiced swordsmanship with Han Shinsakura, so she knew his sword Dao very well. But now, she realized that Han Shinsakura's sword Dao was like the sea, making it impossible for her to see its depths. It even made her feel puny in front of a mountain. And all of this was because Zhou Wen had taught him 3 strikes. It was miraculous. Mo stared intently at Han Shinsakura. He couldn't believe that Han Shinsakura had become so strong just because Zhou Wen had taught him 3 strikes. However, the truth was right in front of him, so he had no choice but to believe it. If Han Shinsakura had such standards long ago, he wouldn't have watched Seigasekai's defeat without doing anything. Is Zhou Wen's teaching standard so high, or is Han Shinsakura's perceptivity too terrifying? This thought flashed through Mo's mind, as he instantly answered himself. Han Shinsakura had been with Seigasekai for so many years. If his talent was really that strong, he would have long formed his own faction. He would have long surpassed Seigasekai, so he wouldn't have waited until now to have such a breakthrough. The only explanation was that Zhou Wen's sword Dao was just so powerful. Although Mo wasn't willing to believe it, he had to admit that he didn't understand how Zhou Wen had taught him. This made him suspect his realm and standards for a moment. You lost. Han Shinsakura retracted his blade and said to Mo, I definitely won't go back on my word. I won't stop anyone from the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace from going anywhere. With that said, Mo ignored Han Shinsakura and turned to Zhou Wen. He stared at him and said, The Sea King lives up to his reputation. You're even stronger than the rumors. I wonder if you dare fight me. Zhou Wen was filled with joy because with Han Shinsakura's epiphany, his teacher domain had risen from the human realm to the hell level. Even Zhou Wen hadn't expected such a speed of advancement. At that moment, he was doing the math. If he did it a few more times, wouldn't the teacher domain easily advance to the heaven level? In fact, it wasn't as simple as Zhou Wen imagined. The reason the teacher domain could advance from the human realm to the hell level was that Han Shinsakura's talent and perceptivity were excellent. He had undergone 3 epiphanies under the influence of the teacher domain, causing his sword Dao to reach an unbelievable realm. In terms of sword Dao, even a heaven-level swordsman wasn't completely confident of defeating Han Shinsakura. It could be said that Han Shinsakura was already a true sword master. If it were an ordinary person with inferior talent and perceptivity, it was hard to say if they could even experience a single epiphany, much less 3. The teacher domain could only impart experience and influence perceptivity, but it wasn't powerful enough to force enlightenment. It could be said that the teacher domain and Han Shinsakura were mutually fulfilling each other's wishes. Furthermore, Han Shinsakura had 3 epiphanies. Apart from his talent, the immense pressure was also an important reason. The fate of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace lay on his shoulders, giving him the motivation to exceed his limits. If it were any other time, he might have gained an epiphany once or twice under the influence of the teacher domain instead of 3 times. It wouldn't be easy for Zhou Wen to use the teacher domain to produce such a person. Thankfully, there were many geniuses on Earth. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. However, Zhou Wen had many geniuses he could use. There was just another problem. Zhou Wen had to have a deep understanding of the Dao they cultivated. Otherwise, the teacher domain's abilities would be greatly reduced. Come find me after you advance to the heaven level. Zhou Wen wasn't too interested in fighting Mo. After the 2 battles, Zhou Wen had a general understanding of Mo's realm. Mo's realm was considered very strong among humans, but it was only strong. If he wasn't at the calamity grade and didn't have the shocking ability to deal reflective damage, it was impossible for him to be so famous at his realm. These words were practically saying to Mo, Your abilities aren't good enough. Go back and train for a few more years. If Zhou Wen had said those words when he first arrived, even the disciples of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace would probably have thought that he was too arrogant and conceited. However, everyone felt that there was nothing wrong with Zhou Wen's words. Mo couldn't even defeat Han Shinsakura, who had learned 3 strikes from Zhou Wen, so how could he be Zhou Wen's match? When Mo heard Zhou Wen, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Perhaps your Sword Dao realm is indeed above mine, but a Sword Dao realm isn't the only criterion that determines victory. From the looks of it, you are very confident in your ability to reflect damage, Zhou Wen said calmly. Do you dare or not? Mo said coldly. It has nothing to do with whether I dare or not. What's the benefit of fighting you? Zhou Wen said with a smile. What benefits do you want? Mo was first taken aback before he asked with a frown. If you lose, tell me why you insist on having the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace join the family clan of gods, Zhou Wen said. Zhou Wen had always been puzzled by this question. Although the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace was not a small faction, and Seigasekai and Han Shinsakura were considered elites among humans, they didn't seem worth the family clan of gods' attention. At the very least, there was no need for them to pay such a huge price for the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace, much less be so insistent. Sure. Mo hesitated for a moment before agreeing to Zhou Wen's request. Since they could no longer recruit the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace into the family clan of gods, this secret was meaningless to them. Furthermore, even if Zhou Wen knew the secret, he might not be able to obtain any benefits from it. Then let's not waste any time. Let's begin. Just as Zhou Wen said that, he gathered the power of the ancient Sovereign Sutra and struck out at Mo's head. The calamity zone condensed by the ancient Sovereign Sutra was called the Human Sovereign Sacrifices to the Heavens. This power could restrain Star-Lord Cherish Kismet's ability to deal damage, also an ability to reflect damage. Zhou Wen also wanted to know if the ancient Sovereign Sutra's power could restrain Mo. When Mo saw Zhou Wen's incoming palm strike, he had no intention of dodging. He knew that his Sword Dao realm was inferior to Zhou Wen's. Instead of wasting time competing in technique, he might as well use his strongest strength to determine the victor. Bang! Zhou Wen struck Mo's head with his palm, producing a dull thud. Chapter 1678 Karma Reversal. Chapter 1678 Karma Reversal. The name of Mo's life providence was harming others without benefiting oneself. Previously, it was famous for being a useless life providence. If he harmed others, not only would others not be injured, but he would also suffer the same injuries. Soit. This life providence had once made Mo doubt life, but he didn't sink into depression like the average person would. Instead, he regained his confidence and firmly believed that there was no crippled life providence in the world, only crippled people. He definitely could find a way to use his life providence. However, after trying one method after another, none of them met with success. Mo had also thought that perhaps his life soul had some special attribute that could reverse the disadvantage of his life providence and even turn the disadvantage into an advantage. However, it didn't happen. His life soul was equally weak, and he was similarly unable to harm others. When humans finally found a way to advance to the mythical stage, Mo placed his hopes on the Wheel of Destiny. He thought that the Wheel of Destiny could change everything. Likewise, it didn't. His Wheel of Destiny was actually the same type. He still couldn't harm anyone. Even someone as mentally resilient as Mo was about to break down. Although he was a member of the family clan of gods, he was a cripple. He didn't obtain many resources. He had already paid a significant price to reach the mythical stage. No matter how many resources his family had, it was impossible for them to help him advance to the terror grade. Mo didn't blame the family. He felt that it was fair. If it were him, he wouldn't invest the resources on a hopeless person either. Just as Mo had given up hope, he never expected the Dimension's fallen race to find him and help him advance to the calamity grade. When Mo's life providence advanced to the terror grade and entered the terror form, it finally underwent a reversal. Just as he had imagined, it turned the disadvantage into an advantage. His terror form was called Karma Reversal. Under the effects of the terror form, he went from harming others without benefiting himself to harming others to benefit himself. His life soul and Wheel of Destiny also became extremely powerful. When he advanced to the calamity grade, he could finally freely control his strength and no longer be restrained by all sorts of restrictions. Not only could he injure others, but anyone who harmed him in his domain would also suffer a karma reversal, causing the enemy to be injured instead. Furthermore, this kind of injury would be reflected multiple times over. Mo knew his abilities very well. Even if Zhou Wen's level was higher than his, and his strength was greater than his, it was still impossible for him to defeat him. The stronger Zhou Wen was, the more miserable his defeat would be. Bang! Zhou Wen struck Mo on the head. Just as Mo was considering if he should take this opportunity to eliminate Zhou Wen, he suddenly felt his head buzz. His mind went blank as his body fell forward uncontrollably and slammed to the ground. Then, an intense pain spread throughout his body, as the sound of bones shattering constantly sounded. Mo was slammed to the ground by Zhou Wen. As his body twisted and sank into the ground, all his bones fractured as blood seeped out of his 7 orifices. No! Impossible! Mo's irises constricted as he struggled to get up. However, he realized that his arm and leg bones had snapped into several pieces. He couldn't control them at all. He couldn't even move, much less stand up. The intense pain pulsed through his nerves. On the distant ship, the disciples of the Nidden Flying Immortal Palace fell dead silent. Everyone gaped as they stared blankly at Zhou Wen and Mo, who had been slammed into the concrete ground. For a moment, they suspected if this was the real Mo. Perhaps this Mo was only a replica and a weak imposter. Otherwise, how could he have been smacked to the ground by Zhou Wen and not be able to get up? He was Mo, the Mo who had appeared virtually invincible on the cube. Even a calamity-grade dimensional creature had been casually killed by him. There was no need for him to do anything. If a calamity creature attacked him, they would be killed by this fallen race representative's recall. If it wasn't for the fact that Mo had previously killed hundreds of companion beasts with one hand, and if it wasn't for the fact that Mo had just defeated Sagasakai with one strike, they would have no doubt that he was a useless imposter. But now, they looked at Zhou Wen with eyes filled with zeal and respect. This was the true peak combat strength of humanity. Without becoming a representative or relying on a guardian, his strength had reached an unbelievable level. After casually teaching Han Shinsakura 3 strikes, he allowed Han Shinsakura to defeat Mo in terms of sword techniques. With a casual palm strike, he slammed the invisible Mo to the ground. How terrifying was this existence?
Master, is he really pure human?
Even Shiraishi Satomi, who knew Zhou Wen's identity, found it difficult to believe the truth she knew. To be able to smack down Mo with a single slap, how powerful was this force? Shiraishi Satomi found it difficult to believe that pure humans could reach this stage. After all, before Zhou Wen was born, no human could advance to the mythical stage as a pure-blooded human, much less slap a calamity-grade existence to the ground.
Some people are born different,
Sei Gasukai said with a sigh. At that moment, Zhou Wen was like a god in the eyes of the disciples of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace. Zhou Wen looked at the struggling Mo, who couldn't stand up, and was somewhat surprised. He never expected the ancient Sovereign Sutra's power to restrain Mo. It was even stronger than he imagined. However, Zhou Wen soon understood the reason. He had the Hell-level teacher domain constantly activated. The effects of the teacher domain were now even stronger than before. During the entire process of the ancient Sovereign Sutra's power resisting Mo's power, the effects of the teacher domain were completely unleashed due to Mo's power being restrained. The teacher domain had already deduced the rules of Mo's power. Zhou Wen already understood the rules of Mo's power. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Mo sure is unlucky. This power of karma reversal can gain the upper hand against any powerful force. However, the ancient Sovereign Sutra's domain power is a form of sacrificial power. Human sovereign sacrificed himself to the heavens to fulfill the wishes of others. When it's used on him, what's originally a saving power becomes a force of destruction thanks to his karma reversal powers. It was only because Zhou Wen was just giving it a try from the beginning that he didn't dare use all his strength. He was afraid that the ancient Sovereign Sutra's power couldn't injure Mo, and he would suffer the consequences. If he had used all his strength, he would probably have killed Mo.
Get someone to take him back.
Zhou Wen wasn't a bloodthirsty person, nor was there any reason for him to kill Mo. If it were anyone else, they might have imagined that Mo was an enemy and wanted to eliminate him as soon as possible. However, Zhou Wen stood at a different vantage point. In particular, the few conversations he had had with his teacher, Wang Mingyuan, made Zhou Wen realize very clearly that his enemy wasn't humans or these representatives, but the terrifying dimension. These representatives might become humanity's hope and main combat strength in the future. This was also why he didn't object to Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu becoming representatives. Chapter 1679 My adversary has never been humanity. Chapter 1679 My adversary has never been humanity.
You are killing me,
Mo asked in surprise. He never expected Zhou Wen to get someone to take him back and not kill him. Others might be afraid of the family clan of God's faction and wouldn't dare attack him because of their qualms, but Mo knew very well that the Yin family had no intention of compromising with the family clan of Gods. Even if the Yin family was willing to compromise, an existence like Zhou Wen didn't need to worry about the family clan of Gods.
Why should I kill you?
Zhou Wen asked calmly. Mo was first taken aback before saying,
Because I'm your enemy now. My enemies have never been humans.
With that said, Zhou Wen turned around and walked towards Han Shinsakura. Looking at Zhou Wen's back, Mo's expression changed constantly. He kept thinking about Zhou Wen's words.
My enemies have never been humans.
He didn't know what to feel. Han Shinsakura got 2 disciples to take Mo back before leading the remaining disciples to guide Ancient City with Zhou Wen. The elders who were unwilling to migrate to guide Ancient City were now overjoyed. They would occasionally appear in front of Zhou Wen and greet him Mr. Zhou warmly. Zhou Wen was in a rather good mood. He originally imagined that it would be a tiring trip that wasted his time, but he never expected to find a way to advance the teacher domain. He was already planning to try it on Feng Qiuyan, Ming Xiu, and Qin Zhen to see if he could raise the teacher domain to the heaven level when he returned. He used spatial teleportation abilities on his trip here. It didn't take much time, but when he returned, he had to slowly travel with more than 10,000 disciples of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace. It wasn't that fast. As the route they chose was relatively safe, they didn't encounter much trouble along the way. Zhou Wen didn't even need to take action to resolve the minor problems they encountered. Han Shinsakura and company resolved them themselves, so Zhou Wen had nothing to do. He wanted to grind the game dungeons, but his phone was still charging. There was no way to operate it. The charging took longer than Zhou Wen had anticipated. After more than 50 hours, the phone's battery finally reached 99%. It was just short of the final 1%. Zhou Wen held his phone and waited for the final 1% to be completed. He was very curious about the difference after the phone was charged up. Ordinary phones were charged for extended usage, but the mysterious phone had no need for that. Changes were definitely installed from the charging. Ding! With a notification sound, the battery reached 100%. As Joe waited in anticipation, the phone screen finally changed. The battery icon vanished and the screen turned black. A line of white words appeared in the middle of the screen. Fully charged. Restarting system. Restart? Why isn't it an upgrade? Joe was somewhat disappointed. He imagined that there would be a tremendous change, but he never expected it to only be a restart. The phone didn't make Joe wait too long. After a while, the line of words vanished. The phone screen lit up again and entered the familiar home screen. Looking at the familiar scene, Joe swiped his finger a few times, but he didn't discover any obvious differences. Even the background was the same. The icon of every game dungeon was identical. Don't tell me this thing is really just charging for extended usage? Joe was depressed. After all this trouble, it really didn't seem any different. He flipped it back and forth several times. Apart from the game dungeon icons representing dungeons that had already been downloaded, nothing had increased. No matter how he looked at it, it was identical to before. Unwilling to give up, he studied it for a while longer before he was completely disappointed. The mysterious phone hadn't changed at all. Are you messing with me? Joe felt depressed, but there was nothing he could do. He randomly opened the Ant City dungeon. Having not grinded dungeons for a few days, he planned on grinding the dungeon to see if he could obtain anything useful. I wonder if the drop rate will be higher after it's fully charged. It can't be completely useless, right? Joe thought to himself as he suddenly froze when he saw the Ant City dungeon. After clicking on the icon, he didn't enter the game like before. Instead, two options appeared. Normal mode. Hidden mode. I knew it was impossible for there to be no changes. Could this be the legendary hidden dungeon? Joe was immediately overjoyed when he saw the two options. He chose the hidden mode without any hesitation. In the past, there would always be some hidden places. Even if one cleared the game, it was very likely that they wouldn't discover the hidden mysterious dungeons. Typically, one had to use special methods to enter. Hidden dungeons often had all sorts of hidden bosses and treasures. There might even be a drop rate that was much higher than ordinary dungeons. Joe would only imagine the scene of him casually killing a few dimensional creatures after entering a hidden dungeon, and having companion eggs and essence energy crystals drop. He couldn't contain his excitement. If he was lucky, he might be able to drop a divine artifact just by killing a monster. Just the thought of it was thrilling. The Ant City dungeon was a dungeon that came with the phone. It was also the first dungeon Joe had come into contact with. However, Joe had yet to kill the guardian of Ant City. This guardian could actually become stronger and stronger with time. This was considered a unique existence. After entering Ant City, the game screen didn't seem to change. The ant-type dimensional creatures didn't show any signs of becoming stronger. With Joe's present strength, he could easily kill a large group with one strike. Soon, he arrived at the ant nest. Just as Joe was about to rush into the huge hive where the Golden Ant King was, he suddenly saw a strange glow appear on the game screen. Although it was called Ant City, it was actually a huge cave with many ant nests inside. In the past, Joe had always cleared the ant nests before fighting the Ant City Guardian. The layout of the cave and the ant nest didn't change, but at the deepest part of the cave, there was a mountain wall that shimmered with golden light. Joe looked carefully and realized that there was a protruding rock on the shimmering mountain wall. The rock was only the size of a palm, and it curved slightly. The color and texture were no different from ordinary rocks. If not for the fact that the rock was glowing with golden light, Joe probably wouldn't have noticed it no matter how many times he came. Joe stopped provoking the ant colony in Ant City. He summoned the invisibility cloak and wore it. He secretly came in front of the golden rocks and reached out to touch them. The rock itself didn't seem strange. It was no different from the rocks beside it. It was unlikely to be a treasure. Joe attempted to explore. When he exerted strength with his hand to attempt spinning the rock, it began moving. Then, there was a grinding sound as the rock sank into the mountain wall. Then, a crack that could allow a person to pass opened up on the mountain wall. Chapter 1680 Golden Demonic Ant King. Chapter 1680 Golden Demonic Ant King. The crack was filled with golden light, making it impossible to see what was inside. Joe had no choice but to give up on observing as he controlled the blood-colored avatar to enter the crack. The golden light outside looked resplendent, but it was like a thin layer of ripples. After passing through the golden light, he found a cave inside. The cave was rather large, and the space was similar to a factory's warehouse. However, there was no sign of dimensional creatures in the huge cave. There was only a huge egg-shaped object carved from gold on a stone platform. It was golden in color and looked like 24K gold. It was more than a meter tall and nearly a meter wide. It looked fat, and there were many strange patterns on it. The patterns were bent and curved in an unidentifiable manner. Or perhaps it wasn't a pattern at all, but natural patterns. Is this a companion egg? Zhou Wen reached out to stroke the golden egg, as a message immediately appeared on his phone. NE. Golden Demonic Ant King, Mortal, Evolvable. Strength 11. Speed 11. Constitution 11. Essence Energy 11. Talent Skill, Golden Guardian, Demonization, Ant Strength God, King Transformation. Companion Form, Golden Battle Armor. An evolvable companion beast. Zhou Wen's expression turned odd. This thing was equivalent to a free pickup. Furthermore, from its skills, it was both a king and a demon. It seemed rather powerful. If every dimensional zone had such a hidden spot, wouldn't he be able to pick up divine pets everywhere? With this in mind, Zhou Wen couldn't contain his joy as he hatched the Golden Demonic Ant King. Without looking at its appearance, he eagerly exited the Ant City dungeon and chose the Big Dipper Instance dungeon. Ant City could only be considered a low-level game dungeon. Apart from the Ant City Guardian, the other dimensional creatures' levels were pitifully low. If such dungeons had evolvable companion beasts, what would be the treasure hidden in a high-level dungeon like the Big Dipper? Just the thought of it excited Zhou Wen. Of course, there were some higher-level dungeons. Although there might be better things hidden in places like Chess Mountain, Zhou Wen couldn't clear those places yet. He couldn't enter any random place. If the hidden dungeon was somewhere Zhou Wen couldn't reach, it was useless even if he entered. Zhou Wen could already clear the 7-star palaces in the Big Dipper Instance dungeon. No matter where the hidden dungeon was, he could find it. He planned on experimenting with it. He eagerly opened the Big Dipper Instance dungeon. Just like before, there were two options: ordinary and hidden. Zhou Wen didn't hesitate to choose the hidden mode. After entering the first star palace, he didn't find any traces of the hidden dungeon. Zhou Wen had no choice but to storm through one star palace after another, but he was disappointed again and again. He killed 6-star palace star lords without finding any traces of the hidden dungeon. From the looks of it, it's definitely in the last star palace. At this moment, Zhou Wen wasn't in a rush as he teleported into the final star palace. The Alcade Star Palace was the star palace where Star-Lord Army Breaker was. It was the last of the 7-star palaces of the Big Dipper. In front of the star palace was a long staircase that drained all essence energy. Only the power of the teacher domain could restrain the taboo power. If one didn't have the ability of the teacher domain, they would lose all their essence energy before reaching the star palace. No matter how strong a powerhouse was, they would only be killed by Star-Lord Army Breaker. However, to Zhou Wen, Star-Lord Army Breaker was the easiest to kill. In front of the stairs, he didn't find any traces of the hidden dungeon. Zhou Wen activated the teacher domain and walked into the star palace, killing Star-Lord Army Breaker with one strike. Unfortunately, only some essence energy crystals dropped. He didn't find any companion eggs or skill crystals. Zhou Wen didn't care about this at all today. He didn't even look at the essence energy crystals on the ground, because he realized that there was a spot shimmering with an ice blue light in Alcade Star Palace. Alcade Star Palace was a miniature outer space. At the top of the curved star palace, there were many stars shimmering. It should have been filled with starlight, but now, there was a star that shimmered with a dazzling ice blue light that outshined the other stars. The other stars appeared dim, and only one star independently shimmered with an ice blue glow. Without a doubt, the mini star that shimmered with an ice blue glow in the corner was likely the key spot to the hidden dungeon. Zhou Wen flew and quickly arrived in front of the mini star. Although he didn't know how to activate the hidden dungeon, it was only a matter of time once he found the key spot. Zhou Wen studied it for a while. When he spun the mini star, it immediately emitted a dazzling ice blue beam. Zhou Wen was given a fright as he instant transmitted into the distance. He realized that the ice blue beam wasn't directed at him, but at the Army Breaker Star Palace's teleportation nexus. The teleportation nexus was immediately dyed ice blue. Starlight threads shimmered with ice blue light, completely different from the usual activation. This was the last Star Palace. Usually, through this teleportation nexus, one would be teleported out of the Big Dipper palaces. Now, it looked like it was connected to a completely different world. Zhou Wen walked into the teleportation nexus, and the teleportation nexus that emitted a blue glow immediately activated, teleporting him out of Alcade Star Palace. After a bout of vertigo, the scene in front of Zhou Wen became clearer. He couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw it. It was another star palace, a star palace built from ice. It was propped up by huge ice pillars. There were doorways, but there were no doors. At a glance, one could see a Star-Lord wearing ice armor standing in the middle of the huge ice palace. The Star-Lord stood on the ice platform, her figure tall and straight. Her head was slightly raised, and her eyes seemed to be looking up at the sky under a black ice mask. Her hands were crossed on the hilt of a black ice sword, and the tip of the black ice sword was stabbed into the ice platform. From her curvy figure that even her armor couldn't hide, she was undoubtedly a Star Lady. However, she exuded the presence of a monarch, making one have the urge to bow and worship her. Star Lady Polestar? Zhou Wen was immediately alarmed when he saw the Star Lady's name in-game. His expression changed. This name wasn't unfamiliar to Zhou Wen at all. Previously, the antelope had tricked him into carrying a huge log to Forbidden City. However, when he arrived, he realized that the log was a coffin for the living. The sleeping person inside was Star Lady Polestar, and she had nearly killed Zhou Wen. That Star Lady Polestar was a guardian. Zhou Wen imagined that it might just be the same name. There shouldn't be any relationship between the two. However, in the next second, Zhou Wen realized that he was wrong. Chapter 1681 White Dragon's Ghost. When Star Lady Polestar slowly looked down at Zhou Wen, starlight appeared in the Ice Palace, like stars that filled the sky. It was the major heavenly cycle stellar array that Zhou Wen was very familiar with. Back then, Zhou Wen had imitated Star Lady Polestar's major heavenly cycle stellar array and created the minor heavenly cycle array. With just a glance, Zhou Wen's hair stood on end as he summoned the hell-level Chaos Egg to protect his body. It was because he was so familiar with the major heavenly cycle stellar array that Zhou Wen knew how terrifying the starlight was. The one in Forbidden City was already very terrifying. This person's major heavenly cycle stellar array didn't seem much different, but the power inside made Zhou Wen's heart palpitate. Just as the Chaos Egg was summoned, the sky was filled with starlight. Endless starlight shone on the Chaos Egg, and the entire Star Palace was drowned by starlight. The essence energy crystals in the Chaos Egg rapidly increased. A hell-level Chaos Egg could combine 100 million essence energy crystals into one. Even so, it was still difficult to contain the rapidly produced essence energy. In just a few seconds, the hell-level Chaos Egg exploded. The blood-colored avatar exposed to the starlight was instantly killed by it. What's this? It's definitely a heaven-level existence. Isn't a hidden dungeon a place to pick up free treasures? Why is there such a thing? Zhou Wen looked at the black screen as his mind was filled with question marks. The treasure-picking plan that he had originally planned didn't seem to work now. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and had a new guess about the hidden dungeon. Now, Zhou Wen suspected that the reason there were no dimensional creatures in Ant City's hidden dungeon, and only one companion egg was very likely because it was a dungeon that came with a phone. It was equivalent to a tutorial dungeon, and the golden demonic Ant King companion egg was in existence akin to a beginner starter pack. If it were under normal circumstances, Zhou Wen would have had the portable charger from the Begming, and would have obtained the golden demonic Ant King companion beast, but unfortunately, he had only obtained the phone, and not the portable charger. That was why he had missed the starter pack. Now, Zhou Wen seriously suspected that other than Ant City's hidden dungeon, it wasn't easy to benefit from the other hidden dungeons. It wasn't difficult to confirm this guess. Zhou Wen restarted a new dungeon. This time, he activated a low-level Dragon Gate Grotto dungeon. It was as Zhou Wen had guessed. When he found the hidden dungeon in Dragon Gate Grotto, he realized that the hidden dungeon was none other than the dragon's well that Wang Mingyuan had used to mutate. In that case, these hidden dungeons also exist in reality, but some of them haven't been discovered. Another thought flashed through Zhou Wen's mind. However, after some thought, even if he knew the location of the hidden dungeon in reality, it didn't seem to be of much use. After all, he could grind the hidden dungeon in-game. That's not right. Zhou Wen quickly realized that something was amiss. This was because he had previously thought of entering Ant City's hidden dungeon again, to see if he could obtain another golden demonic Ant King companion egg, but there was nothing inside. In other words, it was very likely that the things in the hidden dungeon wouldn't respawn, or the respawning would be very slow. Then, knowing the location of the hidden dungeon in reality became very important. After clearing a hidden dungeon in-game, he could also do it in real life. This was equivalent to obtaining the rewards of 2 hidden dungeons. Just like the White Dragon in Dragon's Well, the White Dragon in real life had been fused by Wang Mingyuan, but there was still a White Dragon in-game. Now, Zhou Wen only needed to kill the White Dragon to see if it would respawn again to know if his guess was wrong. The White Dragon had an ice elemental attribute, and it was at the terror grade. It was almost invincible to Zhou Wen back when he was in school, but now, he could view it in derision. Seeing the White Dragon spew out a surging ice fog, Zhou Wen threw a punch over as his powerful essence energy sent the ice fog tumbling backward. Zhou Wen originally imagined that the terror-grade White Dragon would only be killed if his punch landed on it. However, the outcome surprised Zhou Wen. After he killed the White Dragon with one punch, its body shattered like a heavily damaged ice block. It looked like it was dead. Zhou Wen couldn't see the White Dragon with his eyes, but within truth, listener's ability, he outlined a White Dragon's figure in his mind. It was still in its original spot. Zhou Wen took a closer look and used some skills that enhanced his vision. He even used Dr. Darkness's eyes of penetration, but he still couldn't see the white dragon. After dispelling Truth Listener's ability, Zhou Wen couldn't hear anything even if he used his ears. It was as though there was nothing there. The other companion beasts that enhanced hearing found it difficult to discover the white dragon's figure. Only Truth Listener's ability could discover its existence. It was as though the white dragon's figure was a ghost. Ordinary people couldn't see ghosts at all. Only people with yin-yang eyes could. What's this? Dimensional creatures can end up as ghosts? Zhou Wen looked at the shattered white dragon's body and found it odder. As Zhou Wen was still pondering over it, the ghost-like white dragon moved and charged at him. It moved silently, without causing any spatial fluctuations, like a ghost. Apart from Truth Listener's ability, no other power could discover the white dragon's existence. Even the teacher domain couldn't discover it. Zhou Wen had tried all sorts of other powers, but he couldn't discover it when the white dragon moved. However, when the white dragon approached Zhou Wen, he felt his heart palpitate. With Zhou Wen's present strength, even if he stood still, it was impossible for ordinary terror creatures to severely injure him. Now, this white dragon had made him react instinctively to danger. It was unbelievable. Thankfully, it was only in game. Zhou Wen didn't need to dodge. He wanted to see what the terror-grade white dragon could do to him. In fact, Zhou Wen had another thought deep down. However, even he didn't dare to face it. He wanted to know what abilities the white dragon had. This was because Wang Mingyuan had fused with the white dragon, so he naturally had its abilities. Zhou Wen's body was so strong that it was almost comparable to a human realm calamity creature. In theory, it was very difficult for a terror-grade creature to deal a destructive blow to him. The white dragon rushed in front of Zhou Wen, but it passed through his body like a real ghost without leaving any injuries. However, when the white dragon completely passed through Zhou Wen's body, the blood-colored avatar suddenly collapsed to the ground as the game screen went black. Chapter 1682 Exquisite 9 Orifices. Chapter 1682 Exquisite 9 Orifices. What's that? Zhou Wen was alarmed. Although his true level was at the terror grade, a terror grade creature that was capable of killing him was truly rare. What was even stranger was that other than Truth Listener, no other ability could see it. That was what made it most terrifying. If the enemy had such an ability, wouldn't they be able to kill anyone they wanted? Ignoring the fact that it was difficult to guard against them while sleeping, even if they weren't sleeping, and had their eyes wide open, they would still be silently killed. They wouldn't even know how they died. Even an ability like the teacher domain that could analyze the rules of various powers couldn't sense the existence of that thing. This was a little terrifying. Zhou Wen chose to enter Dragon Gate Grotto again, wanting to figure out what it was. After entering the dungeon again, the white dragon returned to its original appearance. It didn't seem to have really died and become a ghost. The ghost-like form was likely its ability. After killing the white dragon again, the spectral white dragon appeared again. Just like the last time, it silently charged at Zhou Wen. This time, Zhou Wen chose to dodge. The spectral white dragon's speed was naturally inferior to Zhou Wen's. It chased after Zhou Wen, but it couldn't keep up with his speed. As Zhou Wen dodged, he observed the white dragon and realized that it didn't seem to have the ability to use other skills in such a strange state. All it did was constantly attempt to burrow into Zhou Wen's body. He summoned Tyrant Behemoth and got it to face the spectral white dragon, but Tyrant Behemoth couldn't see it at all. Even under Zhou Wen's orders, Tyrant Behemoth used all its strength to strike the spectral white dragon only to hit air. As for the spectral white dragon, it passed through Tyrant Behemoth's body like passing through a wall. Tyrant Behemoth immediately died and fell to the ground. This time, Zhou Wen saw it clearly. At the instant the spectral white dragon passed through Tyrant Behemoth's body, it transformed into a humanoid spectral creature. This thing looks very similar to Teacher's appearance. Zhou Wen looked at the spectral creature and realized that it was 70% similar to Wang Mingyuan's appearance after his mutation. However, it looked more inhuman than Wang Mingyuan. Instead, it looked like the legendary Dracator. It had a dragon head and a human body. It was extremely strange. The spectral creature maintained its Dracator form for a short period of time. Not long after passing through Tyrant Behemoth's body, it transformed back into the spectral white dragon. Zhou Wen made some more attempts and realized that all sorts of companion beasts would die on the spot if the spectral white dragon passed through their bodies. They weren't injured at all. It was as though their souls had been taken away. Every time the spectral white dragon took a companion beast's life, it would take on a Dracator form. After making some more attempts, he realized that other than Truth Listener, no other force could injure it in its spectral white dragon form. However, in its Dracator form, there were some forces that could injure it. For example, the power of the Dao Sutra and small perfection of Wisdom Sutra could cause damage to it when it was in its Dracator form. What a strange ability. After all sorts of tests, Zhou Wen had a comprehensive understanding of the spectral creature. He immediately used the power of the Tao Sutra to shatter it with a punch. Killed a terror creature, 9 orifices exquisite dragon. Discovered essence energy crystal. Killed a terror guardian realm crosser. Zhou Wen stared blankly at the notification on his phone. He wasn't in the mood to even look at the items that had fallen to the ground. What's going on? Could it be that the guardian parasitized the exquisite 9 orifices dragon? Many thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind. He was certain that Wang Mingyuan had likely fused with the realm crosser. He looked down at the items that had fallen to the ground and realized that other than essence energy crystals, there was something else that Zhou Wen had never seen before. It was something that resembled ice and crystal. Its shape was extremely irregular, like a heart or a skull. However, they didn't look like one either. On the ice crystal-like object were 9 different sized holes. This item's name in game was Exquisite 9 Orifices. Zhou Wen picked it up and carefully read its information. Exquisite 9 Orifices, able to clear up companion beasts. Zhou Wen recognized these words, but he didn't know what they meant when they were strung together. Does clearing up here mean clearing some aperture in the body, or does it mean something like clearing doubts in the form of an epiphany? Zhou Wen only knew of the enlightenment meaning commonly used among humans. However, that usually meant that a person was too slow and couldn't learn anything. One day, it was as though they had suddenly figured out something. They could learn anything with just some simple instructions. However, Zhou Wen couldn't guess the exact effects of using this phrase on a companion beast. If it was just to make companion beasts smart, it didn't seem to be of much use to Zhou Wen. This was because to him, most companion beasts were just tools. He could control companion beasts to fight without needing them to be too smart. Furthermore, Zhou Wen's main companion beasts were basically highly intelligent. There was no need for them to become smarter. After searching the hidden dungeon, he didn't find anything else. He was almost certain that this exquisite 9 orifices was the reward for this hidden dungeon. The items in game had to be used in game and couldn't be taken out of the game. If he left them in game, he was afraid that they would be gone after the dungeon respawned. Zhou Wen had no choice but to decide which companion beast to use the exquisite 9 orifices with. I'll show it to Neonate. Zhou Wen wanted to summon demonic Neonate, but he couldn't. Only then did he recall that demonic Neonate was still evolving and couldn't be summoned. In fact, if it was something that unlocked intelligence, Zhou Wen still had a choice. It was to use it on the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. The fellow was like a machine that only knew how to kill. Its intelligence didn't seem to be high, so if it could become smarter, it would definitely be even more terrifying. Unfortunately, the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General's stats and skills were ultimately a thorn in Zhou Wen's heart, so it was best not to use it on him. Demonic Neonate is evolving. I can forget about the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. Then, who should I use it on? Zhou Wen thought of his companion beasts, and finally summoned Truth Listener. Truth Listener's intelligence wasn't low, but it couldn't speak the entire time. Therefore, it gave off the feeling that its intelligence wasn't high. Zhou Wen wasn't sure what the exquisite 9 orifices was for. Furthermore, he didn't have any companion beasts that he especially wanted to improve. Giving it to Truth Listener was a pretty good choice. Upon receiving Zhou Wen's order, Truth Listener swallowed the exquisite 9 orifices. Then, golden light suddenly erupted from its body, as the 6 earrings on its ears began to shatter. Is the effect that strong? Zhou Wen was given a fright. He hadn't let Truth Listener shatter the earrings for a long time. Now that all 6 earrings had been destroyed, it would be terrible if something happened. The only thing he was glad about was that they were in game. Even if something really happened, it wouldn't affect Truth Listener in real life. If all 6 earrings were destroyed in reality, Truth Listener even had the risk of escaping Zhou Wen's control. This had happened before. Zhou Wen stared intently at the phone screen as he watched Truth Listener's body transform into a terrifying golden ape after the earring shattered. Golden light erupted from its body as a violent aura nearly tore out of the screen. Chapter 1683 Heaven 999. Chapter 1683 Heaven 999. As the golden light intensified, the golden ape's body shrank, and its body gradually transformed into a human. Zhou Wen had seen Truth Listener's form before. It felt somewhat similar to the Super Saiyan transformation of a certain protagonist in a particular comic. However, Truth Listener in that state was almost about to escape Zhou Wen's control and his companion beast team. Now, Truth Listener had once again transformed into the wild, blonde, handsome warrior form. Perhaps it was because of the game. Zhou Wen didn't feel the loss of connection with Truth Listener. Even though all 6 earrings had shattered, and he had transformed into a human, his connection with Truth Listener was still very clear. It wasn't as indiscernible as when he summoned Truth Listener in reality. Above Truth Listener's head, 9 strange beams of light spewed out. They looked like 9 holes, but in fact, it was only because the light source was too intense that it gave off an illusion. The 9 spots of light corresponded to the 9 holes
in the 9 orifices.
Roar!
The 9 spots on his head glowed brightly at the same time, like the final eruption of a volcano. The light was so blinding that Zhou could hardly open his eyes. All he could hear was Truth Listener's painful roar. After the light gradually weakened, Zhou saw the scene in game again. Truth Listener, who had transformed into a blonde, wild, and handsome man, stood there, being half a head taller than Zhou. He looked somewhat sinister, but his eyes were surprisingly gentle, as though he was looking at the blood-colored avatar. This feeling was very magical. In the past, when Zhou used Truth Listener, he was always worried. It wasn't because he was afraid that it would hit him, but because he was afraid that it would sever ties with him. This was the first time he had seen Truth Listener standing in front of him with its full power unleashed with every earring shattered. Zhou opened Truth Listener's information window and checked its stats and level. Truth Listener, Calamity Evolvable, Life Providence, Heaven Senses, Life Soul, Evil Nullification, Wheel of Destiny, Nirvana of Ultimate Hell, Terror Form, Holy Evil S Grade, Calamity Zone, Evil Breaker, Heaven Level, Strength, 999, Speed, 999, Constitution, 999, Essence Energy, 999, Talent Skill, Truth Listener, Indestructible to Draw Body, Evil Warding, 9 Extremes, Companion Form, Earring, Holy SH*T, Heaven Level Stats actually reached 999. Zhou wore an envious look as he was somewhat surprised. He had yet to advance to the Calamity grade, and his stats were at 99. At the human realm, he could break through to 100 points and reach a maximum of 199. The lowest stats in the Hell level were 200, and the highest was unknown to Zhou. He guessed that it was 400 or 399, but 999 stats of the Heaven level were terrifying. If Starlady Polestar's stats were the same, it wouldn't be strange for her to blast through the Hell level Chaos Egg. Of course, Zhou felt that such stats weren't something every companion beast could achieve. After all, many companion beasts had limited talent. They might not be able to advance to the Heaven level. Even if they advanced to the Heaven level, their stats might not be maxed out. From Zhou's point of view, 999 stats should be the maximum stats at the Heaven level. He guessed that Demonic Neonate would probably have such stats when she advanced to the Heaven level. It was hard to say for the other companion beasts. Although they were all evolvable companion beasts, there were definitely differences. Zhou really wanted to try summoning Truth Listener in reality, but when he thought of the disciples of the Nitten Flying Immortal Palace beside him, he decided against it. Suppressing his excitement, Zhou exited the Ant City dungeon and launched the Big Dipper Instance dungeon. He wanted to see if the Heaven level Truth Listener could defeat Starlady Polestar. How strong will the Heaven level Truth Listener be? Zhou was already eager to see Truth Listener's ability. When facing Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf, Zhou summoned Truth Listener and released its strongest human form. Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf threw a punch as a terrifying blast of light illuminated the entire Star Palace. Boom! With a casual punch from Truth Listener, Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf and half the Star Palace exploded. Zhou's mouth gaped open for a long time as he looked at the wrecked Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf. This is 2F** King Violent. Zhou muttered inwardly as his face bloomed with joy. Star-Lord Titan Gate was instantly killed. Zhou originally imagined that Star-Lord cherished Kismet, who had the ability to reflect damage, might cause trouble for a pure strength type companion beast like Truth Listener, or that Zhou had to do it himself. In the beginning, Zhou was still thinking that although Truth Listener was strong, it had to rely on its owner to clear the Big Dipper Instance dungeon under the effects of mutual augmentation and suppression. However, the outcome left Zhou flabbergasted. Truth Listener blasted apart Star-Lord cherished Kismet with a single punch. Reflective damage? Not supposed to clash head-on? That was all nonsense. In front of the violent Truth Listener, there was nothing that couldn't be resolved with a single punch. If there was one, another punch would do the trick. Star-Lord Merciful Song, Star-Lord Ardent Virtue and Star-Lord Martial Song were instantly killed. The staircase in front of the Army Breaker Star Palace that could make one lose their essence energy failed to stop Truth Listener's footsteps. There was no need for Zhou's teacher domain powers to restrain the taboo powers. Truth Listener casually walked up to the Army Breaker Star Palace and blasted Army Breaker to pieces with another punch. Zhou finally saw what it meant to defeat everything with one force. Truth Listener didn't have many strange abilities, but its strength was practically invincible. Of course, Zhou wasn't naive enough to believe that Truth Listener's pure strength was that powerful. The reason why Truth Listener's pure strength was strong was also under the premise that it had abilities, like Evil Nullification, Holy Evil, Evil Breaker, and Evil Warding. Due to the existence of these abilities,
He could fight with his strength without any worries, without being restrained by some strange powers. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that easy to clear Star-Lord Cherish Kismet's level with strength alone. Following behind Truth Listener, Zhou Wen's only role was to use the teleportation nexus to enter the next Star Palace. After killing Army Breaker, he activated the hidden teleportation nexus that led to the hidden North Pole Star Palace. Such a powerful Truth Listener shouldn't be weaker than Star Lady Polestar, right? When he arrived in front of the Ice Palace again, Zhou Wen felt somewhat uneasy as he looked at Star Lady Polestar standing in the palace with her sword pressed to the ground. Truth Listener was indeed very strong, but Star Lady Polestar wasn't weak either. An existence that could blast apart a hell-level Chaos Egg definitely couldn't be underestimated. Sensing Zhou Wen and Truth Listener's arrival, Star Lady Polestar slowly lowered her head and looked at them. At the same time, dazzling starlight began to rise from her body. The entire Star Palace seemed to transform into an endless sea of stars. The starlight that filled the sky shone at Zhou Wen and company, making them feel like they were in a sea of starlight. Truth Listener stood in front of Zhou Wen as the golden light over its body shimmered like an electric current. Its feral golden eyes seemed to pass through thousands of stars and collide with Star Lady Polestar's gaze. Chapter 1684 Don't Be a Burden. Chapter 1684 Don't Be a Burden. Zhou Wen summoned the Chaos Egg to protect his body. In such a battle, all he needed to do was protect himself and not become Truth Listener's burden. Thousands of starlight beams intertwined and poured down. It was unimaginably terrifying. Probably the end of the world could match this. Truth Listener's entire body emitted golden light as it raised its head to face the infinite starlight. It had no intention of dodging or defending. Its legs suddenly exerted strength as its body shot into the sky like a cannonball. UF** head me over. Zhou Wen let out a tragic cry. Although Truth Listener was a pure strength type companion beast and didn't have the ability to release its strength, just the fluctuations produced when its strength broke through space sent Zhou Wen flying. The essence energy in the Chaos Egg crazily crystallized. Before he could resist the starlight, the Chaos Egg was already half filled. The Chaos Egg kept tumbling from the tremors, making Zhou Wen curse inwardly. He swore that he had to stay away from Truth Listener in future battles. Boom! The random thoughts were still in Zhou Wen's mind when he heard a terrifying explosion. Truth Listener was facing the starlight of the major heavenly cycle stellar array head-on. Countless starlight intertwined on his body like laser-slicing blades. The light beams were abnormally sharp, as though they could slice through everything. However, when it struck Truth Listener's resplendent golden body, it shattered like glass. Truth Listener instantly broke through the layers of starlight and threw a punch at Star Lady Polestar, who was standing in the middle of the hall. Star Lady Polestar finally made a move. She pulled out the embedded black ice sword from the ground with one hand. The black ice-like sword was instantly filled with starlight. The blade slashed out and collided with Truth Listener's fist. Boom! Golden and blue light erupted as the shockwave produced countless crystals inside the Chaos Egg, almost causing it to explode. Zhou Wen no longer had the mood to pay attention to Truth Listener's battle with Star Lady Polestar. Now, his priority was to survive. Otherwise, the game would be over once he died. It was useless no matter how strong Truth Listener was. It was clearly impossible for him to continue surviving by relying on the Chaos Egg's powers. Zhou Wen's mind raced as he thought about how he could live a little longer. Although the teacher domain could play a certain role, defense wasn't the teacher domain's forte, so it wasn't of much use. Apart from the teacher domain and the Chaos Egg, Zhou Wen also had two other domain powers. One was the human sovereign sacrifices to the heavens domain. This was clearly unsuitable for the present situation. The other was the beginningless sword domain. However, under normal circumstances, the beginningless sword domain was used for attacks. Furthermore, the beginningless sword domain was only at the human realm, making it difficult for it to withstand the power of the heaven-level major heavenly cycle stellar array. However, with the help of the teacher domain, Zhou Wen acutely discovered an opportunity. No matter how the human realm's beginningless sword domain changed, it was impossible for it to resist the major heavenly cycle stellar array. However, Truth Listener attracted most of the starlight, giving the beginningless sword domain a sliver of a chance. This possibility was because Zhou Wen knew the major heavenly cycle stellar array very well. He had even used it as a blueprint to create the minor heavenly cycle stellar array. This made him think of something. I can only take a gamble with my life. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and crazily activated the Qi refinement art. Countless sword pill particles erupted and surrounded the Chaos Egg. The sword pill particles were also arranged in a cycle, the minor heavenly cycle stellar array that Zhou Wen had created. If used against ordinary calamity creatures, the minor heavenly cycle stellar array formed by the sword pill particles could be said to be indestructible, but it was easily destroyed in Star Lady Polestar's major heavenly cycle stellar array. However, the sword pill particles weren't truly destroyed. They were a power that simultaneously had two incorporeal and corporeal states. What appeared like their destruction was, in fact, them transforming into incorporeal particles. In theory, the sword pill particles were truly immortal and indestructible. Of course, the sword pill particles that had turned into incorporeal particles were temporarily useless. Zhou Wen had to persist until they turned back into corporeal particles. If it were any other time, Zhou Wen wouldn't have been able to condense so many sword pill particles at once. However, the Chaos Egg was filled with essence energy crystals. Furthermore, every essence energy crystal was essence energy crystals stacked with units of 100 million. The amount of essence energy was astonishing. Zhou Wen directly attempted to use himself as a medium, or rather, a conduit. He used the Qi refinement art to crazily absorb the essence energy crystals before transforming them into sword pill particles to form the minor heavenly cycle stellar array to resist the terrifying external forces. Zhou Wen's body was only at the terror grade after all. If massive amounts of essence energy were sucked into his body, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, Zhou Wen had no choice. All he could do was place his hopes on the Qi refinement art. The Qi refinement art was an extremely rich essence energy art. From the moment he cultivated to now, Zhou Wen had devoured countless essence energy crystals to cultivate it to such a level. In the past, Zhou Wen would have felt his heart ache, but now, he only hoped that the Qi refinement art's appetite was big enough to completely transform the essence energy crystals he absorbed into sword pill particles. A stack of essence energy crystals that numbered in the hundreds of millions could explode Zhou Wen's weak terror body. Now that he had absorbed thousands of such essence energy crystals, Zhou Wen could only silently pray for Sweetie's blessing. Zhou Wen didn't wish to absorb that much, but if he didn't, the constantly accumulating essence energy crystals would fill the chaos egg up until it exploded. Ah! Terrifying essence energy surged through Zhou Wen's body, making him feel like his body was about to be crushed and explode. He couldn't help but let out a roar. Zhou Wen imagined that his body was about to explode, but it didn't happen. In the pain that resembled his body being completely crushed to powder, Zhou Wen managed to withstand it. This didn't mean that Zhou Wen's body was strong, but that the Qi refinement art had forcefully allowed such violent essence energy to flow crazily in Zhou Wen's body, transforming into a large number of sword pill particles. Zhou Wen's body repeatedly jumped back and forth at the gates of hell. Every time Zhou Wen thought his body was about to explode, the Qi refinement art would transform and produce a large number of sword pill particles, allowing Zhou Wen, who had stepped into the gates of hell, to jump out again. Although the Qi refinement art was doing a good job, there were too many essence energy crystals. The speed at which they were converted couldn't keep up with Zhou Wen's absorption speed. Just as Zhou Wen thought he was doomed, the beginningless sword domain suddenly underwent a strange change. Although this change was strange, it wasn't a coincidence. Apart from a large number of sword pill particles being converted and forming the biggest beginningless sword domain in history, Zhou Wen was constantly using the teacher domain to observe Starlady Polestar's major heavenly cycle stellar array. At the same time, he adjusted the minor heavenly cycle stellar array arranged by the sword pill particles. The hell-level teacher domain was much more powerful than before. The things it could analyze were naturally much more than before. Chapter 1685 Sword Domain Level Up. Chapter 1685 Sword Domain Level Up. A large number of sword pill particles were arranged in the minor, heavenly cycle sword formation, according to Zhou Wen's will. As Zhou Wen constantly formulated it, the sword pill particles were arranged in an ever tighter knit pattern. Just as Zhou Wen's body was about to collapse, a large number of sword pill particles suddenly seemed to gain sentience and a life of their own as they automatically circulated. All the sword pill particles seemed like iron powder that was being attracted by a magnet as they clumped together. However, this clumping wasn't without order. Instead, it was arranged according to the minor heavenly cycle array's core. It also wasn't completely arranged according to the rules. It seemed to be instinctively arranged according to some strange rules. In an instant, all the sword pill particles connected tightly, leaving no gap between them. It was as though they had become a natural whole. The sword pill particles were extremely small to begin with. Even if they were arranged under Zhou Wen's control, it was inevitable that there would be gaps. However, there was no gap between the sword pill particles. It was as though they were one a complete large sword pill particle. However, the sword pill particles weren't in the shape of a sword or pill. Instead, they were arranged in the shape of an egg that enveloped the chaos egg as it constantly blocked the attacks from the outside world. Zhou Wen was surprised to discover that his sword domain had advanced to the hell level. Furthermore, it was crazily extracting essence energy from his body. The eggshell-shaped sword pill that enveloped Zhou Wen's body grew bigger and bigger. Having advanced to the hell level, the sword domain, which couldn't resist Starlady Polestar's strength, became stronger and stronger due to the Qi refinement art's absorption of essence energy and the infinite essence energy in the chaos egg. As long as essence energy was available, the sword domain seemed to become infinitely stronger. The lack of quality was made up in quantity. Furthermore, the sword pill particles had the characteristics of immortality. They would only become stronger and stronger. Bullets could shoot through steel plates, but they couldn't pass through a 100-meter pile of soil. Now, because the sword pill particles in the sword domain were too dense, and there were more and more of them, they gradually stabilized the situation while resisting Starlady Polestar's strength. The Hell-level Chaos Egg combined with the Hell-level sword domain produced an unexpected effect, allowing Zhou Wen to gain a foothold in such a terrifying battlefield. As the sword domain leveled up, Zhou Wen had already sensed the changes in its effects. It didn't mean that the sword domain would really be an egg-shaped object in the future. The egg shape was only because Zhou Wen needed it to be arranged in this form. Based on Zhou Wen's requirements, he could transform it into a sword or other shapes. What the sword domain truly improved was the effect of sword pill particles becoming one. A chopstick could easily be snapped, but a bundle of chopsticks could hardly be snapped. Furthermore, the sword pill particles that had combined into one were not as simple as a bundle of chopsticks. They were truly one. Only now did Zhou Wen have the mood to size up the situation on the battlefield. However, all he could see was starlight and a constantly shimmering golden light. It was so fast that even with Zhou Wen's eyesight, he couldn't see their actions clearly. He couldn't even see their figures clearly. Wherever Truth Listener moved, there were golden afterimages. In Zhou Wen's eyes, these afterimages were a golden ribbon of light of unknown length. The ribbons of light intertwined densely in the Star Palace like tangled hemp. In fact, it was only a delay in Zhou Wen's vision. The golden ribbon of light he saw was already an afterimage left behind by Truth Listener before it moved countless spots over. Zhou Wen couldn't see it, but the teacher domain could sense the changes in the nomological powers. In the teacher domain, Zhou Wen felt an extremely domineering force constantly collide with a force that resembled a brilliant monarch's aura. Without a doubt, the destructive force came from Truth Listener, while the brilliant monarch aura came from Starlady Polestar. The two forces were completely different, but they were equally terrifying. Even if Zhou Wen couldn't see it clearly, the teacher domain continued to replicate and deduce the rules of the brilliant monarch aura, making the power appear more and more orderly in Zhou Wen's eyes. From the situation, Zhou Wen roughly knew that the teacher domain was about to deduce a new essence energy art. They were both perfect domain powers, but the teacher domain only inferred Starlady Polestar's powers, and not Truth Listener's powers. This left Zhou Wen somewhat puzzled. Is it because Truth Listener's powers are difficult to deduce, or is it because I already have the foundation of the minor heavenly cycle array? Zhou Wen guessed, but he couldn't make an accurate judgment. Regardless, it was an excellent thing for Zhou Wen. This was because as long as the teacher domain deduced Starlady Polestar's essence energy art, it could directly ban this power from circulating in the teacher domain. Now, Zhou Wen was already looking forward to seeing how delightful it would be when the teacher domain stopped the major heavenly cycle stellar array from circulating. Thinking of how he could go to Forbidden City to find the other Starlady Polestar and stop her major heavenly cycle stellar array in front of her, Zhou Wen wished he could immediately head to Forbidden City. It was clearly not an easy task to deduce Starlady Polestar's essence energy art. It was like a spiderweb, as the teacher domain constantly perfected the nomological webs, hoping to connect them into a complete network. However, there were too many missing parts. The speed at which the teacher domain weaved the net was too slow. At this speed, it would probably take at least 8 to 10 years to complete all the parts. At that moment, Zhou Wen suddenly felt the major heavenly cycle stellar array that had gradually become clearer become blurry again. What was even more terrifying was that in the blurry starlight, 12 mysterious celestial palaces seemed to appear. Each celestial palace seemed to contain a mysterious force that seemed otherworldly. Furthermore, each celestial palace had a different style. It was like divine might that resembled an ocean, danger that resembled an abyss, unfathomable mystery, or immense imperial favor. The power of every celestial palace was shocking. Just seeing the phantom of the celestial palace nearly made Zhou Wen's will collapse. He felt as tiny as an ant under the heavenly Tao. The 12 celestial palaces were like divine temples that controlled everything in the universe. Any one of them could dictate the fate of all things. Life and death were just one thought away. At that moment, the 12 celestial palaces exerted pressure at the same time. Beneath the celestial palaces was the handsome and wild Truth Listener, who was shimmering with golden light and had blonde hair dancing in the wind. Holy **T. Zhou Wen felt the terrifying power in the 12 celestial palaces. Even if the remnant might swept over, the hell-level sword domain around him shattered like scrap metal. It couldn't withstand a single blow. No matter how Zhou Wen extracted essence energy to replenish it, he couldn't restore the sword domain. Just as Zhou Wen thought that he needed to run through the dungeon again, Truth Listener suddenly leaped up and charged towards the celestial palaces under the infinite pressure. Chapter 1686 Emperor Star. Chapter 1686 Emperor Star. Star Lady Polestar seemed to be an imperial monarch that had existed since ancient times. She looked down at all living beings from the top of the 12 celestial palaces, as though everything in the world was just a toy beneath her hands. The heavens fall when an emperor is born. All fate lies in the 12 palaces. No life in the world can defy them. Looking at Truth Listener that defied the heavens, Star Lady Polestar slashed with the black ice sword in her hand lightly. The 12 celestial palaces came crashing down, as though the universe was suppressed beneath them. The tiny Truth Listener was like a drop in the ocean beneath the 12 celestial palaces. It was almost negligible. However, Truth Listener's eyes burned like a golden sun. It didn't dodge at all, nor did it hesitate. Its golden body burned as it extended its arm to its limits, and threw a punch at the celestial palaces that came crashing from the sky. Boom! A mysterious celestial palace that represented fate was torn apart by Truth Listener's fist as its wreckage fell in all directions. Truth Listener was like an overlord that defied the heavens. It ran amok and faced the heavens with an unstoppable might as it continued charging into the sky. Boom sounded incessantly as Zhou Wen saw mysterious, unfathomable palaces that seemed to have the ability to suppress fate being penetrated by Truth Listener, turning into wreckage that filled the sky. The scene was shocking, making him feel an inexplicable sense of fear. At the same time, a ball of flame seemed to burn in his heart as his blood seemed to boil. If the heavens destroy me, I will defy the heavens. If the Emperor slays me, I will kill the Emperor. No one in the world can control my fate. In Zhou Wen's eyes, Truth Listener was like an ancient god of war who disrespected the world and didn't worship the supernatural. It used its body to desecrate divine might as it shattered all the celestial palaces. When every celestial palace was shattered, cracks appeared on the black ice sword in Star Lady Polestar's hand. Star Lady Polestar could still maintain her composure when a few celestial palaces were shattered in the beginning. However, as she watched the celestial palaces shatter one after another, while Truth Listener continued tearing through the air with an indomitable force, the look in Star Lady Polestar's eyes behind her mask gradually turned into shock. When the last celestial palace was shattered by Truth Listener, Star Lady Polestar's body trembled as the black ice sword in her hand shattered, turning into fragments of ice that scattered in all directions. Slash! Truth Listener arrived in front of Star Lady Polestar at that very moment. The fist burning with golden flames blasted at her unreasonably. The 12 celestial palaces shattered as Star Lady Polestar's aura declined to its nadir. She held the damaged sword and slashed at Truth Listener's fist with all her might. However, at the instant the fist collided with the sword, the damaged sword shattered. The fist that emitted golden light struck her chest. The black ice-like armor scattered like butterflies, revealing Star Lady Polestar's beautiful body and face. Her face was as beautiful as a goddess's, making it impossible for anyone to desecrate her. However, Truth Listener's fist mercilessly struck the beautiful face, instantly blasting it apart. The beautiful head that was like a work of art exploded as blood bloomed like the petals of a chrysanthemum flower. Star Lady Polestar's headless body fell from the sky after her head exploded from the punch, turning into specks of profound light that dissipated. Only a strange crystal fell to the ground, emitting a resplendent starlight like the eternal North Star in the sky. Killed Calamity Creature, Star Lady Polestar. Discovered Emperor Star Crystal. He really killed her. Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised as he looked at Truth Listener that resembled an ancient god in the sky. Truth Listener's strength shocked him, as expected of a heaven level 999 companion beast. It's so powerful and violent. Zhou Wen reached out to pick up the Emperor Star Crystal on the ground and looked at its stats in pleasant surprise. Emperor Star Crystal, Emperor's Life Star. Can obtain the help of the world. Zhou Wen looked at the simple information and was momentarily at a loss. Without a doubt, this Emperor Star Crystal was likely the treasure of this hidden dungeon, but it was difficult to understand what use it had. From the literal meaning, it should be saying that an emperor was the world's chosen one, so his life providence was extremely honorable. Even the world would help him. But how is such a thing used? Could it be that this thing can make the person who possesses it become the chosen one? From then on, everything will be smooth sailing. I can get whatever I want. Just killing a random monster will drop a divine artifact. Not only will I not die from jumping off a cliff, but I can bump into fortuitous encounters? Zhou Wen couldn't help but recall the legend of an ancient emperor. Legend had it that there was a chosen one who fought for the throne with a figure comparable to a transmigrator. This chosen one was originally forced to retreat in defeat, and was about to be destroyed. However, to his surprise, a meteor descended from the sky and destroyed the enemy's army, making him the final victor. The only explanation was that he was the chosen one. Zhou Wen didn't dare hope for such luck. He only hoped that he wouldn't be too unlucky. He attempted to absorb the Emperor Crystal, but he received feedback that he wasn't a companion beast and couldn't use it. Holy sh*t, is this thing for companion beasts? Zhou Wen was rendered speechless as his dream of getting whatever he wanted instantly shattered. If only companion beasts can use it, who should I use it on? Demonic Neonate is still evolving. I can only choose another companion beast to use this thing. Zhou Wen was somewhat vexed. There was too little information on the Emperor Crystal, so he didn't know what use it had. If he randomly gave it to a companion beast, the benefits it obtained might not be as strong as he had expected. It might even have the opposite effect. If this thing was a treasure that changed life providences, and changed the life providence that was most compatible with companion beasts, what was the use of having it gain an Emperor life providence? In terms of combat strength, Truth Listener was Zhou Wen's greatest combat strength. He naturally should give it good things, but as he didn't know what effects the Emperor Crystal had, Zhou Wen didn't dare take the risk with Truth Listener. After some thought, Zhou Wen summoned Tyrant Behemoth. This fellow had previously advanced to the Calamity grade and had 2 life providences, Endless Strength and Mountain River Absorption. Even if he changed one to a useless life providence, his combat strength wouldn't weaken much. Furthermore, its name had the word Tyrant in it. It could barely be related to an emperor. Zhou Wen planned on using it to test the waters. After Tyrant Behemoth was summoned, it swallowed the Emperor Crystal under Zhou Wen's orders. When the crystal entered its stomach, a blob of black starlight immediately bloomed from Tyrant Behemoth's stomach. Soon, it enveloped Tyrant Behemoth's entire body in black light, as though it had transformed into a black hole. Zhou Wen only heard Tyrant Behemoth's roar coming from the black hole. Soon, there was silence. Only the black hole-like light constantly distorted and changed. Chapter 1687-7 Imperial Lord Behemoth. When the black hole-like light vanished, Tyrant Behemoth appeared in Zhou Wen's vision again. Zhou Wen was surprised to discover that Tyrant Behemoth had changed so much. The originally tall Tyrant Behemoth had become much smaller. It was only about 3 meters tall. Compared to before, it had clearly dropped in size, but it had become even more muscular. In the past, Tyrant Behemoth looked a little bloated and clumsy, but now, Tyrant Behemoth looked like a muscular monster without any excess fat. Furthermore, Tyrant Behemoth's body had undergone some changes. Its flesh looked extremely black, as though it was made of black iron. It gave off an indestructible feeling. Now, instead of saying that Tyrant Behemoth was a living creature of flesh and blood, it was better to say that it was a black iron monster filled with explosive and destructive power. What was even stranger was that in the middle of Tyrant Behemoth's head, another horn grew out. The horn looked somewhat similar to a unicorn's horn. It was straight with spiral patterns, and there was a strange glow swirling inside. Zhou Wen opened Tyrant Behemoth's information to see what changes its stats and skills had undergone, but he realized that Tyrant Behemoth's name had changed. Imperial Lord Behemoth, Calamity, Evolvable, Life Providence, Extreme Strength, Mountain River Absorption, Emperor's Life. Life Soul, Violent Imperial Crown. Wheel of Destiny, Absolute Strength, S Grade. Terror Form, Tyrant. Calamity Zone, Overlord Zone, Human Realm. Strength, 199. Updates by Calm. Speed, 199. Constitution, 199. Essence Energy, 199. Talent Skill, Mountain Consuming, Rampage, Behemoth, Armor Breaker, Penetration, Ripping, Poison Fang, Bite, Ever Victorious, Unstoppable. Companion Form, Boxing Glove. Seeing that Tyrant Behemoth's domain was still at the human realm, Zhou Wen was slightly disappointed. However, there was an additional Emperor's life in his life providence. His life soul had also changed from Violent Crown to Violent Imperial Crown. His stats had reached the limits of the human realm, so it wasn't completely unchanged. Its stats and skills haven't changed much. I wonder how its actual combat strength is. Zhou Wen muttered inwardly. The level of the Big Dipper instance dungeon was high enough. Logically speaking, the treasures produced in the hidden dungeon shouldn't be bad. Zhou Wen originally believed that it could at least advance to the Hell level, but he never expected it to remain at the human realm. After quitting the Big Dipper instance dungeon, Zhou Wen originally planned on finding a dungeon to test the difference between Imperial Lord Behemoth and Tyrant Behemoth. Before Zhou Wen could launch a new dungeon, he heard a commotion in front of the team. Mr. Zhou, I'm afraid we have to change our route. Shiraishi Satomi rushed over, and said to Zhou Wen with a heavy expression. What happened over there? As Zhou Wen asked, he used Truth Listener's ability to scan the area ahead. In front of them was a canyon with a river that was half a person's height deep flowing through it. In the water, there was a behemoth lying horizontally. It looked like it had fallen asleep. Shiraishi Satomi whispered helplessly. The route we designed originally avoided some dangerous areas. According to our investigations, there weren't any large dimensional zones near the canyon, but for some reason, A water avoidance gold-eyed beast appeared here. I'm afraid we can't take this path. Seeing that Joe didn't seem to know anything about the water avoidance gold-eyed beast, Shiraishi Satomi continued explaining. The water avoidance gold-eyed beast might not be famous inland, but overseas, it's infamous. It once destroyed several large islands. Even the strongest factions overseas can't do anything about it. It's said that not only is this beast at the Calamity Grade, but it might even have reached the peak of the Calamity Grade. Furthermore, this water avoidance gold-eyed beast is very likely the one from overseas. This is the water avoidance gold-eyed beast from overseas. Seiga Sakai also walked back and said with a heavy expression. In the past, when I was out traveling, I saw its ferocious wrath on Ryukyu Island. With a stomp, it crushed an island spanning hundreds of kilometers into pieces, and sent it sinking to the bottom of the sea. Its divine might was unparalleled. It's even more terrifying than the Calamity-grade creatures that entered the cube's rankings. Thankfully, the scouts ahead discovered it ahead of time, and didn't wake it up. We still have time to change directions, but we have to walk a few hundred more mountain roads to circle it. What's the type of the water avoidance gold-eyed beast? What kind of abilities does it have? Joen asked after some thought. Its body is extremely powerful. Back when Ryukyu Island gathered the entire island's powers to launch an attack, it didn't dodge at all. It didn't even damage its scales. Furthermore, it has the ability to control the water flows of the sea, and can sweep up huge waves. I don't know if it has other abilities. Seiga Sakai answered after some thought. Then there's no need to change course. Retreat 15 kilometers and leave it to me. It was rare to encounter a breakout calamity creature, so Joen naturally wasn't willing to miss such a good opportunity. With Truth Listener, a calamity-grade existence that was almost invincible, even if the water avoidance gold-eyed beast was really at the heaven level, it was definitely no match for Truth Listener with its powerful body. Mr. Zhou, be careful. Seiga Sakai didn't say anything else as he arranged for the disciples of the Nitten Flying Immortal Palace to retreat in an orderly manner. However, after retreating for a few kilometers, the water avoidance gold-eyed beast woke up and stood up from the water. It looked over with a pair of strange golden crystal-like eyes. The golden light in its eyes was like two miniature suns. It was covered in red scales. Its head was like a dragon's, and its body was like a lion's. Its body was more than 10 meters long. Just standing there gave off a terrifying pressure. When its strange eyes swept across, the disciples of the Nitten Flying Immortal Palace, who had weaker mental fortitude, were so frightened that their legs went limp. From the looks of it, this beast has long discovered our arrival. It just pretended to sleep. Joen knew that such calamity-grade creatures had sharp senses, so how could it not have discovered them? Although the aura of the water avoidance gold-eyed beast was terrifying, Joen was accustomed to seeing powerful calamity-grade creatures. He could roughly guess that this fellow hadn't reached the level of Star Lady Polestar, but it was much stronger than the typical human realm creature. It might be a hell-level calamity creature. Seeing that the water avoidance gold-eyed beast was about to charge at him, Joen thought of something and summoned Imperial Lord Behemoth. He could use this water avoidance gold-eyed beast to test Imperial Lord Behemoth's combat strength. Being the same strength type, Imperial Lord Behemoth had thick skin and flesh. Even if it wasn't a match for the water avoidance gold-eyed beast, it wouldn't be instantly killed. Once it wasn't a match for the water avoidance gold-eyed beast, he could just release Truth Listener. After Imperial Lord Behemoth appeared, the water avoidance gold-eyed beast, which had originally wanted to rush over, stopped. It rolled its strange golden eyes, and sized up Imperial Lord Behemoth, as though it didn't find it an easy target. Joen felt relieved when he saw this. He ordered Imperial Lord Behemoth to attack the water avoidance gold-eyed beast. Imperial Lord Behemoth exerted strength with its feet, instantly causing the ground beneath it to collapse hundreds of meters out. It charged at the water avoidance gold-eyed beast as it tore forward with shockwave. Chapter 1688 Ferocious Behemoth. Imperial Lord Behemoth appeared in front of the water avoidance gold-eyed beast as though it had teleported. Its black iron-like claws struck its head. The water avoidance gold-eyed beast roared and didn't dodge. It opened its mouth filled with strange teeth and bit at Imperial Lord Behemoth. Imperial Lord Behemoth was only about 3 meters tall. It was slightly taller than ordinary humans, but it appeared a little small in front of the water avoidance gold-eyed beast that was about 10 meters long. If this bite landed, most of Imperial Lord Behemoth's body would probably be inside its mouth. It might even be devoured whole. Everything happened in a split second. The disciples of the Nitten Flying Immortal Palace couldn't see what happened. Even an existence like Seiga Sakai could only see the two beams of light collide before a shockwave that resembled a nuclear explosion surged over. Seiga Sakai, Hanshin Sakura, and company couldn't help but be alarmed. Although they were still 5 to 10 kilometers away from the battlefield, the range of the shockwave was too great. They weren't afraid, but most of the ordinary disciples of the Nitten Flying Immortal Palace would probably be killed by the shockwave. Seeing the shockwave that brought with it mud and sand sweeping over, the ordinary disciples were so shocked that they forgot to escape. In fact, even if they tried their best to escape, it was impossible for them to escape the range of the shockwave. Just as countless disciples were in despair, they saw the huge shockwave suddenly vanish without a trace. The sand and rocks that filled the sky fell, and formed a huge ring-shaped slope with the battlefield as the center. Everyone looked over in horror, and saw a figure standing in front of the ring-shaped slope. It was Zhou. The terrifying shockwave seemed to come to a halt when it reached him. It descended like dust as though Zhou was a god that couldn't be desecrated. Nothing in the world could violate him at all. Zhou had only used the teacher domain to ban the rules of force in the area, preventing the shockwave from continuing. This also indirectly meant that the water avoidance gold-eyed beast hadn't reached the heaven level. Otherwise, the teacher domain wouldn't have completely forbidden a perfect domain power. On the battlefield, Imperial Lord Behemoth's two claws grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the water avoidance gold-eyed beast and forcefully resisted its bite, preventing it from fully closing its fang-filled mouth. The water avoidance gold-eyed beast exerted strength with its four claws as it charged forward with all its might. It pushed Imperial Lord Behemoth's body back as its legs left a deep mark on the ground. Roar! Just as everyone thought that Imperial Lord Behemoth was no match for the water avoidance gold-eyed beast, the three strange horns on Imperial Lord Behemoth's head emitted a mysterious glow, transforming into a black crown. The horn in the middle emitted a mysterious glow, like a black pearl embedded in the crown, which enveloped Imperial Lord Behemoth's body, like black iron Imperial armor. Updates by Com. With the appearance of the crown, Imperial Lord Behemoth's eyes turned blood red as its body expanded. It instantly became a massive beast that was dozens of meters tall. Its 2 feet blocked the impact of the water avoidance gold-eyed beast one after another. The two monsters were in a stalemate. They clashed like prehistoric monsters. Neither of them retreated half a step, but the ground beneath their claws fractured as though an earthquake was running through. Zhou looked at Imperial Lord Behemoth in surprise. This fellow's strength was stronger than Zhou imagined. The water avoidance gold-eyed beast was undoubtedly at the hell level. Only Imperial Lord Behemoth could actually withstand the power of the hell-level creature at the human realm without being at a disadvantage. Just this alone made Zhou feel that his usage of the Emperor Star was indeed worth it. What surprised Zhou even more was that Imperial Lord Behemoth gradually gained the upper hand. It slowly split open the water avoidance gold-eyed beast's mouth that was about to close. The water avoidance gold-eyed beast let out a strange whimper as it stomped the ground with its 4 claws, hoping to slam Imperial Lord aside. However, no matter what crazy actions it took, Imperial Lord Behemoth's body, which was emitting a mystic glow, didn't budge at all. It still slowly split open the water avoidance gold-eyed beast's mouth. Roar! The water avoidance gold-eyed beast roared again, as a strange energy fluctuation emitted from its body. The river in the valley seemed to be attracted by some force, as it swept up huge waves. The towering wave instantly drowned Imperial Lord Behemoth's body, as it swept towards disciples of the Nidin flying immortal palace behind without stopping. However, when the wave reached Zhou, it was like a toilet being flushed. All the water flowed down without touching Zhou's body. The disciples of the Nidin flying immortal palace were dumbfounded. Although they had long treated Zhou as a top-notch human, such godlike actions still left them alarmed and envious. Zhou didn't expand the range of the teacher domain's power to the battlefield. He wanted to see how powerful Imperial Lord Behemoth's true combat strength was. In the battlefield where water surged and mud tumbled, the roars of mutated beasts resounded through the world. The disciples of the Nidin flying immortal palace only saw mud and rocks tumbling. They couldn't see the battle inside at all until a shocking scream sounded. The water and mud that were swept up instantly fell, revealing the figures of 2 behemoths. The originally extremely terrifying water avoidance gold-eyed beast was lifted up by Imperial Lord Behemoth. Imperial Lord Behemoth's 2 claws still held onto its upper and lower jaw, but at that moment, the mouth of the water avoidance gold-eyed beast had already been widened to the extreme. The corners of its mouth had cracked open as the scales on its face cracked and blood gushed out. Now, the water avoidance gold-eyed beast was like a kitten or puppy with its mouth torn open in front of the huge Imperial Lord Behemoth. It could only struggle and scream. However, no matter how its claws attacked Imperial Lord Behemoth, they only left claw marks that weren't too deep on the mystic light armor around Imperial Lord Behemoth's body. As for the claw marks, they instantly healed. Imperial Lord Behemoth didn't seem to feel anything. It ignored the final struggle of the water avoidance gold-eyed beast and slowly tore its mouth apart, hoping to rip its head into 2. The water avoidance gold-eyed beast's bloody chin was torn open. In pain, the water avoidance gold-eyed beast unleashed its potential. It struggled backward with all its might, snapping the fangs that Imperial Lord Behemoth was holding. Only then did it escape its control and tumble to the ground. The disciples of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace looked at Imperial Lord Behemoth, who had a broken tooth in one hand and a bloody chin in the other. It was as though they were looking at a devil king who had walked out of hell. The water avoidance gold-eyed beast, which was virtually invincible overseas, had been ravaged by Imperial Lord Behemoth like a kitten or puppy. Even its chin had been ripped off. It was just terrifying. The typical disciple was envious, but the elders were secretly rejoicing. They were glad that Han Shinsakura hadn't listened to them and insisted on heading to guide Ancient City. Now, they understood his insistence. Such a figure and such a companion beast were probably rare even among the 6 families. Zhou would imagine that the water avoidance gold-eyed beast was about to escape. Just as he was about to cooperate with Imperial Lord Behemoth to kill it, he suddenly saw an unbelievable scene. The water avoidance gold-eyed beast didn't escape. Instead, it bit its front hooves and bowed its head at Imperial Lord Behemoth as though it was kneeling until its forehead touched the ground. Chapter 1689 Wasting a Treasure. Everyone saw this unbelievable scene. Even Zhou gaped in surprise. Dimensional creatures were very difficult to tame. Ignoring the brainless dimensional creatures that basically fought to the death, even highly intelligent dimensional creatures would self-destruct when forced into a corner. Apart from humans with special abilities, it was very rare to hear of dimensional creatures being tamed after being bested in combat. The higher the level of a dimensional creature, the lower the possibility of it being tamed. It was unbelievable that this hell-level water avoidance gold-eyed beast would submit to the human realm Imperial Lord Behemoth. However, the truth was right in front of him. Zhou suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the life providence of the Emperor Life Providence had played a role, causing the water avoidance gold-eyed beast to show an originally impossible attitude? The more Zhou thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. In the past, Tyrant Behemoth had killed many dimensional creatures, but he hadn't seen any dimensional creature submit to it. Ignoring the Calamity Grade, he had never encountered such a situation even with mortal dimensional creatures. Now, Zhou was filled with regret. If he had known that the Emperor Star was such a powerful item, he would have given it to Truth Listener. With Truth Listener's strength, it was almost invincible among Calamity Grade creatures. He could just defeat a few Calamity Grade dimensional creatures and get them to submit to him before having them watch the gates that guide Ancient City. It was useless to regret it now. Thankfully, Imperial Lord Behemoth was rather powerful. In the future, if he placed more effort on it and gave it more resources, even if it couldn't advance to the heaven level, it would be rather impressive at the hell level. If the human realm Imperial Lord Behemoth could defeat the hell level water avoidance gold-eyed beast, then it was possible that the hell level Imperial Lord Behemoth might be able to compete with ordinary heaven level dimensional creatures. This wasn't a pointless trip. If I get the water avoidance gold-eyed beast to watch the gates that guide Ancient City, I doubt even the 6 families would dare barge in. It actually ate. It ate. It ate. Zhou widened his eyes and stared blankly at Imperial Lord Behemoth. He had the urge to slap the prodigal who had squandered all the wealth. This was a hell-level fighter, but it was eaten just like that. It was a waste of a treasure. Such acts were deserving of a lightning strike. However, Imperial Lord Behemoth didn't think anything about it. After chewing a few times, it swallowed it and even burped. Slash. Looking at the Imperial Lord Behemoth, Zhou had the urge to slice open its stomach and pull out the water avoidance gold-eyed beast. Unfortunately, it was useless even if he dug it out. Zhou gritted his teeth in hatred, but the disciples of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace were mesmerized. The water avoidance gold-eyed beast that was extremely ferocious overseas had been devoured just like that. In their eyes, Imperial Lord Behemoth had become synonymous with ferocity and invincibility. Zhou gloomily unsummoned Imperial Lord Behemoth. This fellow had eaten a hell-level dimensional creature, but experienced no change. From Zhou's point of view, it was no different from Pigsy eating a ginseng fruit. After setting off again, the disciples and elders of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace became even more respectful and obedient towards Zhou. Many people even looked at Zhou with fervent gazes. It was unknown what they were thinking. Zhou wasn't in the mood to care about what they were thinking. His mind was filled with a question. If the hidden dungeons in game didn't respawn, could he obtain the Emperor Star in real life? From the results of his previous research, it was very likely that there was another Star Lady Polestar in the North Pole Star Ice Palace in reality. Perhaps, he could obtain another Emperor Star in reality. Zhou originally had no desire to challenge the Big Dipper Instance dungeon in reality. The cube's ranking was meaningless to him. However, this discovery made Zhou have the thought of challenging the Big Dipper palaces again. It wasn't for the ranking, but to obtain an Emperor Star. I'll wait and see. If the hidden dungeon in-game really doesn't respawn, I can only attempt the Big Dipper palaces in real life. Nothing unexpected happened along the way. The ordinary dimensional creatures they encountered were shooed away by Han Shinsakura and company. Jowen finally led them back to guide Ancient City. The two Nidan Flying Immortal Palace disciples, who had taken Mo back, arrived at Guide Ancient City half a day later. After Jowen asked, he learned that they hadn't sent Mo all the way back to the family clan of gods. They had met people from the family clan of gods on the way, and Mo had returned with them. To Jowen's surprise, Mo got them to bring something back, and said that it was for Jowen. Jowen opened the box and realized that there was only a piece of paper inside. On the paper was a number. It was obvious that it was a phone number. Jowen roughly guessed what Mo was up to. The two of them had previously made a bet. If Mo lost, he had to tell Jowen why the family clan of gods wanted the people from the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace. However, Jowen didn't ask because he felt that it was useless to ask. If Mo wasn't willing to say, he could just give a random reason. It wouldn't be difficult. From the looks of it, Mo planned on fulfilling his promise and telling him the secret. After introducing Seiya Sakai, Hanshin Sakura, and company to Li Xian, Jowen got Li Xian to settle them in. He returned to the yard and called the number left behind by Mo. Jowen. Before Jowen could say a word, Mo's voice sounded. How do you know it's me? Jowen was somewhat hesitant. Mo's tone made it clear that it was him, but Jowen hadn't made a sound. Could it be that Mo had the ability to spy on him through the signal? Only you know this number, Mo said emotionlessly. I see. You left me this number to tell me the secret of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace, right? Jowen was enlightened as he asked directly. Although I'm not a good person, I'm a person who will fulfill promises. After a pause, Mo continued. Actually, the family clan of gods doesn't want all the disciples of the Nidan Flying Immortal Palace. Who do you want? Seiya Sakai or Hanshin Sakura? Jowen asked. Neither. It's Shiraishi Satomi, Mo answered. Why? Jowen was somewhat surprised. Although Shiraishi Satomi's talent was pretty good, Hanshin Sakura and Seiya Sakai weren't inferior to her. Furthermore, their cultivation levels were already above hers. Only she could obtain the Amaterasu companion beast. Mo's answer left Jowen alarmed. Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi came from the same pantheon. Furthermore, it was said that Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi were twins. Chapter 1690 Icy Island. In that pantheon, Tsukuyomi represented the moon, and Amaterasu represented the sun. They were both supreme gods, and Amaterasu was ranked ahead of Tsukuyomi. Jowen had seen Tsukuyomi's prowess. If there was really an Amaterasu companion beast, even Jowen was tempted. However, Jowen still doubted if there really was an Amaterasu companion beast. After all, it was an existence similar to Tsukuyomi. Since Tsukuyomi was already so powerful, Amaterasu was probably not inferior to Tsukuyomi. With humanity's current standards, it was temporarily impossible for them to kill Amaterasu to obtain a companion beast. Now that Mo had told him that Shiraishi Satomi could obtain the Amaterasu companion beast, Jowen didn't believe it. What's so special about Shiraishi Satomi? Jowen asked in disbelief. Shiraishi Satomi's life providence, life soul, and wheel of destiny are all perfectly compatible with Amaterasu. Only she can obtain its favor, answered Mo. What do you mean? Jowen heard Mo's tone as though Shiraishi Satomi didn't need to kill Amaterasu to obtain a companion beast. This isn't within the confines of our bet. Think about it yourself, Mo said with a faint smile. Can you give me a hint? Jowen didn't mind and asked casually. Icy Island, we're even. With that said, Mo hung up. Jowen put down the phone and thought for a moment before finding Seiya Sakai. Since Hanshin Sakura and Shiraishi Satomi were also there, he recounted what Mo had told him. Icy Island? The three of them were at a loss after hearing that. You don't know where Icy Island is? Jowen asked in puzzlement. Updates by Calm. They were born and raised overseas. If they didn't know where Icy Island was, Jowen suspected that Mo was joking with him. There's no island overseas called Icy Island. In myths and legends, the Icy Divine Palace is the residence of great god Amaterasu. The place is called Takamagara, but that's only a legendary place. There's no corresponding location in reality. Hanshin Sakura thought for a moment and said, Could it be that the information given by Mo is wrong? Shiraishi Satomi also said with a bitter smile. Perhaps they are really mistaken. My life providence, life soul, and wheel of destiny have nothing to do with the sun. How can they be perfectly compatible with the stats of great god Amaterasu? Jowen nodded. Although he was a little interested in Amaterasu, this interest was built on Tsukuyomi's existence. He wasn't disappointed if he couldn't obtain the Amaterasu companion beast. Just as he was about to return to continue gaming, he heard Seiya Sakai say, Takamagara is indeed something that exists in legends. There's no corresponding place in reality. However, when I was traveling at sea, I did encounter a place suspected to be Takamagara. Seeing Jowen look at him, Seiya Sakai continued, Takamagara, Ashihara no Nakatsukuni, and Yomi are the three domains that form the Bansei Pantheon. Among them, Takamagara is also known as Country in the Clouds or Sky Island. Legend has it that it's an island floating in the clouds above the sea. It's invisible to mortals, and it's where the deities live. Once, after I experienced a storm at sea, the sky opened up and the clouds dissipated. I vaguely saw a huge island appear in the sky, but a moment later, the island and the sky vanished. I also went to the sky to investigate, but I didn't find any traces of the island, so I thought it was a mirage.
With that said, Sagasakai pondered for a moment before continuing.
But later, I heard from some friends that they saw the mirage like Sky Island in the same location. Furthermore, when the island appeared, someone attempted to approach it, but they were pushed out by a powerful invisible force. After the island vanished, there was nothing there. We suspected that it was likely the legendary Takamagara, but we couldn't confirm it. Interesting. Where's that island?
Joen was really interested. After all, it was a dimensional zone of a pantheon. Perhaps he could download the dungeon and grind to his heart's content. Joen memorized the location Sagasakai told him. He could visit the place when he had the time in the future. Now, Joen wasn't in the mood to do those things. All he wanted to know was if the hidden dungeon would respawn, and if he could obtain a second Emperor Star. There was another more important matter. Joen planned on letting Truth Listener see if it could kill the three-faced Buddha's small Buddha temple. The hope of the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra advancing to the Calamity grade was probably in small Buddha temple. However, the three-faced Buddha was just too powerful. With Joen's own strength, there was temporarily no hope. Truth Listener's advancement to the heaven level gave Joen a sliver of hope. After returning home, Joen opened the small Buddha temple dungeon and entered it again. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Truth Listener was obtained from small Buddha temple. Joen had no idea if it could defeat the three-faced Buddha. This time, Joen directly circulated the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra and entered the temple hall. The three-faced Buddha didn't react and wouldn't attack anyone who cultivated the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra. This time, Joen was just here as a bystander. Truth Listener was the one who really needed to do all the work. My listener, you have to work hard. Whether the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra can condense a domain depends on you. Joen summoned Truth Listener and got it to remove the restrictions of the earrings as he prayed silently. Just as Truth Listener was summoned, the three-faced Buddha, who looked like a lifeless statue, suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Truth Listener standing in front of Joen, giving him a fright. Joen originally imagined that only by switching out the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra would the three-faced Buddha react. This sudden development gave Joen a fright. The three different faces of the three-faced Buddha, one without joy or worry, one filled with extreme sorrow, and one with a smile, had 6 Buddha eyes that emitted golden light. They stared at Truth Listener in unison. The 6 golden beams were like 6 extremely bright searchlights that focused on Truth Listener. The earrings on Truth Listener's ears were unsealing, but only 3 of them had shattered. Under the Buddha's eyes' golden light, the remaining 3 earrings shattered together, instantly allowing Truth Listener to remove all the restrictions. Its body quickly transformed into an ape before it took human form. Joen secretly urged Truth Listener to take action quickly, but Truth Listener stood there motionless. Joen saw the ruthless expression on its face, as though it wanted to shatter the three-faced Buddha with one strike, but its body didn't react at all. It's over. Truth Listener is completely restrained by the three-faced Buddha. I should have known that Truth Listener came from here. The possibility of defeating the three-faced Buddha is slim. Joen was alarmed, as he knew that it was impossible to count on Truth Listener to kill the three-faced Buddha. Just as Joen was about to unsummon Truth Listener, he suddenly saw the three-faced Buddha open its mouth to speak. Chapter 1691 Great Samsara Wheel. Child of Buddha who walks the world, your tame companion beast has already reached the heaven level. You will be rewarded. With the words appearing on the chat window on the phone, something flew out from the three-faced Buddha's head and floated in front of Joen. It was an irregular crystal the size of a fist. The crystal emitted a strange dark golden light that looked a little like a Buddhistic glow, but it was also somewhat different. Great Samsara Wheel. Joen was alarmed when he saw the information on the crystal. Great Samsara Wheel, a world-destroying item with destructive energy, can be used to advance to the Apocalypse grade. There are a total of 3. This is one of them. Joen was truly alarmed. He had never seen what the Apocalypse grade looked like. It was unimaginable that this thing could advance a person to the Apocalypse grade. Can this thing allow my small perfection of Wisdom Sutra to advance to the Apocalypse grade? Then wouldn't I be invincible? Ignoring staying on Earth, even counterattacking the dimension isn't a dream. Just as Joen was fantasizing, the three-faced Buddha spoke again.
The other two great samsara wheels will be obtained by the other two sons of Buddha after their tame companion beasts advance to the heaven level. Only by gathering all three great samsara wheels together and using their power can one advance to the apocalypse grade. Holy sh*t. So this thing is a defective product. Zhou Wen was depressed. Although Zhou Wen didn't know who the other two people who had obtained small Buddha temple's companion beasts were, he didn't know how long it would take for their companion beasts to advance to the heaven level. He had to pray that they didn't die prematurely. Otherwise, there would be no hope for the three great samsara wheels. Zhou Wen was still wondering how many chances he had of obtaining the three great samsara wheels when he saw the three-faced Buddha continue speaking. The three tame companion beasts were originally one. Only by fusing them into one can they advance to the apocalypse grade. As the voice gradually weakened, the golden light in the three-faced Buddha's eyes gradually converged. Finally, they closed their eyes and returned to their lifeless statues. What do you mean originally one? It's basically to make the three sons of Buddha and the tame companion beasts fight and devour each other. In the end, only one can obtain all the benefits, Zhou Wen thought. Looking at the motionless three-faced Buddha, Zhou Wen was considering a very important problem. Although the three-faced Buddha didn't say it clearly, he guessed that one had to be at the heaven level to use the power of the three great samsara wheels to advance to the apocalypse grade. Updates by Calm. The problem was that his samsara wheel was in-game, so it was impossible for him to take it out of the game. As for the other two sons of Buddha, even if they could obtain the great samsara wheel, it would be in reality. Even if Zhou Wen could snatch the other two great samsara wheels back, it would be difficult for him to bring them into the game. In other words, it was impossible for Zhou Wen to gather all three great samsara wheels no matter what. Is this considered a bug in game? Zhou Wen was somewhat helpless as he looked at the great samsara wheel in game. Although small Buddha temple basically couldn't respawn, and it wouldn't be a problem to leave the great samsara wheel here, it was useless to just leave it there. It needed all three wheels to be used. I wonder if this thing can be used now? Zhou Wen attempted to use the great samsara wheel in game. He had only made a casual attempt believing that he was only at the terror grade. Furthermore, this thing was incomplete. It was unlikely that he could really use it. However, to his surprise, the great samsara wheel immediately flashed with a dark gold glow as it charged into the blood-colored avatar's body. Then, the blood-colored avatar's entire body was dyed dark gold. It was like a dark gold figure of light, as the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra circulated crazily. Holy sh*t, that works too. Zhou Wen and the blood-colored avatar shared the same feeling. Now, Zhou Wen felt that the blood-colored avatar was enduring an indescribable sense of comfort. That's right, it was indeed comfortable. If any other essence energy art were to suddenly obtain such immense energy, they would definitely be in extreme pain even if they could barely absorb it. Their bodies would explode from the excessive energy, so how could they feel comfortable? The small perfection of Wisdom Sutra was completely different. Zhou Wen felt comfortable, as though he had eaten a ginseng fruit. His pores were filled with joy, as he felt light as though he had fallen into the clouds. Ever since he began cultivating, Zhou Wen had only had one thought for cultivation: hardship. However, today, it had changed Zhou Wen's views drastically. He never knew that cultivating could be so comfortable. Amidst this comfortable feeling, Zhou Wen even heard a decadent sound. An illusion of a beautiful Buddha girl circling him appeared in his mind. Could it be that small Buddha temple cultivates in happiness meditation? Zhou Wen no longer felt as simple as being comfortable. He felt orgasmic. Zhou Wen's willpower was firm, so he wouldn't succumb to it. However, the feeling was extremely pleasant. Furthermore, Zhou Wen could tell that this wasn't some set of methods that questioned himself or a test of his willpower. Great Brahma's appearance was very similar to the three-faced Buddha, but he had 4 faces and 8 arms. The front and left faces represented the pity and kindness of the world without any desire. Only the face on his back had never been seen. Even Zhou Wen himself didn't know what the face looked like. All he could sense was that the eyes on the face were secretly peeping at all life. As the power of the great samsara wheel constantly surged in, the dark gold light on Great Brahma's body intensified as his head slowly spun. The head spun instead of turning. The face on its back slowly spun to the front, and the face in front was slowly spun to the back. The frontal face showed no joy or sorrow. It represented 0 desires, so he didn't have the ability to take the initiative to attack. This was also why Zhou Wen didn't often use Great Brahma. It was just too passive. When the face at the back gradually spun around, Zhou Wen could already see his side profile. It was an extremely beautiful face. It was hard to tell if it was male or female, but it was extremely beautiful. Coupled with that faint smile, it gave off a charm that prevented him from moving his eyes away. He wished he could look at this face for the rest of his life. However, on this face was a pair of sinister eyes. The eyes were also extremely beautiful, But if one looked at them for a long time, they would feel a chill in their hearts. The longer one looked at them, the more terrified they became. If he kept staring at those eyes, he would probably go crazy from fear. Such a face matched with such eyes was truly unfathomable. When the face turned to the front, Zhou Wen's comfort reached its peak. Then, he instantly fell from the clouds into the valley. The feeling of all the prosperity going to zero instantly occupied Zhou Wen's heart. And at that moment, the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra's domain condensed and advanced to the calamity grade. Chapter 1692 Rising to the Heaven Level. Small perfection of Wisdom's calamity zone was somewhat similar to the first order of chaos. They had both undergone changes over the terror transformation. The face behind Great Brahma spun around, and his entire aura underwent a tremendous change. Even his strength changed with him, reaching the calamity grade. It was completely different from the expressionless frontal face. When this terrifying face appeared, Great Brahma no longer exuded the peace from before. Even his strength became incisive. Zhou Wen could sense that this power carried an extremely destructive nature. However, before he could carefully savor it, Great Brahma underwent a new change. Zhou Wen was delighted. Great Brahma was actually charging straight for the hell level. It wasn't like other essence energy arts that remained at the human realm after advancing to the calamity grade. A treasure that allows advancement to the apocalypse grade is indeed different. Even if it's only an incomplete portion, the energy it produces isn't something ordinary zone cores can match. I wonder if Great Brahma has the chance of advancing to the heaven level. Zhou Wen kept paying attention to Great Brahma's changes. The insights obtained from advancing could be said to be an extremely rare experience. It was probably impossible for it to happen a second time. As the energy increased, the face behind Great Brahma vanished. The two faces on both sides gradually became blurry. The 8 arms vanished one after another. When the other 3 faces completely vanished, leaving only that beautiful face, 6 of the 8 arms vanished, making Great Brahma look even closer to a human. As for his beautiful face, it seemed to have undergone some changes. It became even more unfathomable. He had a faint smile that didn't seem like a smile. It looked like anger, sorrow, or worry, but none of them at the same time. It was impossible to tell what emotions he had. Only the terrifying look in his eyes seemed to become even more terrifying. At that moment, the game also indicated that the calamity zone had advanced to the hell level, but Great Brahma continued changing without stopping. It's going straight for the heaven level? Zhou Wen was delighted. The heaven level was probably the best among humans. Even the human representatives, who obtained the resources of the dimensional species, probably couldn't advance to the heaven level in such a short period of time. Dark gold matter appeared over Great Brahma's body. The dark gold matter was very likely the dark gold crystals of the Great Samsara Wheel. The dark gold crystals connected and transformed into something that resembled armor that enveloped Great Brahma's body. Updates by Calm. The armor gradually took form. Even Great Brahma's face was enveloped by the dark gold armor. The edge of the wheel of light that resembled a black hole behind him gradually turned into a dark gold crystal, forming a wheel that resembled a black hole inside and a dark gold crystal outside. Great Brahma sat cross-legged as he formed a seal with his hand. The wheel behind him spun incessantly, as though it was a god that had come from the void, making it even more unfathomable. Great Brahma's zone advanced to the heaven level. With the notification in-game, Great Brahma finally stopped changing. This was enough to surprise Zhou Wen. He was originally vexed about using the Great Samsara Wheel, but it had also cheered him up immensely. It was hard to say if he could obtain the other 2 Great Samsara Wheels in the future, but advancing to the heaven level was a huge boon. As for not having this Samsara Wheel, the other 2 chosen ones had also had the possibility of advancing to the apocalypse stage severed. However, what had that got to do with Zhou Wen? They could only blame their bad luck. Zhou Wen was interested to know who the 2 unlucky ones were. He wanted to know what expression they would have when they learned that one of the Great Samsara Wheels was gone. Looking at Great Brahma, who had advanced to the heaven level, Zhou Wen really wanted to use the 3-faced Buddha to test its might. However, Zhou Wen quickly dispelled this thought. He originally imagined that the 3-faced Buddha might be at the heaven level, but he found it unbelievable that he could produce a treasure like the Great Samsara Wheel that allowed advancement to the apocalypse grade. I should head out and try other dimensional creatures. Zhou Wen glanced at the statue like 3-faced Buddha and left the small Buddha temple dungeon. While Zhou Wen was happily gaming at home to level up, the outside world wasn't idle. The representatives of the various races constantly appeared in the world and made a name for themselves on the cube. Many of them were famous geniuses in the past, but there were also some unknown figures who appeared. Most cubes' ranking had already dropped to 3rd place, and 1st place hadn't changed for a long time. The Sun race's representative in the human world, Karaman, had established a record of clearing the 6-star palaces of the Big Dipper. Up to now, no one could match him.
There was already news that Karaman was a member of the Cape family, but they didn't admit or deny it. Their attitude was very ambiguous. A handsome man in golden armor, who resembled a sun god, stood outside the dimensional zone where the family clan of gods was.
Karaman, why aren't you with the Cape family? Why are you here?
The guards of the family clan of gods, who were guarding the dimensional zone, couldn't help but become nervous when they saw the handsome man. Karaman's shocking performance in the Big Dipper palaces had already shocked the entire world. Some people even called him the strongest human powerhouse now.
I want to see Mo,
said Karaman calmly. His voice was gentle, but it had an irresistible authority. When the guard heard this, he subconsciously turned around, hoping to find Mo.
Karaman, are you eager to determine the victor between us?
Mo walked out of the dimensional zone and said to Karaman. Mo's injuries had already healed. It was impossible to tell that he had been severely injured not long ago. Karaman shook his head and said,
Although you are very strong, I've never treated you as an opponent. I'm here to get an answer from you. What answer?
Mo didn't mind the arrogance in Karaman's tone.
Do you know how to ascend the icy shrine?
Karaman didn't stand on ceremony as he asked directly.
So what if I know? So what if I don't?
Mo asked.
I'll make a bet with you. If I win, tell me how to ascend the icy shrine.
Karaman still looked lofty.
What do you have in mind?
Mo knew that since Karaman had come knocking on his door, he definitely had an information source. Even if he denied it, he wouldn't let it go so easily.
The first person to clear the Big Dipper palaces is the victor,
said Karaman.
Are you confident of passing the final Alkade Star Palace?
Mo frowned slightly. Alkade Star Palace was the Army Breaker Star Palace. The long steps in front of the Star Palace could eliminate all essence energy. No matter how strong a cultivator was, they would become trash without essence energy if they entered the Star Palace. Therefore, up to now, no one had been able to crack it.
It can be cracked at any time,
said Karaman indifferently. Chapter 1693 Karaman.
Professor Gu, what do you think of the recent rankings?
Sui tried her best to host the program. Although there had been a storm on the Cube's rankings recently, with experts constantly appearing, while the rankings constantly changed, the program's ratings were very good. However, Sui just couldn't lift her spirits. Professor Gu answered.
At present, those who can enter the top 10 of the Cube's rankings are experts, who can clear the 5th Star Palace. Only the Sun Race's representative, Karaman, who's ranked first, has cleared the 6th Star Palace. He's considered unique. However, according to my research, there should be 3 to 4 people in the top 10 who have a high chance of clearing the 6th Star Palace. Who are they?
Sui asked.
I'll give an example first. For example, the representative of the fallen race, Mo. His strength shouldn't be inferior to Karaman. It's only a matter of time before he can clear the 6th Star Palace. The others also have similar strength. It's just that even if they can clear the 6th Star Palace, they might not be able to surpass Karaman on the rankings, so they didn't take action.
Professor Gu analyzed. As the host, Suyi's reaction was still very fast. She continued in line with Professor Gu's words and asked,
Then, Professor Gu, who do you think will be the first to clear the 7th Star Palace? That's hard to say. According to the results of Karaman's previous attempt, the stone steps in front of Alkade Star Palace can eliminate essence energy. He gave up before he finished walking the stone steps. From this, one can roughly determine that after reaching the end, one's essence energy might be completely drained. With such characteristics, no matter how powerful a powerhouse is, they will be crippled when they reach the Star Palace. Unless one has a way to retain essence energy, no one has a chance of clearing the 7th Star Palace.
Professor Gu paused for a moment before continuing.
As for who has such an ability, it's still unknown for the time being. However, there's one thing that's certain. It's difficult to avoid having one's essence energy drained. Therefore, although he's ranked higher, he has the least chance among them.
The comments were discussing who would be the first to clear the 7th Star Palace. There were all kinds of comments, but the topic of discussion was basically on the top few. Just as the discussion was getting heated, they suddenly saw the cube's screen light up. A figure appeared on the screen. It was none other than Karaman.
Karaman?
Sui was stunned when she saw Karaman. Professor Gu's expression turned odd.
Karaman is already ranked first. There's no need for him to challenge the Big Dipper Palaces again unless he wants to challenge the 7th Star Palace.
Suyi's eyes lit up.
Professor Gu is mighty. As expected of his Jinx mouth. Sect Master Gu will unite the world for ages.
Updates by Com.
I'm willing to call the Sect Master Gu the strongest in the universe.
The comments were all expressing their amazement of Sect Master Gu. Professor Gu had just said that it was impossible for him to clear the 7th Star Palace, and here he was challenging it. Furthermore, he was clearly here for the 7th Star Palace. Everyone felt that Professor Gu was truly amazing.
The golden-armored Karaman arrived in front of the first star palace. Sun god light bloomed from his body, as though he was a divine sun blessed by the sun god. With every step he took, the golden sun god light on his body was dazzling, making his handsome face appear even more holy. When Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf saw Karaman walk in, he immediately blasted out a blast of light. Karaman also threw a punch. The sun-like golden divine light collided with Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf's blast of light. The terrifying dazzling light made it impossible for anyone other than a very small number of experts to see what was happening on the screen. The experts knew that Karaman and Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf had exchanged countless punches at that instant. Their speed had already reached the speed of light, so ordinary people couldn't see their actions. As for the broadcast, it was completely dazzling. Soon, when the dazzling light vanished, Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf had already been killed by Karaman. Many crystals dropped on the ground. He's so powerful! He killed Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf in one punch. The average person only saw Karaman deliver a punch and thought that he had instantly killed Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf with one punch. No matter how many times I look at it, it's always so pleasing to the eye. Karaman is just so perfect. He doesn't look like a human at all. He's like the sun god Apollo. Everyone marveled at Karaman's strength, feeling envious. Many people wondered when they would be lucky enough to be chosen by the dimensional races to become a powerful existence like Karaman. Karaman cleared one star palace after another. The Star Lords, who looked extremely powerful in the eyes of ordinary people, were easily killed by Karaman. It only took a few seconds. However, ordinary people couldn't see that Karaman had actually used many techniques. The reason he could kill the Star Lords so quickly was mainly because he had already understood their abilities and used targeted tactics. Even so, it was rather shocking. Although I've already seen it once, I have to admit that Karaman is extremely powerful. He does resemble human sovereign's former glory, Sui said with a sigh. Unexpectedly, Suyi's exclamation triggered a collective criticism on the screen. Although you are my goddess, there's no way to compare human sovereign and Karaman now, right? It's impossible for pure humans to advance to the calamity grade, right? Sis, isn't human sovereign old news from years ago? The new generation replaces and surpasses the old. Human sovereign has long been smacked to death on the beach. Although I'm unwilling to admit it, I have to say that the strength of the representatives who obtain the resources of the dimensional races has increased too quickly. Unless human sovereign has become a representative, there's nothing to compare. With human sovereign's temperament, he probably won't bow down to the dimensional races. It's unlikely he will become a representative. It would be sad if human sovereign becomes a representative. What's there to be sad about? What era are we in now? Everything depends on strength. It's sad if you don't have strength. Amidst everyone's discussion, Karaman had already cleared the 6-star palace and arrived at the long staircase of the 7-star palace. Everyone immediately fell silent as they held their breaths and watched the screen. The last time, Karaman had given up midway. Thankfully, there was still a chance of giving up before entering the Star Palace's entrance. If he entered the Star Palace, he wouldn't even have the chance to give up. Under the attention of everyone, Karaman stepped onto the flight of stairs and walked towards the Star Palace's door. Everyone counted the number of steps Karaman took in their hearts. When he reached the spot he had given up the last time, he didn't give up as before. Instead, he continued walking. When he reached the end of the stone steps, even Sui couldn't help but raise her voice and shout, "Karaman has walked all the way up!" Chapter 1694. Our relationship as fellow disciples can't just fade away. Professor Gu felt a little embarrassed as Karaman walked up the stone steps. The sun-like golden divine light on his body was still as resplendent as before. Anyone could tell that he had found a way to be immune to the essence energy drainage. Under the attention of everyone, Karaman pushed open the door to Alcade Star Palace. It was like an unknown new world that drew everyone's attention. Starlight shimmered in Alcade Star Palace. Star-Lord Army Breaker stood there like a god. Karaman didn't show any fear. The golden divine light on his body rose, like flames, as he walked toward Star-Lord Army Breaker. His footsteps were calm, and he wasn't as fast as he was in the other star palaces. After all, Star-Lord Army Breaker was an unknown Star-Lord. He had only obtained some information from the Sun God Holy Temple, and it was only speculation. It wasn't completely accurate. Star-Lord Army Breaker suddenly opened his eyes. His originally calm aura immediately turned into killing intent that surged into the sky. His body charged at Karaman like a phantom. Karaman didn't retreat, and actually went forward. Starlight shot out as the sun shone. The screen was filled with light, making it impossible to see what had happened. Only a few calamity-grade experts could tell what had happened by standing in front of a cube. The entire world was dead silent. Everyone looked at the screen that was trembling violently with light. Although they didn't know what had happened, the sound of forces colliding inside made their hearts undergo upheavals. Can Karaman clear the 7-star palace?
Sui muttered.
A battle at this level is too high-end. Ignoring the fact that I can't see anything on the live stream, even a calamity-grade powerhouse can only see some clues through the cube. All we can do now is wait for the slow-motion replay before analyzing. However, when the outcome is decided, there won't be much point analyzing,
Professor Gu said with a bitter smile.
Professor Gu, we believe in you. Karaman will definitely win. Sec Master Gu, that's not right. You can't doubt your jinxing standards. You have to be confident in yourself.
Updates by.
Don't say another word. You are our beacon of light. We don't even need to see the outcome to know that Karaman will definitely win.
Many people in the comments were teasing Professor Gu, making him feel a little depressed. However, after such a long time, he had mostly gotten used to it. The title of Jinx Sec Master had long been known by the entire world. Mo stood in front of the cube with a strange expression.
Mo, what's the situation? What are the chances of Karaman winning?
An elder from the family clan of gods asked. Even the powerhouses of the family clan of gods couldn't tell much.
Karaman has already figured out Star-Lord Army Breaker's abilities. I'm afraid he's about to clear the 7-star palace.
Mo paused before saying,
This fellow is indeed terrifyingly strong. It's not only because he obtained the resources of the Sun God Temple, but mainly because he has extremely high combat intelligence and talent. He's clearing it now? From the looks of it, this person poses the greatest threat to our family clan of gods among the younger generation,
the elder said after some thought. Mo didn't refute him, but another figure appeared in his mind. Although Karaman was indeed very powerful, he still found that person even more terrifying. Time ticked by. When people could finally see the scene on the screen, only the son of the sun god, Karaman, remained standing in the Star Palace.
He cleared the 7-star palace in less than 6 minutes. He's really strong. Karaman is truly invincible. He's undoubtedly the strongest human at this stage. F***CK, the Cape family sure is lucky. They clearly are backed by the Divine Emperor Holy Temple, but they actually produced a representative of the Sun God Temple. This is just ridiculous.
Amidst everyone's exclamations of praise, Karaman walked towards the teleportation nexus and was teleported out of the Big Dipper palaces. The ranking on the cube remained the same. Karaman remained in first place.
As expected, the Alcade Star Palace is the last Star Palace. Karaman is the first human to clear the Big Dipper palaces. He will permanently enter the annals of history. Even if someone else clears the 7-star palace in the future, they won't be able to waiver his status. After all, being the first person to clear it is the most difficult.
Professor Gu sighed. Although Sui was also very excited, she felt a little disappointed. She hoped that the person in her heart would be the first to clear the Big Dipper palaces. Are pure humans really going to be eliminated by the times? Sui sighed inwardly. Showen didn't pay attention to this matter at all. At that moment, he was immersed in Great Brahma's terrifying abilities. Great Brahma at the heaven level was completely different from when it was at the terror grade. If the Great Brahma in the terror transformation was a god that took pity on the world, then the present Great Brahma was a god that was disappointed with the world and wanted to destroy the world to cleanse it. They were both gods, but the two were worlds apart. Now, not only did Great Brahma possess destructive power, but he could also fuse with Zhou Wen's body and let him use his strength. In-game, after the blood-colored avatar fused with Great Brahma, it looked like he was wearing dark gold armor. It gave off a mysterious and extremely powerful feeling. In particular, the black hole, like wheel of light behind him, made the dark gold armor appear blurry and illusory, as though it didn't belong to the human world. Just as he was admiring the powers of Great Brahma from the fusion, his phone suddenly rang. Zhou Wen took out his phone and saw that it was from Hui Haifeng, who he hadn't contacted in a long time.
Junior brother, what have you been busy with recently? Why didn't you contact me? Our relationship as fellow disciples can't just fade away,
Hui Haifeng said with a grin. It was hard to tell that he was already the supreme leader of the Federation.
Speak your mind.
Zhou Wen was somewhat speechless. Hui Haifeng had thrown who wanted him, and now he was doing this.
What are your thoughts on the matter regarding Karaman?
Hui Haifeng's tone turned solemn.
What Karaman?
Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback.
Are you serious? Don't you know that Karaman has cleared the Big Dipper palaces?
Hui Haifeng asked doubtfully.
Someone cleared the Big Dipper palaces so quickly. I really didn't know about this, and didn't pay much attention to it. Who's Karaman?
Zhou Wen asked.
To think that you are the lord of a city, and an overlord of an area now. You don't even know such a huge matter. What kind of city lord are you?
Hui Haifeng was somewhat speechless. After a pause, he said,
Karaman is from the Cape family. He's now the representative of the Sun God Holy Temple. He has just cleared the Big Dipper palaces. The entire world is filled with news about him. What has this got to do with me?
Jowen asked.
Of course, it has something to do with you. Look at the rankings. The top 10 are all representatives of the dimensional races. If this continues, I'm afraid everyone will think that there's nothing wrong with being ruled by the dimension. In the future, Stop. What do you want? Get to the point.
Jowen didn't have the patience to listen to him reason.
Junior brother, as the saying goes, with great strength comes great responsibility. In order to let the citizens of the Federation regain their glory as humans, shouldn't you show your face on the rankings and let them know that even if you don't submit to those fellows from the dimension, humans can still become top-notch powerhouses?
Wei Haifeng spoke with emotion and reason, a heartfelt speech. Chapter 1695 Human Sovereign appears again. Jowen had plans on challenging the Big Dipper Palace in real life, so there was an immediate agreement. Therefore, Jowen agreed without rejecting him. The Big Dipper Palaces in game had already respawned. Jowen grinded it again, but just as he had expected, Star Lady Polestar hadn't respawned. He was basically certain that he could only grind the hidden dungeons once in game. If he wanted to obtain the treasures in the hidden dungeons, he had to think of a solution in reality. If Jowen had been a little hesitant previously, afraid that he would die before Truth Listener defeated Star Lady Polestar, Great Brahma's advancement to the Heaven Realm completely dispelled this worry. Now, Jowen was considering what identity to use to clear the Big Dipper Palace. With Jowen's status, he would definitely become the focus of all the factions in the future. The various races in the dimension would probably treat Guide Ancient City, and him, as a thorn in their side. They would think of all possible ways to eliminate them. Therefore, after some hesitation, Jowen decided to challenge the Big Dipper Palace as human sovereign. Furthermore, this identity had high prestige among humans, so it was most suitable. Sweetie, please bless me. Let me obtain another Emperor Star. Jowen couldn't get his mind off the Emperor Star. That thing could add a life providence for no reason. It was very suitable for any companion beast. He headed straight for a cube. Wei Haifeng hoped that he struck while the iron was hot. He wanted to crush the rankings before Karaman's achievement caused a greater impact.
Professor Gu, Karaman has become the first person to clear the Big Dipper Palaces. Those in second place to 10th place haven't even been able to clear the 6-star palace. I'm afraid the rewards of the Big Dipper Palaces this time will be very likely to belong to him.
Sui chatted with Professor Gu on the program. Professor Gu nodded slightly and said,
Although everything is still unknown before the cube's countdown ends, it will be very difficult for anyone to surpass Karaman for the time being. Even if someone can clear the Big Dipper Palaces, it won't be easy to surpass him on the rankings.
As Professor Gu spoke, he suddenly realized that the cube's screen had lit up again.
Another person wants to challenge the Big Dipper Palace? Who could it be? Mo or someone else?
Everyone watching the program was slightly taken aback before they became excited.
The reason this person's challenging the Big Dipper Palaces at this time is clearly because of Karaman. Someone's trying to stir up some *T. However, to be able to cause a stir, they must be someone with extraordinary strength. At the very least, they have to have the strength to clear the Big Dipper Palaces. Who could it be?
As everyone discussed, a white figure appeared on the cube's screen. The pure white figure was like a god wrapped in holy light. Although they couldn't see what the person in the light looked like, many people immediately recognized who it was.
Holy *T. Human Sovereign is here. F*CK. Human Sovereign is here? What does he want? Does he want to storm the Big Dipper Palaces? Thankfully, I didn't give up. I've waited for you. Human Sovereign, you're finally here. Why are you so excited? For Human Sovereign to come here means that he's definitely a calamity-grade existence. Without becoming a representative and receiving the help from the Dimension's massive resources, do you think a pure human can advance to the calamity grade so quickly? Sai, what you said makes sense. The present Human Sovereign is probably not the former Human Sovereign.
Everyone discussed spiritedly as the comments flooded in, making it almost impossible to read them. It was obvious that Human Sovereign hadn't been completely forgotten. He had just been silent for too long.
Did Human Sovereign choose to challenge the Big Dipper Palaces at this time because he has an agenda? Professor Gu, what do you think?
When Sui saw Human Sovereign challenging the Big Dipper Palace, she looked completely different. She looked very spirited.
You mean that Human Sovereign chose to storm the Big Dipper Palaces the moment Karaman cleared the 7-star palaces to prove that ordinary humans aren't inferior to the representatives?
Professor Gu said. Sui nodded excitedly.
I think it's not as simple as a coincidence. Human Sovereign must have come prepared if he chose to attempt the rankings at this moment. Furthermore, he has already seen the battle between Karaman and Star-Lord Army Breaker. He knows Star-Lord Army Breaker's abilities. It shouldn't be a big problem to clear the 7-star palace.
Professor Gu didn't mention if Human Sovereign was pure human. He only said that Human Sovereign would definitely be able to clear the 7-star palaces.
It's over. With Sect Master Gu's jinxing, Human Sovereign is in danger. No, Sect Master, you are going to jinx Human Sovereign.
The comments were filled with wailing. Who could withstand Jinx Sect Master's jinxing? And Shung stood behind Tianzua and said, as he looked at the scene on the cube,
Overseer, if young Master Wen were to rush to the top of the rankings at this moment, he would definitely be able to inspire many humans. This will be extremely beneficial to humanity's future development.
And Tianzua said coldly,
ignoring the question of whether he can clear the 7-star palaces, even if he plans on doing so, according to the rules of the cube's ranking, the first person to clear the 7-star palaces will receive an unspoken bonus score. It will be very difficult for him to be ranked above Karaman. If he's calm enough and studies Star-Lord Army Breaker's abilities, he might have a chance of defeating him in the most perfect manner. He's already such a grown man, but he's still so rash. Perhaps young Master Wen already has a card up his sleeve.
And Shung muttered,
What do you mean a card up his sleeve? I think he's just hot-headed.
And Tianzua snorted as he stared at the screen, his eyes seemingly filled with anticipation.
Human Sovereign has actually appeared at this moment. Things have become interesting.
Zhang Chunqiu and Xiao Luchuan were also watching in front of the cube in the Zhang family compound.
Is Human Sovereign still pure human?
Xiao Luchuan stared at the figure on the screen with interest, but unfortunately, he couldn't even see what the person inside looked like.
We'll know soon,
Zhang Chunqiu said indifferently. The various factions were paying attention to Human Sovereign. Instead of saying that they wanted to know if Human Sovereign could clear the Big Dipper palaces, they wanted to know if Human Sovereign had become a representative. Zhou Wen appeared in his terror form as Human Sovereign. In fact, he had already fused with Great Brahma, but he didn't plan on using Great Brahma to fight. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Zhou Wen pushed open the Star Palace's door and summoned Truth Listener. Everyone was taken aback. They never expected Human Sovereign to summon a companion beast to fight. Although very few humans had calamity-grade companion beasts, it was almost impossible to clear the level with just one companion beast in a continuous battle like the 7-star palaces. Furthermore, fighting on the cube was watched by everyone. Using too many companion beasts was equivalent to showing their trump cards to their enemies. Therefore, unless necessary, very few people used companion beasts. Could it be that Human Sovereign's strength hasn't reached the level needed to clear the 7-star palaces? He needs to rely on the power of multiple companion beasts to clear the 7-star palaces. If that's the case, it should be very difficult for him to surpass Karaman on the rankings, right? Many people had such thoughts flash through their minds. Chapter 1696 Blasting Apart with a Slap.
Humanoid companion beast? It looks so cool!
The Truth Listener that Zhou Wen had summoned had its limiter removed with the 6 earrings. It appeared in the Star Palace in its human form. Its handsome and wild appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. Even in this era where calamity creatures were common, humanoid companion beasts were still extremely rare. Before anyone could carefully appreciate Truth Listener's appearance, it instantly arrived in front of Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf. Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf's fist emitted light, but before he could deliver a blast of light, Truth Listener's palm struck him to the ground along with his blast of light. It exploded, as all sorts of essence energy crystals dropped and fell to the ground. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see the battle process, but everyone could see Truth Listener's strike that blasted Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf apart. This was because its actions were so simple, direct, and without any technical content.
Holy sh*T, what the hell is this? This companion beast is so cool! If he were a human, I would definitely marry him. To slap Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf to death in one strike. This companion beast is comparable to Karaman. It's no wonder Human Sovereign dares to challenge the Big Dipper palaces. Holy sh*T, this Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf is fake, right? He's a calamity-grade creature after all. He was killed just like that?
The entire world instantly broke into an uproar. Sui said excitedly,
As expected of Human Sovereign. Just a mere companion beast of his is already so powerful. I wonder how powerful he is. I really look forward to seeing him personally take action.
Professor Gu continued,
Your anticipation might not last long. This companion beast is indeed extremely powerful, but it's obvious that he's a strength-type melee companion beast. It shouldn't be difficult to deal with Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf and Star-Lord Titan Gate, but when it comes to Star-Lord Cherished Kismet of the 3rd Star Palace, this companion beast will be restrained. It needs Human Sovereign to take action himself or summon a new companion beast.
Amidst everyone's discussion, Zhou Wen had already arrived at the 2nd Star Palace with Truth Listener. Just as Professor Gu had predicted, Truth Listener effortlessly killed Star-Lord Titan Gate. Everyone could clearly see that Star-Lord Titan Gate had no means of retaliating.
Now, I want to know how Human Sovereign will deal with Star-Lord Cherished Kismet. Will he do it himself or summon a new companion beast?
Professor Gu said. Upon hearing Professor Gu's explanation, Everyone began to look forward to it. They were discussing if Human Sovereign should take action himself or summon a new companion beast. Some people looked forward to seeing Human Sovereign's glory, while others hoped to see him showcase more powerful companion beasts. However, after Human Sovereign walked into the cherished Kismet Palace, he didn't summon another companion beast. Professor Gu said,
"From the looks of it, Human Sovereign plans on taking action himself. I wonder what kind of power he will use, and what strategy he will take. However, as long as Human Sovereign takes action, I can roughly tell if he advanced to the Calamity grade as a pure human."
Before Professor Gu could finish his analysis, he saw Truth Listener blast apart Star-Lord cherished Kismet with a slap. Exploded from a slap. Exploded from a slap. Exploded from a slap. The scene became a little odd. The professor's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open for a long time. Does this even F***king make sense? Isn't Star-Lord cherished Kismet able to reflect damage? Doesn't it have powerful recovery abilities? Isn't it able to restrain strength-type companion beasts? Isn't it invincible when being beaten? What happened? Where am I? Who am I? Professor Gu's mind was filled with questions.
Haha, my Human Sovereign is awesome. There's no such thing as strategy. There's no need to do it himself. The companion beast can resolve it with a slap. This companion beast is invincible. It can even slap the opponent to death. It freaking doesn't make sense. Don't tell me Human Sovereign will use one companion beast to kill all 7 Star-Lords? Awesome, Human Sovereign is mighty. I never knew that companion beasts could be so ferocious. This is the strongest companion beast in the world. I won't accept any retorts.
Many humans had great expectations, and a good impression of Human Sovereign to begin with. Truth Listener's domineering performance instantly ignited everyone's enthusiasm.
Professor Gu, Human Sovereign's companion beast is so powerful. Which type of companion beast do you think it is? Will Human Sovereign use this companion beast to clear the Big Dipper palaces? If that's the case, will his ranking have a chance of overtaking Karaman?
Sui was very excited as she raised several questions. Professor Gu finally snapped to his senses and forced himself to calm down.
From the looks of it, this companion beast's level should be very high. It ignores powers that are strong against the strength stat. If nothing goes wrong, he should be able to clear the Big Dipper palaces with a companion beast. Professor Gu, don't do that. I'm afraid Human Sovereign won't be able to withstand your jinx. What's there to be afraid of? If this companion beast doesn't work, Human Sovereign will definitely have other powerful companion beasts. It will be a feast for our eyes to see a few more.
Everyone was delighted. In the past, they couldn't see the battles between the other experts and the Star-Lords clearly. They could only watch the slow-motion analysis afterward. This was the first time they had seen it so clearly on the livestream. Zhou led Truth Listener to clear one Star Palace after another, all of them exploding with a single slap. No Star-Lord could withstand the seemingly simple strike, nor did they have the chance to counterattack. When the various factions saw how powerful Truth Listener was without the need to use any countermeasures or strategies to kill the Star-Lords, their expressions turned extremely odd. They originally wanted to observe Human Sovereign's strength through this battle, but now, they didn't even know what abilities Human Sovereign's companion beast had, much less Human Sovereign's strength. Such a slap was like striking an egg. Nothing could be seen. Young Master Wen's companion beast should be the strongest in the world. And Sheng sighed. Humph, to rely on external forces and not pay attention to his cultivation will result in him suffering sooner or later. Although Tianzi said that, he couldn't help but size up Truth Listener. The first 6 Star-Lords failed to cause any trouble for Truth Listener. Now, people were wondering if the long staircase in front of Alcade Star Palace that could drain essence energy could restrain Human Sovereign and his companion beast. The first 6 Star Palaces failed to put any pressure on Human Sovereign. Will the final Alcade Star Palace give him some pressure? Sui was confident in Human Sovereign. She firmly believed that Human Sovereign would definitely be able to clear the 7 Star Palace. She only wanted to know if the long staircase could cause any trouble for him. In theory, the long stairs can wipe out essence energy. Even if that companion beast's strength is invincible, it's still an essence energy creature after all. It will definitely be restrained on the long steps. If Human Sovereign doesn't have a way to restrain the flight of stairs, I'm afraid this won't be easy. However, since Human Sovereign came, he must be prepared. I believe he should have the ability to restrain the stairs. Then, all he needs to do is unsummon the companion beast and summon it after entering the Star Palace. That will resolve all the problems. Professor Gu analyzed the strategy that Zhou might use. Chapter 1697 Hidden Star Palace. Zhou arrived in front of the long stairs. He naturally wouldn't unsummon Truth Listener. It would only be more troublesome to summon it again. Furthermore, Truth Listener wasn't afraid of these strange taboos at all. It was even better than his teacher Domain. He didn't need to do anything. The ability to drain essence energy along the long flight of stairs was useless against him. Everyone immediately became excited when they saw Human Sovereign take Truth Listener up the long flight of stairs without any intention of unsummoning it.
Sec Master Gu's mouth is indeed blessed. From the looks of it, Human Sovereign's companion beast isn't afraid of the essence energy draining ability along the stairs. It's not just the companion beast that isn't afraid. Human Sovereign definitely isn't afraid either. This is quite impressive.
As expected, Human Sovereign easily led Truth Listener to the end of the long flight of stairs and pushed open the door to Alcate Star Palace.
Human Sovereign's companion beast is just so cool. It's practically domineering. All kinds of powers are useless against it. What kind of companion beast is this? I've never heard of such a companion beast,
Sui said excitedly. Professor Gu was a little embarrassed, so he stopped talking. He didn't know what was wrong with him today. No matter how he analyzed it, it was wrong. Professor Gu thought to himself, it's best if I don't talk too much. This Human Sovereign really doesn't play by the rules. Zhou pushed open the Star Palace's door and walked in with Truth Listener, who delivered another explosive punch. This was under the condition that Zhou got Truth Listener to hold back. Otherwise, even the Star Palace would probably be wrecked.
Holy sh*T, that works. Karaman fought for a few minutes, but it just takes a punch to finish him off? This companion beast is nuts. There's no need for strategy or plan. Just blow it up with one punch. Human Sovereign's the best. Even Sec Master Gu can't jinx him. He was so steady, clearing the 7 Star Palaces so casually. No matter how I look at it, this companion beast is stronger than Karaman. Although he relied on a companion beast to clear the levels, it's too amazing. It should have a chance of vying for first place on the rankings, right? Can I ask where I can get such a companion beast? Stop dreaming. Ignoring the fact that such a companion beast is definitely unique, even if there's a place to obtain it, you don't have the ability to obtain it.
Everyone was awestruck. Truth Listener's domineering style left them wanting for more.
Professor Gu, do you think Human Sovereign has a chance of getting first place?
Sui asked Professor Gu. Professor Gu cleared his throat and said conservatively,
in theory, the score obtained from using a companion beast to clear the level is lower than clearing it individually. The more companion beasts used, the lower the score. However, Human Sovereign only used one companion beast. Furthermore, he cleared the level in a steamrolling manner. His score shouldn't be low, so he has a chance of vying for first place.
As he spoke, Professor Gu couldn't hold it in any longer. He continued,
however, Human Sovereign has already seen the abilities of all the Star Lords. The difficulty of clearing the level definitely can't compare to Karaman, who cleared the Star Palace on his first attempt. If Human Sovereign was the first person to clear the 7 Star Palaces, he would definitely be first on the rankings. Now, there's still some suspense.
The meaning behind Professor Gu's words was that although Human Sovereign's companion beast was very strong, he had benefited from Karaman and hadn't cleared the unknown Star Palace himself.
That's not right. After all, it's only a matter of one punch. Even if he hadn't seen Karaman clear the level, Human Sovereign can clear it as he pleases. I bet that Human Sovereign will definitely be at the top of the rankings. It's indeed a pity. If only Human Sovereign had come out earlier.
Just as people were discussing if Human Sovereign could reach the top of the rankings, they saw him arrive in front of a mini-star in the Star Palace. Truth Listener reached out to push the mini-star, causing it to spin.
What's he doing?
It wasn't just the average person. Even the people from the various factions were puzzled. They didn't know why Human Sovereign wasn't leaving after clearing the level. Junior brother, what are you trying to do? Wei Haifeng was already very satisfied with Zhou Wen's performance. Although he hadn't taken action himself, it was already very commendable for him to use a companion beast to surpass Karaman's limelight. Amidst everyone's puzzlement, the mini-star emitted a blue light that transformed into a blue beam that shone on the teleportation nexus, dyeing it ice blue.
Holy sh*T, what's Human Sovereign doing? What's going on? No way. Could there be something fishy with the Big Dipper palaces?
Many people widened their eyes as they watched the magical changes in the Star Palace. When Zhou Wen walked into the teleportation nexus with Truth Listener, the scene on the cube changed to the North Star and the Ice Palace.
Heavens, there's actually another Star Palace? Holy sh*T, there's a hidden Star Palace? How did Human Sovereign know?
Instantly, the internet was filled with surprised comments as a series of question marks flooded the screen. Professor Gu was dumbfounded. He had just said that Human Sovereign hadn't cleared an unknown Star Palace himself, but it ended up with him activating an unknown Star Palace. Now, Professor Gu wished he could slap himself twice. He regretted saying that last sentence.
This Star-Lord looks so cool. What Star-Lord is this? Lad, you don't usually read, right? It's obvious that you aren't cultured. The star corresponding to the Big Dipper is definitely the North Star. And the North Star has the name of the Purple Star Palace. I guess this Star Palace should be the Purple Star Palace. Lord Human Sovereign is indeed a genius who knows everything about astronomy and geology. He must have used Purple Star Astrology to figure out the hidden Star Palace. I'm getting more impressed with him. This is the true sovereign of humanity. There's no need for him to enter the Star Palaces personally. He can deduce the hidden Star Palace with just a snap of his fingers. A cultured person is just that confident.
Many people were about to turn Human Sovereign into a myth. Unbeknown to them, Zhou knew nothing about Purple Star Astrology.
Human Sovereign actually knows Purple Star Astrology?
Zhang Chuanqiu wore a look of shock. Purple Star Astrology was also known as the #1 form of divination, a field meant to serve an emperor. The Zhang family also studied Purple Star Astrology, but there weren't many people who were truly proficient in it. Yet, Human Sovereign actually knew it, and seemed to be very proficient in it. This left him somewhat surprised. It was impossible to deduce the existence of the hidden Star Palace from the layout of the miniature stars in the Star Palace, and find the star that could open a hidden dimensional zone among the countless miniature stars, if one didn't know Purple Star Astrology.
What does this fellow not know?
Xiao Liuchuan's face was filled with envy and jealousy. In the Wang family, Wang Lu wore a look of worry as she prayed silently. I hope nothing happens. Compared to others' curiosity about the hidden Star Palace, Wang Lu was more worried about Zhou Wen's safety. She had long known that Human Sovereign was Zhou Wen.
The dangers of the hidden Star Palace are unknown. Young Master Wen is too rash.
And Sheng also wore a look of worry. And Tianzui didn't say a word, but his eyes were also filled with worry. Chapter 1698 Sovereign of Humanity.
What a pity. It looks like your position as first place will change hands.
In the family clan of gods, Mo looked at Karaman and smiled.
Since I know that there's a hidden Star Palace, the first place will be mine sooner or later. Furthermore, it's hard to say if he can clear the hidden Star Palace. Just a companion beast might not be able to deal with all situations,
said Karaman indifferently. As the two of them spoke, Star Lady Polestar opened her eyes in the Star Palace. Stars appeared in the sky and transformed into countless starlight beams that shot down, instantly lighting up the world. The entire Star Palace seemed to have turned into an endless universe. The entire cube screen was occupied by the gorgeous starlight. The calm expression on the face of Karaman changed immediately. Such an aura and form of strength were definitely not something the Star Lords of the previous 7 Star Palaces could compare with.
Major Heavenly Cycle Stellar Array.
Zhang Chuanqiu, who had always been calm, explained involuntarily. Even the low-level ordinary people could tell that this Star Lady was very different when they saw the power that resembled the primordial universe. Under the aura of the Major Heavenly Cycle Stellar Array, the average person felt as tiny as an ant or a speck of dust. Even through the screen, despair spread in their hearts. Boom! Golden streams of light erupted in the starlight, like a golden flash that streaked across the galaxy. The battle had finally begun. It was like a galaxy exploding as countless stars bloomed. Not to mention ordinary people. Even the Calamity Grade representatives could hardly see what was happening inside. As Karaman watched, he felt his body turn cold. His innerwear was drenched in cold sweat. There's no way to fight her. These were the only words in Karaman's heart. If he were to fight Star Lady Polestar, he would probably be instantly killed.
What the hell? Is Human Sovereign really that strong?
Xiao Liuchuan's mouth gaped open for a long time. Updates by? He couldn't see the battle, but to be able to survive at such a level proved that Human Sovereign's strength was extremely powerful. Xiao Liuchuan knew very well that if he were to watch the battle inside, he would probably be reduced to nothing.
Is young Master Wen already that strong?
And Sheng's face was filled with joy.
All he knows is to show off all day. It's as though he's afraid that others won't know who he is.
And Tianzui's tone was cold, but the corners of his mouth subconsciously curled up, forming a very beautiful arc. Few humans could understand a battle at this level. Those who could were also alarmed.
Has he already reached such a level?
In an uninhabited ancient city, an elder narrowed his eyes as he watched the battle on the cube. It was none other than Jing Daoxian, who hadn't appeared in a long time. After watching for a while, Jing Daoxian stopped and turned to leave. He muttered to himself.
From the looks of it, I have to be faster. Otherwise, I really won't be able to keep up with this era.
Everyone watching the battle felt the same. A chill ran down their spines as they couldn't stop the fear in their hearts. Some with weaker willpower were trembling. The apocalyptic clash made everyone feel tiny and powerless.
This is what makes AF Asterisk King Calamity.
It was unknown who said such a comment. This sentence began to appear on all the programs on the internet.
Professor Gu, what level is this battle? Is this still at the Calamity Grade?
Su Yi was dazzled as she muttered.
I can only say that such a battle has already exceeded any known powerhouse at this stage. I have to apologize for my words. To be able to participate in such a battle, even if Human Sovereign doesn't fight personally, it's enough to prove that his strength is above all known humans. Professor Gu continued with a solemn expression. If he really has a pure human body and hasn't contracted a guardian, then Human Sovereign is undoubtedly the sovereign of humanity. Such strength might meet its match in the future, but it's definitely unprecedented. Only now do I know why Human Sovereign didn't personally fight the Star-Lords from afore. It's because he finds it beneath him to do so. It's just like a lofty emperor who doesn't personally kill ordinary people. Those Star-Lords aren't worthy of him taking action personally. Now, I only hope that Human Sovereign can come out alive. If such a person dies in the Star Palace, it will be our greatest loss. Professor Gu added with a heavy expression. May the heavens bless us. Let Human Sovereign win. Su Yi's palms were sweaty from nervousness. May the heavens bless him. This sentence flooded the screen. Looking at the terrifying cosmic starlight, many people began praying for Human Sovereign. When the 12 star palaces appeared, everyone felt as though the end of the world had arrived. It was also as though a divine punishment had appeared to punish the world. Even watching the live stream through the screen made one have the urge to kneel down and pray and repent. The 12 star palaces slowly came crashing down. It was suffocating. The 12 star palaces were like the power of the heavenly Tao. Everyone beneath the heavenly Tao was an ant. Even the most unprecedented sage couldn't escape the suppression of the heavens. Sooner or later, they would have to accept their fate. Don't die! Hui Haifeng's forehead was covered in cold sweat as his eyes nearly popped out. They were bloodshot. He regretted letting Zhou Wen step forward, but who the hell knew that Zhou Wen would do such a thing? If he really died inside, he wouldn't know how to answer to himself. Zhang Chunqiu and Xiao Luchuan also stared intently at the screen. Xiao Luchuan, who always liked to tease and couldn't keep his mouth shut, seemed to be mute. He couldn't say a word. It was an indescribable pressure. Everyone felt as though an inescapable mountain of fate was pressing down on their chests. They were so uncomfortable that they were about to suffocate. It was as though the sky was about to collapse as despair involuntarily filled their minds. Boom! A dark gold bolt of lightning shot up in defiance of the heavens, shattering a star palace. It was like the first ray of light in the extreme night, illuminating everyone's hearts. Boom! Boom! Explosions sounded incessantly, as the star palaces that represented fate were blasted to pieces. It was like a thunderclap that entered their ears, making the people who were about to suffocate shatter the mountains that pressed down on their chests. They couldn't help but tremble as the despair in their hearts gradually turned into excitement. Boom! The moment the last star palace shattered, everyone's bodies jolted before they heaved a long sigh as though they had put down a heavy burden. The star palaces were destroyed, as the starlight that filled the sky was extinguished. Only two figures remained standing proudly in the star palace. One of them looked up at the sky indifferently, while the other was handsome and wild as he looked down at all life from above. Chapter 1699. A simple name. Junior brother, well done! Hui Haifeng jumped up excitedly. The effect was much stronger than he had expected. It couldn't be any more perfect. In the eyes of ordinary people, Human Sovereign was already a god-like existence. Truth Listener, who had blasted apart the 12 star palaces, made people love, fear, and envy him. Your daddy is ultimately your daddy. No matter how the times change, Human Sovereign is the strongest human. There's no one else. I'm dying of laughter. There was actually someone who wanted to compare Karaman to Human Sovereign. Is there a comparison? Human Sovereign is mighty. This is the true #1 expert of humanity. Those representatives are so weak. Don't brag yet. How do you know that Human Sovereign isn't a representative? I think he's basically a representative. Otherwise, how could he become so strong in such a short period of time? Shut up. My Human Sovereign is definitely not a representative. While ordinary people engaged in a war of words on the internet, the representatives, including Karaman, couldn't say a word. Or rather, they were in no mood to speak. Most of them had signed a contract with alien races to increase their strength. They originally imagined that they could become the top existences among humans. But Human Sovereign's unparalleled strength made them feel like they had suddenly fallen from heaven to the mortal world. Which race is he the representative of? After a long silence, Karaman finally spoke. It wasn't just Karaman who was wondering. All the representatives and experts of the various factions believed that Human Sovereign was definitely a representative. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach such a level in such a short period of time. It had nothing to do with talent, but resources. Without the resources provided by the dimension, it would probably take at least 8 to 9 years for humans to obtain them in the dimensional zones. It was impossible for even a human realm calamity to appear, much less at a level like Human Sovereign. Everyone stared at the cube's screen,
and waited for the moment the ranking appeared. They wanted to know which race human sovereign was the representative of. It wasn't just the various factions on Earth. Even many terrifying existences in the dimension were looking at the cube's screen. They also wanted to know which race had nurtured such a human. From their point of view, nurturing a human like this was a huge investment. Updates by Joe wasn't in the mood to care about what others thought. His mind was filled with joy. Emperor Star. Indeed, there's an Emperor Star in reality. Star Lady Polestar had dropped another Emperor Star in reality. Without any hesitation, Joe put away the Emperor Star and teleported out of the Star Palace. With Joe's departure, the cube screen returned to the rankings. Under the attention of everyone, the first place on the rankings changed hands as expected. Karaman was kicked to second place. However, when everyone saw the first name, they had the same reaction. Unbelievable. The name in first place was very simple human sovereign. It was without any additional prefixes or postfixes. Such a simple name surprised countless people in the Federation. As for the representatives and experts of the various factions, they only felt despair spread in their hearts.
How is that possible? Human sovereign isn't a representative.
They couldn't believe that a human could reach such a level at such a point in time without relying on the resources of the alien races. However, they had no choice but to believe it. If human sovereign was really a representative of the dimensional races in the human world, then according to the contract, he had to add the name of the dimensional race on the rankings unless the contract human sovereign signed was different from theirs. However, up to now, they had never heard of a different contract. All the human representatives on the rankings did so without exception. It was obvious that the contents of the contracts were about the same. Instantly, many representatives wore odd expressions. In order to increase their strength, they had signed a contract with dimensional races and become their representatives. However, they suddenly realized that a person who didn't rely on the dimension to provide resources was already far ahead of them. This left them momentarily unable to accept the blow.
Haha, I knew it. It's impossible for human sovereign to be a representative of the dimension. As expected of my human sovereign. Long live our sovereign. Unbelievable. Human sovereign should be able to defeat those representatives. He's pure human. I really wonder how those representatives feel after obtaining so many resources, only to be trampled beneath human sovereign's feet. I want to say something, but I'm not cultured enough. There's only 2 words in my mind: human sovereign is awesome. Not only are you uncultured, but you also don't know how to count. That's clearly 4 words, alright?
The entire Federation boiled over. A human who wasn't a representative had actually reached such a level. Furthermore, it was possible that he was a pure human. He hadn't become a representative or contracted a guardian. It was even possible that he hadn't used the mythical serum. This was as perfect as a dream. Of course, most people didn't believe that human sovereign remained pure human. They were more willing to believe that human sovereign had made some sacrifices to reach this stage. The various platforms that were originally discussing representatives now talked about human sovereign. Companion beasts, a very popular phrase to begin with, once again exceeded the search numbers of representatives and became the most popular search. As people didn't know Truth Listener's name, and due to someone giving it the nickname of Crown Prince, the internet was calling it that. There were countless discussions about Truth Listener. Not every human could be a representative, but everyone had a chance of obtaining a companion beast. They wanted to know how to obtain such a powerful companion beast. The existence of evolvable companion beasts had already become common knowledge. It was just difficult for ordinary people to obtain them, but no matter how difficult it was, there was still a chance of obtaining one. If one could nurture one to the level of human sovereign's companion beast, wouldn't they also become a top human expert?
So what if I'm weak? It's fine as long as my companion beast is strong enough. If you aren't convinced, fight my companion beast. If you aren't convinced, fight human sovereign's companion beast.
Many people began to change their views. They no longer envied the experts, who became representatives. Although it was impossible to completely change this concept in an instant, it was a good start.
Young Master Wen is just so strong. It's hard to imagine how he managed to reach this stage. He suffered so much in secret, but he never complained. Young Master Wen has had it hard.
And Sheng said with a sigh. And Tianzhou remained silent. Zhou Wen's growth was faster than he had imagined. He had truly become the cornerstone of the human race. He felt gratified as some kind of power grew in his body, causing his blood to heat up. It's time to go there. How can I fall behind him? Chapter 1700. Karaman is here. Zhou Wen held the newly produced Emperor Star and hesitated about who to use it on. This thing was an improvement for anyone who used it. It didn't have any negative effects. With an additional Emperor's life Providence, the other aspects were enhanced. The best choices were naturally Truth Listener and Demonic Neonate. After careful consideration, Zhou Wen decided to keep it for Demonic Neonate.
He would give it to her after she completed her evolution. It wasn't that Zhou preferred demonic neonate, but that the Emperor's life seemed to have the effect of gaining submission from dimensional creatures. Truth Listener was a violent person. It seemed a little difficult for him to rule a group of dimensional creatures. Demonic Neonate's sinister personality was somewhat suitable. Unfortunately, he only had one Emperor star. If he had a few more, he could have all of them Dragon Eclipse, Banana Fairy, and so on have one. That would be perfect. Of course, this was only a thought. The treasures and hidden dungeons didn't even respawn in-game, making it impossible for them to be mass-produced. Zhou put away the Emperor star, and summarized his various essence energy arts. He planned on advancing all his essence energy arts to the Calamity grade as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would always be a latent danger if he didn't reach the Calamity grade. Currently, the essence energy arts that had condensed to Calamity Zone were the First Order of Chaos, Hell Level, Chi Refinement Art, Hell Level Dao Sutra, Hell Level, Small Perfection of Wisdom Sutra, Heaven Level, and Ancient Sovereign Sutra, Human Realm. The only ones which hadn't condensed to Calamity Zone were the Sky-Stealing Sun Swapping Art, God-Fiend Era, and the Demon God Catalog. Zhou had no clue where to go to have God-Fiend Era condense a Calamity Zone. It was very difficult to find a corresponding dimensional zone to an essence energy art of unknown origins. All he could do was slowly experiment. The Demon God Catalog had a clear dimensional zone that was compatible with it, but when he thought of the Arch of Chess Mountain, Zhou found it a little thorny. Even without the Arch, just the 4 generals of the Mo family that Zhou had seen in Chess Mountain weren't people to be trifled with. There was a high chance that they were heaven-level existences. With the principle of doing the easier things first, Zhou planned on putting in some effort on the Sky-Stealing Sun Swapping Art. The Endless Sea of Stars was likely compatible with the Sky-Stealing Sun Swapping Art, so it shouldn't be difficult to find an opportunity to advance to the Calamity grade. Updates by. He opened the Endless Sea of Stars dungeon on his phone and indeed, the choice of modes appeared. Zhou didn't hesitate to choose the hidden mode. The Endless Sea of Stars looked like it corresponded to space. Every tiny planet corresponded to the stars in the universe. As there were too many stars, Zhou could only slowly wander the Endless Sea of Stars. As he hunted dimensional creatures in the Endless Sea of Stars, he searched for the location of the hidden dungeon. Zhou's luck was pretty good. He found the suspected hidden dungeon after searching for a few days. It was a tiny, inconspicuous planet. It was barren with nothing but rocks. Even dimensional creatures didn't stay on it. If it were any other time, Zhou wouldn't have paid attention to this place. But under hidden mode, the tiny planet emitted a black glow. From the looks of it, it should be here. Zhou didn't discover anything special about the tiny planet, and prepared to land on it to take a closer look. It looked like an ordinary planet, but when the blood-colored avatar landed on it, it suddenly felt an unparalleled suction force pull at its body, causing it to collapse to the ground. Although Zhou hadn't advanced to the Calamity grade, he had a few Calamity grade essence energy arts. His physique wasn't something ordinary Terror grade creatures could compare with. The suction force of the tiny planet prevented Zhou from escaping, as he was sucked to the ground. Its strength was unimaginable. Zhou first used the Calamity grade Ancient Sovereign Sutra's power to attempt to stand up, but he realized that he couldn't escape. Following that, he switched to the Chi Refinement Art, but it still didn't work. He even used the heaven-level Small Perfection of Wisdom, only to fail at standing up. The suction force on the small planet seemed infinite. No matter how powerful his strength was, it was difficult to escape it. After Zhou used the Teacher Domain, he was finally liberated from the suction force, allowing him to fly freely on the tiny planet. The Dao Sutra is still reliable at critical moments. Zhou sighed, as he slowly searched the entrance of the hidden dungeon on the tiny planet. To his surprise, after searching the entire planet, he didn't find anything abnormal. Naturally, he didn't find the entrance to the hidden dungeon. This is strange. This should be the entrance to a hidden dungeon. Why can't I find an entrance? Zhou attempted to push the tiny planet to see if it was like the Purple Star Palace. Only by pushing the planet could he trigger the entrance to the hidden dungeon. The planet didn't budge. Even Great Brahma's power couldn't move it at all. From the looks of it, the way to enter isn't to push this tiny planet. Zhou pondered for a moment, and switched his Essence Energy Art to the Sky-Stealing Sun Swapping Art. He deactivated all the other Essence Energy Arts. After retracting the Teacher Domain, even with the Sky-Stealing Sun Swapping Art activated, Zhou's body was still sucked to the ground. However, this time, it was somewhat different. His body lay on the hard rocks, but he felt that the rocks no longer looked like rocks. They seemed to turn into some liquid or bubbles as his body gradually sank into the tiny planet. Li Xian had been very busy recently, giving him the urge to learn a clone technique. Zhou was a boss who didn't do anything. He had to worry about the hundreds of thousands of people in Guide Ancient City. Although he had the Zhang and Xia families to share the burden, they weren't one of them after all. It wasn't convenient to leave certain matters to them. When will Ming Xiao and Little Yanyan return? The other representatives are back. What's taking them so long? Li Xian began to miss the two oddities. When the two of them were around, Li Xian would sometimes have a headache due to their annoying antics, but now that they were really gone, he felt that something was missing. At the very least, no one was helping him with the chores. Brother Xian, bad news. Something bad has happened. A fashionably dressed young man rushed over and shouted as he ran. Li Xian looked at the young man's attire and found it irksome no matter how he looked at it. He thought to himself, I have to think about designing a uniform later. Otherwise, these civil servants will look like hooligans and affect our image. I'll discuss it with old Zhou when I have the time. However, with that fellow's odd aesthetic sense, it's probably useless discussing it with him. What's the fuss? Don't you know how to be steady? You are now the captain of Guide Ancient City's city guard. Look at you! Li Xian first reprimanded the youth before asking. What happened? Karaman. Karaman is at the city gates. He said he wants to see our city lord Zhouwen. The youth forced himself to calm down, but his tone was still somewhat flustered. Although the entire world acknowledged that Karaman was inferior to human sovereign, no one treated human sovereign as a human. In the hearts of the average person, he was still an invincible existence. What's he doing here? Li Xian frowned slightly, unsure what Karaman's goal was. All he could do was head out to meet him and figure out his goal.